51, Teacher, Lin Zichen, 100 points. Soon, the class bell rang, signaling the beginning of the genetic fusion class. Genetic fusion teacher Lu Diren, like the mechanical reconstruction teacher Cai Yuanfei, entered the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. It was also the monthly exam, and he had set up a reward, with the amount being exactly the same as that set by Cai Yuanfei. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The genetic fusion class exam came to an end. Lu Diren collected the test papers and took them back to the office, saying that he would grade them before the end of the lunch break. As soon as he left, the classroom, like after the end of the mechanical reconstruction exam, instantly filled with a chorus of groans. Are they sick in the head, making a test that's even harder than the mechanical reconstruction exam? Is this a deliberate attempt to mess with us? I give up. They put up a picture of a bird's leg and asked us to guess what exotic beast it belonged to, and even to guess the specific biological level. How are we supposed to guess that? I've never scored below 90 on any test from childhood till now, but this time I'm afraid I might not even score 60. Hey, now I understand, this exam is just a scare tactic from the teachers, meant to clip our wings. Over half the students in the classroom had a breakdown. Even the two academic elites from Nangwon City, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, were stumped by the recent genetic fusion exam, feeling that at best they could only score 80 points. On the other side of the classroom, Shen Qinghan turned around to look at Lin Zichen, saying excitedly, Xiao Chen, I feel like I can score at least 70 on that genetic fusion test paper. She had often read books about exotic beasts with Lin Zichen since she was young and had a far better understanding of exotic beasts than her peers. She knew how to do many of the questions on that test paper. Lin Zichen teased her with a smile, setting your sights too low. 70 points doesn't suit your intelligence. I think you need at least 80 to match it. Li Chuxin, who was nearby, heard their conversation and took it as a joke. Scoring 70 was already an overstatement, but 80? Impossible. Given the difficulty of that test paper, it would be quite an achievement just to score 60 and pass. Just then, mechanical reconstruction teacher Cai Yuanfei, holding a stack of freshly graded test papers, walked into the classroom with a smile on his face and announced to everyone, "Students, the mechanical reconstruction test scores are out." From the smile on his face, it seemed that the students in the class had done well, meeting his expectations. "Teacher, hurry up and hand out the test papers, I can't wait to know my score." He called out from below, urging him on. However, Cai Yuanfei did not oblige and instead sat down on the platform and said, "I won't have you distribute the test papers yourselves. Next, I will read out names and scores. When I call someone's name and score, they should come up to receive their test paper. I'm going to publicly execute or praise each and every one of you." "Teacher, please don't, you can publicly praise those who did well, but can you not publicly execute those who did poorly? That's too cruel." A student protested from below. Unfortunately, Cai Yuanfei did not accept the protest and continued in his own way. "Students, the first thing you must do upon entering the martial arts elite class is to learn to face your failures, then to feel shame and, subsequently, to strive to do better. The reason you were outstanding in junior high was not always because you were that exceptional, but often because those around you were not. Now that you are in the elite class, surrounded by top students from various schools, can you continue to excel as you did in junior high? At the very least, most of you cannot. And this majority will experience failure at some point during the next 3 years of high school. If you can't even face your failures, then my suggestion is to drop out of the elite class and pick any ordinary class to continue being the big fish in a small pond." After speaking these earnest words, Cai Yuanfei picked up the first test paper and began to read, "Chu Yuxi, 48 points." As soon as the words fell, a girl went to receive her test paper with her head down. Scoring less than 50 points was too embarrassing, she couldn't even lift her head. Jian Zihao, 59 points. Li Guang, 62 points. Guo Yanling, 52 points. Shen Qinghan, 61 points. After hearing that she passed with her score, Shen Qinghan's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she quickly got up from her seat and walked briskly to the platform to get her test paper. On her way back, she said happily to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, I passed." Lin Zichen responded with a smile, "Hard work pays off, as it should." Gao Fang, 57 points. He Yu, 88 points. Wow! When they heard the score of 88, the whole class suddenly burst into an uproar. After so many scores were read out, not even a 70 appeared, and then suddenly an 88 popped out. The impact was simply too strong. Under the gaze of many eyes, He Yu walked up to the stage with his head held high and his chest puffed out to receive his test paper. "You did well, I'm very optimistic about you." Cai Yuanfei patted He Yu on the shoulder, affirming his score. Seeing this scene, all the students below were green with envy. However, that excluded Lin Zichen, Liu Gang, and Wang Shijia. Especially Wang Shijia, who could sprint 100 meters in 7.98 seconds, even had a flicker of contempt in his eyes, not thinking much of He Yu, who also came from Nangguan City. "He Yu, you're amazing." As soon as He Yu returned with his test paper, Li Chuxin immediately said with an admiring face. He Yu felt incredibly pleased inside as he listened, but he remained modest on the surface. "It was just luck, I happened to get questions I knew." A girl from the next table smiled at Li Chuxin and said, "Chu Xin, although He Yu isn't as dazzling as Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, don't forget that he's also a top student from Nangguan City. He must be incredible." Upon hearing another girl praise him, He Yu kept his expression unchanged, but inside, he was exceedingly gratified. He Yu, in high spirits, quickly said to the three members of his group with an open face, "Team members, once I get that third place prize of 333 yuan, I'll treat everyone to a good meal." He took for granted that he couldn't surpass Liu Gang and Wang Shijia, and so he had resigned himself to third place. Hearing him say that, Li Chuxin couldn't help but retort. "What do you mean, He Yu? How can you be so sure you'll get that 333 yuan? Zichen did really well on the written exams too. His arms were sore from all the competition medals he won in middle school, maybe he scored even higher than you. I think Zichen has a great chance of taking that third place prize too." Li Chuxin was also a little fan of Lin Zichen, not pleased with what He Yu just said, and felt that Lin Zichen was more likely to be the third place student in the class. The reason she went with third place was that she also believed Liu Gang and Wang Shijia would secure the top 2 ranks in class, and the others could only compete for third. He Yu realized he had gotten a bit carried away, having accidentally misspoken. He quickly chuckled awkwardly. That's right, I accidentally forgot about Zichen. It's either him or me for third place, definitely no one else." Although he said that, he didn't actually believe Lin Zichen had scored higher than him. That comment was just for the sake of giving face to his team members, just paying lip service. Just then, Cai Yuanfei on the stage announced Liu Gang and Wang Shijia's scores. Liu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shijia, 95 points. Upon hearing those scores, the class immediately exploded with incredulous exclamations and a wave of sighs filled with a sense of futility. Holy crap! 95 points! How did they pull that off? Are they even human? The top students from Nangguan City are just too powerful. Sigh, sometimes, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between a person and a dog. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Liu Gang and Wang Shijia went up to receive their test papers. Cai Yuanfei smiled and praised the two. Impressive, the two of you only missed the last part of the final question, and got everything else right. Wang Shijia said with a calm face, Teacher, the last question required a lot of calculation. Just give me another 10 minutes, and I could definitely figure out the answer. Lu Gang said, "Me too." Cai Yuanfei patted both of their shoulders, affirming with conviction, "I believe you both have the capability." After these two top students from Nangwon City returned to their seats with their test papers, he picked up a test paper from the lectern, adjusted his glasses and said to everyone below, "This test was very difficult, but you might not believe it, someone in our class got a perfect score." As the words fell, before the people below could react, he read out a name and score calmly. Lin Zichen, 100 points. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 52. Shen Qinghan is also a top student. Lin Zichen, 100 points. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire classroom fell into silence. It was as if the earth had stopped rotating. It was as if time had paused. Everyone turned to stone, their expressions frozen in shock. It wasn't until Lin Zichen stood up from his seat and walked up to the podium to collect his test paper that the others began to snap out of their daze, exclaiming in disbelief. 100 points! He actually scored 100 points! How did he do it? Ridiculous! This is absolutely ridiculous! Even the two top students from Nangwon City have been toppled. Lin Zichen is really awesome, the pride of Shanghai. Toppled. Hearing those extremely harsh words, the expressions on Lu Gang and Wang Shijia's faces were not very pleasant. Especially Wang Shijia, his entire face turned green. For his entire life, even in a city full of top students like Nangwon, he had been the darling of the stars, admired by his peers. He had not expected that upon arriving in Shanghai City, known for its less than stellar educational level, he would be trampled underfoot in the very first exam of the new school term. This was something he, who considered himself superior and full of a sense of superiority, found hard to accept. On the other side, He-Yu's face also looked somewhat uncomfortable. He had thought that scoring 88 points would surely secure him the third place and win the 333 yuan reward. But Lin Zichen's perfect score pushed him out of the top 3. He felt embarrassed, as if his previous confidence in saying that he would treat his teammates to food after receiving the prize money made him look like a clown. On the podium, Lin Zichen ignored the astonished voices coming from all directions and calmly walked up to Cai Yuanfei to receive his test paper. Cai Yuanfei handed him the test paper, all smiles as he said, "Zichen, everyone knows that you perform well in written tests, but I really didn't expect it to be to this extent. Even Lu Gang and Wang Shijia are no match for you." "Teacher Cai, you flatter me." "Not at all, not one bit," Cai Yuanfei replied before chuckling again. "Zichen, those who practice martial arts should not be too humble, too modest. With strength one should boast a bit, that's how you show vitality and it's more conducive to progress." "What Teacher Cai said is true," Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, then followed up with, "By the way, Teacher Cai, when will the 888 yuan reward for the first place be distributed?" Cai Yuanfei laughed, "It will be distributed after announcing everyone's scores in class. I will transfer the reward money to the class group through a personal dedicated transfer." "I understand, Teacher Cai," Lin Zichen said, then stepped down from the stage and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, the girl in the front desk, Shen Qinghan, turned around and said, "Xiao Chen, you actually got a perfect score, that's so impressive. Quick, let me see the test paper to admire it, I want to see how you did it," Shen Qinghan said eagerly and curiously as she looked at the perfect test paper in Lin Zichen's hands. Lin Zichen smiled and handed the test paper to her. Seeing this, He-Yu and Li Chuxin also hurried over to see how a perfect score was achieved. An hour later, the genetic fusion teacher Lu Diren, holding a stack of graded test papers, walked into the classroom. He strode to the podium, looked at everyone, and smiled. "Students, thanks to other teachers, the results of your recent genetic fusion exam have finally all been graded. Teacher, quickly hand out the test papers." Wang Shijia urged Lu Diren. Having been surpassed by Lin Zichen in the mechanism enhancement test, Wang Shizhe urgently wanted to outperform him in the genetic fusion results. Lu Diren chuckled and said, "Don't rush everyone, I will read out the names and scores one by one. When you hear your name, come up and get your test paper." Soon, names along with their scores began to be read out at the lectern. The majority of students failed the test. The two top students from Nangwon City, Lu Gang scored 81 points and Wang Shizhe scored 83 points, barely passing the excellent mark. Lin Zichen, who received the most attention, shocked the whole class once again with another perfect score. 2 perfect scores in a row. Especially in the genetic fusion exam, where most people couldn't even pass, he still got a perfect score. Such an extraordinary performance completely redefined everyone's perception of a top student. He's not just a top student, he's practically a study god. During this time, Wang Shizhe refused to believe this absurd reality and voiced his doubts to Lu Diren. How could someone score perfect on such a difficult test? One would have to know the answers in advance to score perfect. However, Lu Diren promptly dismissed these baseless suspicions without any evidence. Lu Diren said that he had designed the exam questions himself and that the answers were not available online, so there was no way to cheat. Wang Shizhe fell silent. Seeing this arrogant guy eat humble pie, he felt a schadenfreude delight and complained to Lin Zichen. "That guy made me laugh, can't pass the test and still can't accept defeat, suspecting you of cheating, what a shame for us people from Nangwon City." Exactly, Wang Shizhe really has no class, what an ugly display. Li Chuxin, who was picky about appearances, also joined in the banter. Hearing these two badmouth someone behind their backs, the timid Shen Qinghan quickly whispered in caution, "You two shouldn't talk like that, it'd be bad if someone overheard." He was unconcerned, what's there to be afraid of? It was he who couldn't accept defeat and suspected Zichen of cheating first. What's wrong with me cursing him a bit? Is he going to hit me or what? Li Chuxin also looked displeased. That's right, Wang Shizhe deserves to be cursed. Just badmouthing him behind his back doesn't satisfy me at all, I'm going to make a voodoo doll of him when I get home tonight. Ah, voodoo? Make a voodoo doll? Shen Qinghan was greatly shocked to hear this. As Li Chuxin's words became more outrageous, Lin Zichen couldn't take it anymore and promptly intervened. "Chu Xin, badmouthing him in private is enough, don't go for the voodoo doll." "Fine, I won't make it." Li Chuxin ignored Shen Qinghan's advice but listened to the dream lover of 900 million girls. While they whispered among themselves, Lu Diren continued calling out names and scores on the stage. When only one test paper was left to go, he finally called out Shen Qinghan's score. Shen Qinghan, 78 points. Hearing her score, Shen Qinghan was initially a bit stunned, but then she became so excited that her hands trembled slightly. 78 points. Only lower than Lin Zichen, Wang Shizhe, Lu Gang, and He. Top 5 in the class. "Oh my god, Han, how did you score so high?" Li Chuxin was shocked and for a moment thought she had misheard, looking incredulous. He, however, did not find it surprising at all, and even seemed to take it for granted. "What's so strange about that? Didn't you see what level her childhood sweetheart is at? She's been growing up with Zichen since they were kids, could her academic performance be bad?" At the same time, almost everyone in the class looked at Shen Qinghan, showing extremely surprised expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected her to score so high on the genetic fusion exam. After all, she had only just managed to pass the mechanical transformation test before. Feeling the gazes of surprise, shock, disbelief, and incredulity from everyone, Shen Qinghan gleefully stood up from her seat and walked to the lectern to collect her paper. As she walked, she kept thinking to herself how wonderful it was to have Qinghan as her childhood sweetheart, who had been reading books related to exotic beasts with her since childhood, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have scored so highly now. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 53. Losing in written exams and wilderness survival doesn't equal losing in actual combat. Lunch break elapsed in the blink of an eye. Class 1 of Grade 10 at Shanghai High School soon faced their afternoon survival class. During the class, the wilderness survival teacher, Cheng Bei, like the teachers from the 2 morning theory classes, conducted an exam for the students. The rewards for the exam were the same amount as before. The content of the exam mainly included 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and fire making by friction. Within climbing, there were 2 sections, tree climbing and rock climbing. Liu Gang, we didn't manage to beat him during the 2 theoretical exams this morning, but in the afternoon wilderness survival and martial arts training, we must reclaim our ground. Wang Shijia said to Liu Gang, his face filled with a competitive spirit. Liu Gang clenched his fists with a fighting spirit, saying, "You don't need to tell me twice, I will definitely give it my all later and blow him away," wiping away the previous shame. Both had their sights set on Lin Zichen, viewing him as their biggest rival. After all, they arrived at Shanghai High School with pride and a sense of superiority and could not tolerate anyone in the class being stronger than them. The exam began shortly. The first part of the exam was tree climbing and rock climbing, with results determined by the speed of ascent. Lin Zichen was still first. Wang Shijia reluctantly came in second. He Yu finally broke through his own limitations, no longer the perpetual 4th place holder, but now ranked 3rd behind the 2. As for Liu Gang, due to his overly bulky build, he could hardly climb, placing him far down in the rankings. Shen Qinghan, who got into the school through connections, had physical abilities that were at the bottom of the class, earning her the last place in climbing proficiency. With this result, her face felt burning with pain, her heart was full of defeat. The confidence and pride obtained from the morning's genetic fusion exam had vanished completely at this moment. Slowly returning to her senses, she realized she was just someone who got in through backdoor connections. Her true level didn't belong in this class of top students. Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's mood seemed off but didn't go forward to comfort her. It was just being last in climbing, it wasn't a big deal. When they got to the swimming segment later, Shen Qinghan would regain her confidence. After the climbing exam finished, the next part was fire making by friction. Shen Qinghan had been taught the techniques of fire making by Lin Zichen, performing well in this portion of the exam. Although limited by her weaker physical condition, making her not as fast as the others, she compensated with superior technique and scraped by with a mid-level ranking in the class. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, continued his dominant performance of crushing the entire class in this stage of hand speed and technique. In less than a minute, he created sparks from the wood, successfully starting a fire. The rest of the class was overwhelmingly shocked by his performance. He Yu exclaimed, "Zichen, your hand speed is too awesome, almost igniting the stick itself, you look like you have the prowess of being single for 500 years. Hearing this, many of the boys around had strange expressions on their faces. Wang Shijia and Liu Gang, however, furrowed their brows, feeling somewhat powerless against the strength that Lin Zichen had suddenly displayed today. Lin Zichen's abilities suggested that he should be the city's top scholar, not just the district's top scholar. Was he sick during the middle school exam? They couldn't comprehend this at all. On the other side, Cheng Bei, the wilderness survival teacher, was rather puzzled and said, "Zichen, you're so quick at making fire by friction, why have you been hiding your skills and not showing off before?" "Teacher, he hasn't been hiding his skills, it's just that during class, he's always been teaching the 3 of us how to make fire and didn't have time to show his own abilities." Before Lin Zichen could reply, Shen Qinghan courageously interjected an explanation for him. After hearing this, Cheng Bei smiled and said, "I see, understanding how to lead classmates to progress together is very commendable." After completing the fire-making exam, only the last part, swimming, remained to be tested. Cheng Bei led the students to the swimming pool in the sports hall to conduct the assessment there. Lin Zichen looked around and noticed the pool was particularly large. It appeared to be 200 meters long and 100 meters wide. There was a sign next to it, stating the depths of the pool. The shallowest part was 1 meter, and the deepest was 3 meters. Lin Zichen felt that this pool was very suitable for practicing his and Shen Qinghan's swimming. So, he turned to Cheng Bei in front and asked, "Teacher Cheng, is this swimming pool open normally?" He had not been to this place before. When they previously had swimming classes and practice, it was in a much smaller pool. Cheng Bei replied, "This pool is usually vacant and is only used during competitions or assessments." Hearing this, Lin Zichen thought it was a pity. But upon second thought, he felt that he still had chances of making use of the pool. As long as he displayed his powerful strength from the first year just like in junior high, crushingly overpowering all other students and catching the attention of the school leaders, earning privileges would be within reach. By then, he guessed he could persuade the school leaders to open the pool. And not just for anyone, but only for him and Shen Qinghan. Even going as far as to request the surveillance be blocked off when he was using the pool. With this in mind, Lin Zichen decided that he would be more proactive in the upcoming school life. Soon, the swimming assessment began. Lin Zichen, as always, secured the first place with a speed so fast that it left Liu Gang and Wang Shijia gasping for breath, casting a shade of life's doubts upon their faces. On the other side, Shen Qinghan, turning her previous decline in climbing skills around, was as nimble as a fish in the water, seizing an impressive second place in the whole class. "Wow, Han Han, how are you so amazing at swimming? You glide like a fish, and your movements are so beautiful." Li Chuxin expressed her surprise. Previously during pool training sessions, Shen Qinghan hadn't really shown off her skills, usually just practicing some strange underwater techniques with Lin Zichen. As a result, nobody in the class knew she could swim so fast enough to outpace even Liu Gang and Wang Shijia. Faced with Li Chuxin's surprise, Shen Qinghan simply explained with a smile. "Xiao Chen taught me everything." She was naturally talented in water, a secret that only she and Lin Zichen shared, unknown to a third person. Li Chuxin held her hand and said affectionately, "Han Han, can you teach me how to swim faster during our next training session?" "Sure, I'll teach you." Shen Qinghan agreed with a smile. Not far away, Cheng Bei watched Shen Qinghan chatting with Li Chuxin and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Shen Qinghan, who had performed poorly in climbing before and was almost at the bottom of the class in physical fitness, how could she swim so fiercely in the water? Logically, even if the skills were good, without sufficient physical fitness, one wouldn't be able to swim quickly. It was truly bizarre. Wang Shijia and Liu Gang, too, were baffled. It was one thing to lose to Lin Zichen, but to not even be able to beat his childhood friend. That was a girl, after all. Two grown boys, unable to defeat a girl, was simply a humiliation beyond belief, unbearable for any man. Wang Shijia and Liu Gang grew more and more despondent the more they thought about it. In the blink of an eye, the wilderness survival class concluded. Class 1 of first year high school welcomed their last martial arts training session of the afternoon. The homeroom teacher, Han Yuanfeng, just like the previous 3 teachers, also decided to test all the students that day. "Unnoticed by us, you have all been practicing martial arts for over a month now. Today, it's time to check the outcomes of your training. The way we'll assess this is by having everyone come up to the martial stage to spar. There are rewards for the top 3, so everyone should put their all into it, understand?" Han Yuanfeng looked at everyone in the class and said. Upon hearing him, everyone immediately responded in unison, saying they understood. Among the crowd, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up. Sparring was the most primitive way of competition, and with rewards set up, winning the spar would mean progressing in the completion of the survival of the fittest achievement. Elsewhere, Wang Shijia and Liu Gang's eyes shone as well. What's the use of doing well on a written test? What does it matter if you are proficient in wilderness survival skills? In the martial arts class, the most valued aspect was the martial part, the comparison of physical fitness and martial arts skills. If your martial arts strength doesn't cut it, other good grades are as good as non-existent. They're as meaningless as a castle in the air. Just because they lost the written test and the wilderness survival doesn't mean they'll lose in real combat. Next, the two top students from Nangwon City were determined to redeem themselves on the martial stage by fiercely putting Lin Zichen to ground, reclaiming their pride and sense of superiority. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 54. The Lost Shen King Han. Before the sparring began, Han Yuanfeng arranged a physical test for everyone in the class, as a warm-up exercise prior to the sparring session. Just 3 metrics would be tested. Specifically, they were, the speed of a 100-meter sprint, the weight of the barbell one could lift with one hand, and the height of a vertical jump from a standstill. The girls were tested first. After all the tests, Shen King Han's results ended up at the bottom of the scoreboard. Her 100-meter sprint took 12.88 seconds, which wouldn't even qualify her as a first-level athlete in her former life. She could lift a 38 kg barbell with one hand, which was very average. The height of her vertical jump from the spot was 0.98 meters, relatively speaking the best of her 3 scores, but it was hardly worth noticing in a class of martial arts prodigies. The class was extremely surprised by Shen King Han's data. This was a class of martial arts stars, how could there be such poor results? This wasn't supposed to happen. It was no wonder that the class was taken aback. Because during regular training, Shen King Han always deliberately concealed her true level, leading everyone to conclude that her physical fitness was not very strong, but they never expected it to be this outrageously bad. Han, are you not feeling well? Li Chuxin, seeing Shen King Han perform so poorly, thought she might be on her period and immediately stepped forward to show her concern. Shen King Han, afraid that others would find out she was admitted to the school through backdoor connections, could only go along with Li Chuxin's words and replied, "It's nothing, maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm not in a good state today." On the other side, the boys' physical tests began. Lin Zichen made only a slight effort and easily grabbed first place in all 3 metrics. The 100-meter sprint was completed in 7.78 seconds. He could lift a 330 kg barbell with one hand. His vertical jump from a standstill reached 2.18 meters. All 3 figures were just good enough to secure first place, only slightly better than the scores obtained by Wang Shijia and Liu Gang. Even so, the class was still greatly shocked. No one had expected Lin Zichen's physical fitness to be so monstrous. This performance, if placed in last year's Shanghai City Middle School exams, would have unquestionably crushed the competition to claim the championship. What's going on? How is Lin Zichen so strong? Yet, faster than Wang Shijia and stronger than Liu Gang, yet his middle school results were only district champion. Could it be that he was in bad shape during the middle school exams? Or maybe he developed during the summer vacation. Some people mature late and experience a growth spurt right after the middle school exams, allowing them to catch up in a short period. For a time, everyone in the class discussed Lin Zichen's physical test data. Almost every person was thinking of various reasons to rationalize his incredible performance to make it seem reasonable. In a corner, Wang Shijia and Liu Gang stood together, their faces filled with doubt about life itself. Both men still couldn't believe they had actually lost in the physical tests. Especially Liu Gang, with his natural strength, couldn't understand why Lin Zichen was stronger than him. Lin Zichen didn't even look that muscular. This was totally unscientific. Liu Gang, don't panic, losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Combat isn't just about physical fitness, it's also about martial arts skills. We still have a chance. Shijia quickly recovered from his discouragement and, in self-delusion, turned to Liu Gang and said. After hearing this, Liu Gang stabilized his mood and indulged in self-deception as well. You're right, losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Our martial arts skills are far superior to our peers, we still have a chance. In the gymnasium, the martial stage. Right after the physical test ended, Han Yuanfeng immediately led the students to this place, eager for them to spar to ensure there was enough time later on. In the martial arts training area at that time, a class of sophomores was practicing, occupying several martial stages, leaving only 3 vacant. To encourage the students to spar with each other more, Han Yuanfeng utilized all 3 remaining martial stages for simultaneous sparring matches. Because there were more males than females in the class, he allocated 2 martial stages for the boys to spar and left 1 for the girls. Lin Zichen needed to complete the survival of the fittest achievement. He had to defeat as many opponents as possible. Therefore, he was the first to jump onto one of the martial stages, challenging everyone in the class. Almost at the same time, He leaped onto the neighboring martial stage, becoming another defender. On the girls' side, a female student with a more robust frame also quickly jumped onto the third martial stage to take the role of the defender. However, it didn't take long. Both He and the girls' martial stages had challengers step up. Only Lin Zichen's martial stage remained unapproached. Lin Zichen had shown himself to be too powerful during the recent physical test, and everyone had a sense of where they stood. They knew they couldn't beat him, so they didn't come up to challenge him. After all, with such a vast difference in strength, sparring was meaningless, they couldn't learn anything from it. As for Wang Shuzhe and Liu Gang, they were thinking of observing the combat between Lin Zichen and others from the sidelines first, aiming for a know your enemy and know yourself, for 100 battles will lead to 100 victories strategy, before challenging Lin Zichen. The two had lost too many times and were psychologically shadowed, they didn't want to lose again. This time, therefore, they were determined to maximize their chances of winning before making their move. Liu Wei, go and have a sparring match with Zichen, Han Yuanfeng said. Seeing that no one was challenging Lin Zichen, Han Yuanfeng had no choice but to assign someone to step up. Liu Wei, although somewhat reluctant to be thoroughly defeated, still went up to the stage. The result was a swift defeat within less than 10 seconds, a lonely spar. In the time that followed, sparring matches continued without interruption on all 3 martial stages. To finish sparring with everyone in the class before the end of class, Lin Zichen swiftly dispatched each challenger that came up to him. This exaggerated performance shocked Wang Shuzhe and Liu Gang, who had been secretly observing from below the stage. How is he so strong? How is Lin Zichen this powerful? How can I possibly win? Again, they doubted their own lives, feeling utterly powerless. Elsewhere, Shen Qinghan also took the stage to spar. Opposite to Lin Zichen, who kept defeating his opponents instantly, she was defeated as soon as she stepped up. She was kicked off the martial stage by a girl with a bun haircut, falling hard and wincing in pain. The girl with the bun haircut hurried down from the stage to help her up, full of apologies. Qinghan, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that, I didn't expect you wouldn't be able to block that kick. Ah, no, I'm fine, it's not a big deal. It was my fault just now, you go back to the martial stage and continue defending. Don't worry about me, Shen Qinghan said with an awkward smile. After speaking, she walked to the side and found an empty spot to sit down and rest. Taking advantage of the lack of attention on her, she quickly lifted her clothes to check on her abdomen, which was sending sharp stings of pain and had turned into a bruise. At that moment, her mood plummeted into deep disappointment. I'm too weak. So weak that I can't even handle a kick from a classmate. I simply don't belong in this elite class. P.S. Bowing for support, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 55. Being disliked in class. Who else is there? On the martial stage, He was invincible, undefeated in battle, and had successively floored 7 opponents, his confidence off the charts. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked down at Liu Gang, shouting. Liu Gang! I'm all warmed up now, this is the peak condition of my body. Do you dare come up and fight me? Get up here! Seeing how arrogant he was, Liu Gang couldn't help but laugh at the irritation. Not sure about beating Lin Zichen, but you think I can't handle you? Soon, he leaped onto the martial stage with a fierce jump, looking at He with disdain and said. Half a minute, I just need half a minute to knock you flat. Come on! He roared and then charged forward in a swift move, aiming to gain the upper hand with a preemptive strike. Liu Gang didn't dodge, relying on his strong physical condition to take Hiyu's attacks head-on. Then, seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Hiyu's kicked foot with one hand. Next, using his powerful arm strength, he swung Hiyu around in the air, spinning him in circles vigorously. And so, he spun him around dozens of times. When Hiyu was finally put down, his head was spinning so much he felt like it had turned into mush, and he lay at the edge of the martial stage, vomiting in pain. Hiyu, among those who have sparred with me, your physical technique is the strongest, and in that respect, I acknowledge you as the strongest in our class. After speaking, Liu Gang, with a smug smile, boastfully said, unfortunately, I still outclass you. At that moment, Lin Zichen had just finished off an opponent on the other side. Seeing the martial stage where Liu Gang had just become free, he leaped onto it and said indifferently. Come on, let's have a friendly sparring match. You're on. Seeing Lin Zichen had taken the initiative to come over, Liu Gang gritted his teeth, his calves bursting with force as he charged straight at him, aiming to deliver a ferocious shoulder thump. But the next second, he was grabbed by Lin Zichen, who had bent over, catching one of his feet, and then he too was spun around high in the air at a rapid pace. After being spun around dozens of times and put down, he was already so dizzy he couldn't tell north from south and ended up vomiting non-stop next to Hiyu. Seeing this scene on the stage, the girls watching from below felt their hearts race and their cheeks flush as they said, I can't take it anymore, Liu Gang is dizzy from Lin Zichen's spinning, and I'm dizzy from Lin Zichen's handsomeness. Immediately afterward, someone in the class began to rile things up loudly. Wang Shijia, your brother Liu Gang got thrashed so badly, aren't you going up there to avenge him? That's right, the glory of the top student from Nangwan City needs you to defend it. Wang Shijia, don't chicken out, get up there quickly. The locals of Shanghai City in the class were very disgusted with Wang Shijia and Liu Gang, disliking the sense of superiority emanating from them, and now that they had a chance, they immediately returned the disgust. With so many people egging him on to go up, Wang Shijia had no choice but to reluctantly take the beating. Then, in less than half a minute, he too lay vomiting non-stop next to Liu Gang. At that moment, both scholars from Nangwan City felt like clowns. At the same time, they belatedly realized Lin Zichen was too sly. Obviously strong, but he had remained inconspicuous for so long since the start of school, just quietly watching others show off. Then, when it came to the test, he'd leap out and crush everyone else. In this way, all the bragging others had done before became the wedding dress for his current showboating. Damn it! How cunning! Seeing three people lying and vomiting on the stage, Lin Zichen thought the martial stage had gotten dirty and he couldn't use it anymore, so he jumped back onto another clean martial stage. Then, he looked at the girls in the class below with a monstrously heartless gaze and said, "Girls down there, want to come up and have a sparring match with me?" He had already tormented all the boys in the class, and if he wanted to continue making progress on the survival of the fittest achievement, he would have to turn his attention to the girls. "I'll do it, I'll do it." Quickly, girls from the class took to the stage to spar with him. Other girls were also lining up in a rush to get onto the stage and spar with him. He was so handsome that the girls in the class were willing to go up and spar with him, eager to have physical contact with him. Even getting beaten was a price they were willing to pay. Some were so infatuated and twisted that they even hoped to be hit more, the more the better, hoping to be hit all over their bodies, to make contact everywhere. In just a short 10 minutes, all the girls in the class, except Shen Qinghan, had been thrashed by Lin Zichen. Then, he didn't even spare Shen Qinghan, calling out to her from afar while she was below the stage. "Qinghan, come up and have a sparring session with me." "Ah, does it include me too?" Shen Qinghan was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Lin Zichen wanted to spar with her. But whether she understood it or not was irrelevant, obeying Lin Zichen was the right thing to do. So, she obediently went up to the martial stage to spar with Lin Zichen, becoming one small point of experience for Lin Zichen's survival of the fittest achievement. "Okay, everyone, come over and gather up." Seeing that class was about to end, Han Yuanfeng called everyone in the class over to summarize and critique their performances during the practice matches. Praise only, no criticism. He especially praised Lin Zichen, openly stating that he was the hope of the entire class. Wang Shijia and Liu Gang felt uncomfortable listening, as Han Yuanfeng had previously said the same to them. After the summary and critique, Han Yuanfeng raised his voice slightly and said to everyone in the class, "Today, our class had a full round of internal sparring, and I believe that by now, you all understand each other's strengths. Next, as top students in the honors class, you need to aim higher and learn to challenge those above you. In 1 month's time, our class will challenge the strongest regular class in the second year, and everyone needs to train hard and prepare for this. This is a tradition of Shanghai High School's honor class. As top students, as geniuses, you should be challenging strong opponents above your level. Our goal is to break through the strongest regular class in the second year. For the challenge above your level, do you have the confidence?" When Han Yuanfeng said this last line, his volume increased dramatically. The students in the class, who had always been the top scholars of their respective schools since childhood and full of confidence, immediately answered loudly, "Yes, we have the confidence." Listening to these shouts, Lin Zichen got excited. He had been worried about the lack of competitions to fight in and how to swiftly improve his progress in survival of the fittest achievements, but now, a competition had timely come knocking at his door. It really was like timely help during a snowstorm. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The second-year class also in the gymnasium disbanded before Lin Zichen's grade 1 class. Some of the older students in that class, as they passed in front, all said with smiling faces, "Juniors of the first-year honor class, work hard in next month's challenge, don't tarnish the honor class's reputation. First take on the second-year regular class, then the key class, and finally the honors class. We hope that you can make it to the second-year honor class smoothly, so we seniors can give you a good thrashing. Handsome junior, you've got quite a few little fans, and as a senior, I'm pretty jealous. I hope you can lead your class to take on the second-year honor class, where I'll rub you hard on the martial stage in front of all those little fans." A tall and strong senior deliberately walked past Lin Zichen while speaking, smiling at him. Lin Zichen returned the smile but didn't say a word. Soon after, grade 1 class also disbanded. Liu Gang came over to Lin Zichen and said, "I was worrying that I'd have no rivals after coming to Shanghai High School, but it seems I've underestimated Shanghai. From now on, you will be my arch-enemy throughout high school." Wang Shijia also came over and said unwillingly, "Lin Zichen, losing now doesn't mean losing in the future. Before graduation, I will definitely avenge my defeat." Lin Zichen couldn't be bothered with these two, and was about to leave with Shen Qinghan. At that moment, He Yu and Li Chuxin came over. One of them, He Yu, chuckled and said, "Zi Chen, you earned 4x 888 yuan today, a total of over 3,000 yuan. Shouldn't you be treating us?" Lin Zichen was happy about earning money and agreed readily, "Okay, it just so happens to be Thursday, so I'll treat you to a meal at Kendeji." He Yu was overjoyed when he heard that, and immediately knelt on one knee and folded his hands as if offering a salute. "Oh noble father, please accept your son's bow." Li Chuxin also said with a smile, "Thanks, Boss Lin, for the treat. Let's go, we'll eat now." After saying that, Lin Zichen left the gymnasium with the three, heading for the kendeji outside the school gate for a big meal. Just as the group reached the entrance of the gymnasium, Shen Qinghan suddenly clenched her legs together, feeling an urgent need to pee, and had to go to the restroom. So, she asked the three to wait for her at the entrance, saying she would return quickly after using the restroom inside the gym. In the restroom, Shen Qinghan had just finished in the toilet and was about to leave the stall when she suddenly heard people talking outside. The voice was familiar. It was the bun-haired girl who had kicked her off the martial stage during the earlier sparring. At the moment, the bun-haired girl was washing her hands and chatting with another girl. That Shen Qinghan, with the last place data in 3 physical tests for the class and directly knocked out during the sparring, how did she even get admitted to the honor class with such abilities? She and Lin Zichen have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together, with a very close relationship. Do you think she could have used Lin Zichen's connections to get in through the back door? Hearing the bun-haired girl say this, the other girl laughed and said, "That must be it, otherwise, with her level, how could she possibly get into the honor class?" The bun-haired girl complained, "It really disgusts me. We've worked so hard since we were kids, barely making it into the honor class. And her? She just needs a powerful childhood sweetheart to get in our class without any effort. No, this is making me feel sick just thinking about it." The bun-haired girl frowned and said with displeasure, "Next time I face her on the martial stage, I'll make sure to torture her good." In the stall, Shen Qinghan listened to the conversations outside, pursed her lips, and felt very upset. The fact that she was a beneficiary of her close relations was finally noticed by her classmates, and now, they disliked her for it. P.S. Bowls out, ask for monthly and recommendation tickets. The land is full of rats. Outside the school gate, the Kenda Chicken fast food restaurant. 4 of them sat together, drinking Coke, eating fried chicken, hamburgers, and egg tarts. He Yu and Li Chuxin were both having a great time, chatting and laughing throughout the meal. Even though both of their families were very wealthy and they could eat whatever they wanted, ordinarily, they wouldn't give a fast food meal worth a few dozen yuan a second glance. But this meal was different. This time, it was Lin Zichen who had treated them, and the joy of getting a free meal was something money couldn't buy. In contrast, Shen Qinghan was absent-minded throughout the meal, silently eating her food. No one initiated a conversation with her, so she remained silent. If someone did address her, she'd just respond with an indifferent reply. Lin Zichen noticed her mood was off, guessing that it must be because she hadn't performed well in the physical tests and sparring, leading her to feel a bit down. But he didn't comfort her, acting as if nothing happened. Some things are better not brought up, mentioning them might actually be like rubbing salt in the wound. Soon, all 4 had eaten their fill. He Yu thanked his godfather, and Li Chuxin thanked the boss Lin. Then the 2 each hailed a cab home. Seeing that Shen Qinghan's mood was still low, Lin Zichen looked at her with a smile and said, "I remember your watercolor paints are almost out, aren't they? Come on, let's go to the mall upstairs and browse around, I'll buy you a new set." "Ah, no need, I hardly ever paint anymore, don't waste your money." Shen Qinghan declined, waving her hand. Ever since she started high school and the academic workload ramped up, she had stopped painting altogether. She spent any free time studying at home or doing physical exercises. "It's okay, just buy them and keep them at home. Then whenever you feel like painting again, you can use them. After all, they have a long shelf life." Without giving Shen Qinghan a chance to refuse again, Lin Zichen took her hand and led her upstairs. Shortly after, they entered an art supply store on the upper floor. "Do you have any preferences? They all look pretty good. Then let me choose for you." Lin Zichen walked around the store and eventually picked out the most expensive set of watercolor paints. The price was a steep 588 yuan. Shen Qinghan saw the price and wanted to choose a cheaper set. But Lin Zichen didn't give her the chance to switch, promptly paying for it with a scan of his phone. Xiao Chen, that's too expensive. It's expensive, but it's worth it, Lin Zichen said with a smile. This set has rich colors, which, paired with your superb skills, will surely create many beautiful works of art. When you do, remember to give me a few of them, I want to hang them in my room as decorations. Listening to Lin Zichen's words and looking at the beautiful paints in her hand, Shen Qinghan's mood finally improved, and she temporarily forgot the troubles of being caught taking a shortcut. On the way back, Shen Qinghan's mood had improved significantly, chatting and laughing with Lin Zichen. She asked what kind of painting he liked, promising to paint and give him one during the winter break when she had some free time. She also said that if there was time over the weekend, she'd like to take him out on her bike for a ride. As they talked, they passed by a market, where they saw many sanitation workers participating in a major cleanup. At the same time, they observed a number of security personnel inside, each equipped with rodent control tools, shooting at rats scurrying out from every nook and cranny. The dead rats were being shoveled into a garbage truck parked in the middle of the market. Lin Zichen glanced at the garbage truck and saw it filled with fresh rat corpses. Judging by the size of the truck's compartment, there were at least several hundred inside. Ziai Chen, there are so many rats. Look at the one on top of the garbage truck, it's as big as a cat, scary. The streets here look so clean, why are there so many rats? Shen Qinghan kept talking non-stop, her pretty face full of curiosity and confusion. Lin Zichen saw a rat and immediately thought of the rat god cult. He frowned and said to Shen Qinghan, "Let's go, don't look anymore, rats are filthy, and they carry a lot of bacteria and viruses. We should keep our distance." "Okay." Shen Qinghan obediently responded and quickly followed Lin Zichen away. That evening, at home, Lin Zichen was having dinner with his parents in the living room, watching the evening news broadcast on the television. As they were almost finished eating, a piece of news caught his attention. Today, the district has seen a frequent occurrence of rats. Upon learning of the situation, the Public Security Department immediately organized a 10-day rat extermination campaign. Frequent occurrences of rats? Lin Zichen's brow slightly furrowed, a bad premonition always lurking in his heart, suspecting that the increasing number of rats was related to the rat god cult. This made him feel uneasy. But then he thought, if a student like himself could think of this, then the Public Security Department must have certainly considered it already. Yet as far as he knew, the Public Security Department hadn't taken any major action, only organizing some personnel to exterminate rats. Seeing this, it appeared there wasn't a significant issue with the rat god cult, and he was probably worrying over nothing. With that thought, Lin Zichen felt quite relieved. After resting a while and feeling relatively digested, he went upstairs to his room for high-intensity training, using diligent sweat to make himself feel even more at peace. All the unease in life comes from insufficient strength. Only through ceaseless training and continuous strengthening, when he becomes strong enough to compete even with advanced-level creatures, would he no longer need to worry about the rat god cult. After all, the so-called rat god that the cult's followers worshipped was merely a giant mutant rat on the verge of evolving into an advanced-level creature. Several days later, on a Saturday afternoon, Lin Zichen had completed several hours of intensive training at home until he felt utterly exhausted. Then, he changed into clean clothes and went out to meet with Shen Qinghan for a physical training session. When he changed his shoes and left the house, Shen Qinghan was already waiting outside. She was dressed in a loose sports outfit, her hair tied in a smooth ponytail, radiating the vibrant aura of youth. "Let's go, we'll start with a slow 2-kilometer warm-up jog, then a 3-kilometer variable speed run, and finally, we'll move on to strength training for the core muscles." Lin Zichen briefly explained the training plan to Shen Qinghan, then quickly led her to the road ahead to start running. In the time that followed, Shen Qinghan began her high-intensity training under Lin Zichen's supervision. The training volume today was more than usual. She was very tired, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. She even volunteered to do extra training after finishing. It was all because she didn't want to remain at the bottom of her class any longer and was determined to improve her physical fitness. After nearly 2 hours of exercising, they finally finished training. Lin Zichen found a bench by the roadside and let Shen Qinghan lie down on it while he skillfully helped her relax her muscles. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the roaring sound of a motorcycle's exhaust pipe came from behind. Lin Zichen's eyebrows knitted, finding the noise annoying and grating, and he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then, what appeared before his eyes was a ghost rider speeding on a motorbike down the road. The motorbike was traveling fast, sweeping past in less than 2 seconds. All that was left was a head of brightly colored hair chaotically fluttering in the wind, as the motorbike faded into the distance. For some reason, Lin Zichen had the impression that he recognized the rider, but in the moment he couldn't recall who it was. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 57. Inheriting the family business. Lin Zichen was trying to remember exactly who it was. Vroom vroom vroom. A familiar roar of an engine sounded, as the ghost flame motorcycle that had just sped past somehow came roaring back in the wrong direction. Sitting on the bike were 2 people, the one driving had hair dyed in a rainbow of colors, and the one in the back had dyed blonde hair. Zichen, Xiao Shen, is it really you guys? The young man with the colorful hair shouted in surprise towards the 2 of them. Listening to this familiar voice and looking at the youth's familiar facial features, Lin Zichen finally remembered who the other party was. It was Zhang Kai, a boy who had been in the junior high martial arts team. Having recognized the other party, Lin Zichen also smiled and said, "Zhang Kai, long time no see." "Yeah, long time no see." Zhang Kai expertly flipped his bangs that covered his eyes out of the way and curiously looked at the 2, asking, "What are you guys up to?" Lin Zichen laughed and said, "Just finished training with her, and now I'm helping her relax her muscles." "Just finished training?" Zhang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. "You 2 got into the high school martial arts class?" Lin Zichen, "That's right." Zhang Kai clicked his tongue and said, "I never expected that Xiao Shen, who was so frail back then, also got into the martial arts class. That's kind of badass." While saying this, he felt a bit bitter inside. To think that even Shen Qinghan, a girl as gentle and frail as she was, could get into the martial arts class, while he, who had practiced martial arts in the team for 3 years, did not make it. That's really embarrassing. As he was self-deprecating internally, the blonde-haired young man in the back hurried him, "Cousin, Auntie is waiting for us to come back, stop chatting, let's go." "All right, leaving now." Having said that, Zhang Kai looked towards Lin Zichen, smiled, and said, "Zichen, I have things to attend to at home, so I won't chat any longer. I'm heading off." No sooner had he spoken than he twisted the throttle and sped off with the blonde-haired young man. At this moment, his face was full of life's uncertainties. Both from the martial arts team, Lin Zichen had a bright future ahead of him after getting into the high school martial arts class. Mientras tanto él only could show off on the streets with his motorcycle, a pure waste. How could life have such wide disparities? It would be one thing if it was just Lin Zichen, but how did even the gentle girl by Lin Zichen's side get in? What does this mean? Every time he thought of Shen Qinghan getting into the martial arts class, Zhang Kai would feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even match up to a frail girl. It's unreasonable. I have no reason to be worse than a girl. No, I must change. If I couldn't make it into high school, then I'll join the military. There's always a way out for those willing to work hard. The military too could lead to genetic fusion or mechanical modification. Stung by Shen Qinghan's achievement, Zhang Kai decided to spend a few more days roaming before selling his motorcycle, and then work hard to train his body and find a way to join the military. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan probably never imagined that she, who felt so inferior at the bottom of her class, could inspire someone to be proactive. At this moment, she was talking with Lin Zichen about Zhang Kai, expressing her thoughts with a sigh. Xiao Chen, remember how sunny Zhang Kai used to be? How did he turn into such an unconventional non-mainstream now? Personal preference, I guess, Lin Zichen said indifferently. It was someone else's way of life, and he didn't want to judge too much. Because everyone has their own suitable way of life, as long as they like it, as long as they are happy. So, the two of them chatted and relaxed their muscles, and soon they were done. Luego, when it was about time, they jogged home. On the way back, Lin Zichen frowned as he saw a few rats rummaging through the garbage bins on the roadside. It was a very normal sight, but it made him uneasy, involuntarily making him think of the rat god cult. No, I have to get stronger quickly. Only by getting stronger will I feel secure. Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickened his pace as he ran home. After returning home, having dinner, and taking a shower, Lin Zichen had an idea and opened the Exotic Beast album to check on the violent great eagle. The progress bar hadn't even reached 5%. The unlocking speed was too slow. He needed to find a way to increase his income and buy more violent great eagle meat to devour. Just relying on regular physical exercise to get stronger was seriously limited. He needed to rely more on unlocking exotic beast albums to gain biometric attributes. After all, each new attribute could bring a qualitative leap in strength. When it came to becoming stronger, Lin Zichen now had far less patience than he did in junior high. Now, he earnestly wanted to become stronger every single day. It's not that his patience had worsened, but he now frequently saw abnormal rat behavior, which was eroding his sense of security. Although the security department hadn't made any significant moves, making these rat anomalies seem trivial. But, Lin Zichen didn't want to leave his personal safety in the hands of others. Because the security department isn't omnipotent. The security department believes that the recent rat anomalies are unrelated to the rat god cult, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are indeed unrelated. If the security department were so prescient, then the former head of the security team wouldn't have died to rats. So, he had to rely on himself. Only by becoming stronger could he assure his own safety. Therefore, the urgent task at hand was to find ways to earn money to buy violent great eagle meat, and then unlock the violent great eagle album to gain biometric attributes and become stronger. This raises the question, how was he going to earn money? Programming? Not really feasible. It took time to learn, and even after learning, he had to find work, deal with clients, and it's a hassle. Most importantly, programming was just too boring. Whether during learning or when making extra money, it was all very dull and tedious. Better to write novels for manuscript fees. While earning money, he could also write the little stories he liked, killing two birds with one stone. Lin Zichen thought it over and finally decided to follow in his father's footsteps. Having read so many novels in his past life, he was well versed in various thrilling plot twists. In this world, earning money as a writer would be a piece of cake. Most importantly, writing novels didn't take much time and wouldn't encroach on his training schedule. The minimum update requirement for a novel was 4,000 words per day. At a rate of 2,000 words per hour, he only needed to spend 2 hours a day to complete the workload. Once he got used to it, maybe he could finish 4,000 words in just 1 hour. Or even more boldly, turn into a writing machine and churn out 10,000 words in an hour. He had to believe in the strength of his celestial gifts. No, he had to believe in his own strength. In short, writing novels was easier than programming. Both physically and mentally, it was a more joyful venture. Of course, this was under the assumption that his writing was good and people wanted to read it, otherwise it would all be for naught. Once he had the idea, Lin Zichen immediately went to his parents and shared his intention to write a novel. Upon hearing this, both were quite surprised. Among them, Zhang Wangzhen asked curiously, Xiao Chen, what suddenly made you think of writing novels? Studying and training are too exhausting. I want to do something I like to relax during my breaks, and I like writing novels. Lin Zichen offered such an excuse. In reality, he liked reading novels, not writing them. Writing novels was exhausting, draining both mentally and physically. Insomnia, anxiety, depression, cervical spine issues, lumbar disc herniation, shoulder periarthritis, tenosynovitis, these are all common occupational diseases for novelists. Nevertheless, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen didn't doubt their son's words. The couple thought it made perfect sense for their son to like writing novels given that both parents were authors. After all, the family of three lived under one roof every day, it was only natural for their son to be influenced over time. Thinking it over for a moment. Finally, the couple supported Lin Zichen's idea to write novels in his spare time to relax. After all, Lin Zichen was a genius, there was no need to worry that writing novels would affect his studies. When he saw his parents agree, Lin Zichen asked Zhang Wangzhen to set up a writer's account for him. He was still underage and couldn't sign up for an account on his own, he needed to use his parents' ID to set up a sub-account. Zhang Wangzhen didn't think much of it and quickly brought her ID for him to register a writer's account. During registration, Lin Zichen randomly chose a pseudonym, Ziai Chen amidst the Han. After a moment, the registration was complete. Zhang Wangzhen, out of curiosity, asked, "Son, what genre do you want to write?" "I will write urban novels, about growing up together with a childhood sweetheart," replied Lin Zichen, feeling the market for it was promising. After all, childhood sweethearts were the unattainable fantasy for many, and he believed that writing about this would attract many readers. Especially the process of growing up together from childhood holds a special nurturing charm for readers. Most importantly, he actually had a childhood sweetheart, Shen Qinghan, and could incorporate their real-life experiences into the story, offering authenticity and relatability. Hearing that, Zhang Wangzhen couldn't help but express an aunt's smile, asking, "Oh my, are you writing about Han Han?" Lin Zichen smiled and didn't speak, not denying this. He planned to turn the tables in his novel, letting Shen Qinghan shine as the genius and giving her a taste of victory. P.S. Begging Bowl out, for monthly and recommendation tickets. 58. Activate the backup hidden energy. After deciding to write a novel, Lin Zichen spent the following days brainstorming the beginning. As for the setting, just apply reality directly. The plot would be a patchwork of various novels he had read in his past life, plus some everyday experiences with Shen Qinghan. The only thing worth considering was how to design the female lead's character. Temporarily, she'd be a female genius. But what about her personality? It couldn't just replicate Shen Qinghan's, could it? How could a genius be so timid? Lin Zichen pondered over this problem for a whole week. Finally, on a quiet night, he succeeded in finalizing the characters of both the male and female leads. Male lead, handsome-looking, weak in power, but with a very sly personality, cunning and deceitful, base and shameless, lecherous, and often taking advantage of the girl next door, who's the female lead. Female lead, a genius, Sundara, has the right set of principles, a bit stubborn, appears cold on the outside but is actually craving the male lead's affection on the inside. The story's main thread, in the early stages, the male lead is weak and survives by relying on the protection of the childhood friend female lead, eventually surpassing her in strength and in turn protecting her. During this time, their feelings for each other warm up, and the lovers eventually become spouses. It's a very cliched story, one that many readers are tired of. But the good thing is that it's easy to write, no need for plotting, he could just sit in front of the computer and type away haphazardly. After determining the characteristics of the male and female leads, Lin Zichen immediately started typing the beginning of the story. It took about 3 hours to write a 6,000 word opening, which he then posted directly to the website before turning off the lights and going to bed. The next day, when he woke up, Lin Zichen opened the writer's assistant app and found that he had received a contract offer from the website. During breakfast, he told his parents about it. His parents were stunned at first. Getting a contract the first time writing a book? You're joking, right? After a moment of regaining their composure, the couple praised Lin Zichen's writing talent, saying he had the makings of a great author and that he truly was the son of two writers. Great writer, write well, and once your book has more words, Mom will recommend it to the reader groups. Dad will also help you promote it. I know many author friends, and I'll ask them to recommend your book when the time comes, said Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng, smiling at Lin Zichen. A few days later, on a Saturday afternoon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were doing interval sprints on the road, training their speed and endurance for running. After finishing, while relaxing their muscles on a bench, Shen Qinghan suddenly asked with curiosity. Zichen, I heard from Aunt Xin that you've written an online novel with the two of us as the main characters. Is that true? Yep, it's true. Zichen, I want to see it. Sure, the title is Green Plum, the little white face behind the goddess. It's posted on Kidian Chinese network. Just search for it, and you'll find it, Lin Zichen said without embarrassment, directly telling Shen Qinghan the name of his book. On hearing such a title, Shen Qinghan blinked. What kind of title was that? It was so weird. But, she really wanted to read it. Thinking this, Shen Qinghan immediately picked up her phone, enjoying the massage from Lin Zichen while eagerly starting to read his novel. However, she hadn't read for long when her face turned red. The novel's female lead was named Lin Zichen, a female genius described as having fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, sporting a cold face all day long, with a very domineering aura. Reading about such a female lead made her feel embarrassed. After all, in reality, she was just an introverted little scaredy cat, not domineering at all. She could not continue reading after a while. It wasn't that she didn't enjoy it, but Lin Zichen was right beside her, and she felt awkward savoring it. She thought she would wait until she got home and then secretly enjoy it in her room at night. About 20 minutes later, the massage was over. Xiao Chen and Shen Qinghan rushed home together. They hadn't been running for long when Shen Qinghan suddenly stopped and clenched her legs together, urgently needing to use the restroom. However, there weren't any restrooms nearby, which really troubled her. Seeing that she was truly desperate, Xiao Chen said to her, "Don't just stand there being foolish, go behind that tree over there to take care of it. I'll keep watch, and no one will come. Urinating in public is so uncultured." Shen Qinghan hesitated and fidgeted, unable to let go. In fact, at that moment, she wasn't concerned about being uncultured at all, she just felt too embarrassed to urinate by the roadside with Xiao Chen present. Xiao Chen, unaware of her thoughts, said indifferently, "You're doing a good thing, fertilizing the tree, how is that uncultured?" "But..." "No buts, if you keep hesitating, you might end up wetting your pants. Then you must keep watch for me, make sure no one comes." Unable to hold it any longer, Shen Qinghan let go of her inhibitions, threw out those words, and quickly ran behind the tree with her legs pressed together to relieve herself. She was truly frustrated with her own body, which often had sudden urges to urinate, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. About 3 minutes later, Shen Qinghan walked out from behind the tree, her pretty face as red as a ripe peach, seemingly ready to drip juice with a pinch. Knowing she was embarrassed, Xiao Chen pretended as if nothing had happened and jogged home with her. He had grown accustomed to Shen Qinghan's frequent urgent need to urinate. After all, counting from the time they were both babies until now, he had been peed on by Shen Qinghan no less than 100 times. Before long, both of them returned home. After taking a shower and finishing her meal, Shen Qinghan reviewed a few test papers in her room, and when she saw it was about time, she turned off the lights, crawled into bed, snuggled under the covers, and lay on her side to read the novel Xiao Chen had written on her mobile phone. When she reached a sweet interaction between the male and female protagonists, her pretty face unconsciously revealed an auntie's smile, and she let out a silly giggle without realizing it. In another room separated by 2 walls, Xiao Chen had just finished exercising and showering, and was sitting on his bed browsing news on his mobile phone. Suddenly, with his superhuman senses, in the quiet of the night, he faintly heard a silly laugh coming from the next room. Recognizing it as Shen Qinghan's voice, he was puzzled. What was she laughing silly about in her room instead of sleeping at this late hour? He just wondered briefly and didn't dwell on it too much. Shaking his head, he continued browsing the news on his phone. As he scrolled, his eyes suddenly widened at a news piece related to gigantic mutant rats. And it was local news from Shanghai City. He immediately opened the news and quickly skimmed through the content. He then learned that just 2 hours earlier, a gigantic mutant rat had attacked a cold storage facility for exotic beast meat on the outskirts of town. Fortunately, the cold storage was guarded by a mechanically modified human who swiftly killed the sudden attacker, preventing significant losses. After reading the news, Xiao Chen went to a specialized forum to search for related content. Soon, he found a on-site video. The gigantic mutant rat that attacked the cold storage facility was enormous, and judging by the comparison with the mechanically modified human, it was over 5 meters long. At the start, the mechanically modified human engaged in a physical fight with the monstrous rat. It was losing, got bitten in half in one bite. The upper body flew off, while the lower body was gripped in the rat's maw, being torn apart. However, it didn't die and was still alive. It immediately abandoned the lower body and activated the backup hidden energy source, blowing the gigantic mutant rat up on the spot. To be able to live without the lower half of the body and even self-destruct to kill the enemy, that's the power of technology. Musing over this, Xiao Chen soon became lost in thought. Why are there more gigantic mutant rats appearing? How many of them are actually hiding in Shanghai City? And with such enormous sizes when adult, where on earth could they be hiding to stay undetected by humans all this time? P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Challenge the strongest regular class in the second year of high school. Time flew by, and over half a month had passed. Class 1 of the top freshmen, grade 1, at Shanghai High School, was about to face the challenge of the strongest ordinary class among sophomores, class 6. The date was set for today, Saturday, at 8 a.m. The venue was arranged to be in the school's gymnasium. For this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, leaving the house for school before 6 a.m. With the battle starting at 8 a.m., they had to be at the gym at least an hour early to warm up. Because they had gotten up so early, their parents hadn't yet made breakfast, so the two, on an empty stomach, quickly walked into a breakfast shop by the roadside and ordered 2 bowls of lean pork and offal congee to start eating. During their meal, Shen Qinghan gave Lin Zichen a nudge and whispered as she pointed to a corner of the breakfast shop. "Xiao Chen, isn't that boy over there Zhang Kai's cousin?" Zhang Kai's cousin. Following Shen Qinghan's gesture, Lin Zichen saw a very familiar-looking blonde youth. It really was Zhang Kai's cousin. He was eating breakfast with a middle-aged man who looked like his father. Lin Zichen just glanced over and didn't pay much attention, quickly returning to his congee. However, given the short distance, he couldn't help but overhear their conversation. "Dad, I want to buy a motorcycle to ride." "Buy what?" "Your cousin just broke his leg not long ago and now he's had an amputation. There's no money for a prosthetic limb, he'll have to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair." "Have you forgotten that already?" "Then I won't buy it." "That's more like it." "Sure, your cousin broke his leg and got amputated, but the motorcycle didn't break, it's still rideable. Why don't you just ride your cousin's?" "I'll go to your aunt this afternoon and get the motorcycle for you." Zhang Kai had broken his leg and had an amputation? Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling surprised. Life is indeed full of uncertainties. You never know if an accident or tomorrow will come first. Shanghai High School, Gymnasium. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, it was precisely 7 a.m. At this time, people from both classes had all gathered. Under the leadership of their respective homeroom teachers, they were doing simple warm-up exercises. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan set down their backpacks and quickly joined in. When the time reached 7:40 a.m., Han Yuanfeng called out to the team, Zichen, He Yu, Lu Gang, Shu Ji, U4, come here a minute. Once the four had gathered around, Han Yuanfeng began to analyze the situation of Class 6 of Grade 2 and arranged the corresponding tactics. One-on-one, their top strength isn't as good as our classes. However, they have more top-level fighters than our class, so their overall average strength is stronger than ours. Under these circumstances, when both sides' top fighters come into play later on, they will definitely rely on their numerical advantage to focus on defense and wage a war of attrition, trying to wear down the four of you through successive battles. Remember, when it's your turn, don't waste your energy dueling with the opponent. Go for quick decisive battles as soon as you get on stage, got it? Got it. The four responded almost simultaneously. Satisfied with their response, Han Yuanfeng nodded and then turned to the rest of the students in the class, saying, Everyone stop warming up for a moment, stop and listen to me. Once the contest starts, to let everyone participate, I will have the weaker ones go up to the martial stage first to avoid the stronger ones going up and breezing through, leaving others simply watching from the sidelines. Also, although we are lower grade students and the challengers, we are the top class. Each one of us is a highly gifted academic prodigy. When you go up there, be confident and do not get stage fright, got it? I understand. The class replied in unison. On the other side, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, Grade 11, was also motivating his students, saying that even if the students of the top class are more talented, they have one less year of training than our class. Everyone be confident, and let's beat the top class outright in a moment. Upon hearing this, the students in the class responded as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Soon, the time reached 8 a.m., and the friendly competition officially began. The form of the competition was still a martial arts tournament. Both classes sent out their representatives. The loser would leave the stage and their class would send up a new challenger, while the winner remained on the stage to defend and face the next opponent. At the beginning of the first match, Lin Zichen volunteered to fight. Not waiting for Han Yuanfeng to react, he leaped onto the martial stage. He needed to defeat as many opponents as possible to complete the survival of the fittest achievement. Thus, for him, the earlier he got on the stage, the better. On the other side, the first to take the stage for Class 6, Grade 11, was a petite senior girl. She was the weakest in the class, and according to the tacit rules of class sparring, she went out first. Teacher, they are starting with the strongest one on their side right away. How am I supposed to fight this? The senior girl saw Lin Zichen coming onto the stage and turned to her own homeroom teacher with a bitter face to complain. The homeroom teacher of Class 6, Grade 11, turned to Han Yuanfeng right away with a puzzled face and said, Yuanfeng, why did you send your strongest student to start the first battle? This is against the rules. Hearing this, Han Yuanfeng reacted immediately and shouted toward Lin Zichen on the stage, Zichen, come down. You'll take your turn later, let the weaker classmates go first. Lin Zichen, realizing he could not bend the rules, could only smile sheepishly as he stepped down, apologizing for forgetting the rules during his first class competition. Seeing him come down, Han Yuanfeng turned to a short girl in the class and said to her, Yun Tong, you go first. Me, first. The girl pointed to herself, her lips slightly parted in surprise, and for a moment, she thought she had heard wrong. According to the rules of the competition, going first implied being the weakest in the class. However, while the girl was among the weaker in the class, she wasn't the weakest. The weakest was Shen Qinghan. So, by rights, it should have been Shen Qinghan going first. The girl felt very dissatisfied about this, internally grumbling why she had to go first when she wasn't the weakest in the class, unwilling to have the label of weakest stuck to her head. Han Yuanfeng understood this, but considering Shen Qinghan's relationship with Lin Zichen, he decided not to label Shen Qinghan as the weakest of the class. He thought it better to curry favor with Lin Zichen by showing preferential treatment to Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen's talent was too high, and he was bound to achieve greatness in the future. By being on good terms with him now, it would bring many benefits in the future. Shen Qinghan didn't know what Han Yuanfeng was thinking. She only knew that if she didn't go first, Yun Tong would definitely harbor resentment because of it. So she took the initiative to walk up to Han Yuanfeng, her voice soft, "Teacher Han, I'm the weakest, I should go first." Since the other classmates had become aware of her status as a favored student, she was now extremely cautious in the class, afraid of offending anyone and being disliked. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen felt somewhat uncomfortable. He wanted to change Shen Qinghan's awkward situation in the class, but after thinking it over, he realized that aside from training her as much as possible to help her become stronger, there wasn't much else he could do. P.S. Holding out my bowl for monthly and recommendation tickets. Turtle-style play. Seeing Shen Qinghan had volunteered to fight, Han Yuanfeng had no reason to refuse, so he let her go up and fight the first battle. Soon, under everyone's gaze, Shen Qinghan stepped onto the martial stage. Due to her outstanding looks, when the senior boys of class 6-2 saw her, their eyes immediately lit up. A few with more unrestrained personalities couldn't help but cheer from the audience, shouting at their classmate to go easy on the cute junior sister. They kept shouting without stop. Until their homeroom teacher glared at them fiercely, then they knew to shut up and quiet down. "Han Han, you got this. Teammate, take her down." Below the stage, Li Chuxin and He Yu were cheering Shen Qinghan on. Shen Qinghan smiled back at the two of them, but her smile was clearly forced, completely void of fighting spirit. She knew how weak she was and understood that once the fight started, she would undoubtedly be beaten one-sidedly by her opponent. No matter how much others cheered, it wouldn't change this fact. In fact, the more they cheered, the more pressure she felt, making her feel so overwhelmed she could barely breathe. "Are both contestants ready?" On the stage, the teacher acting as the referee saw both were in position and immediately asked loudly. "Ready X2." Shen Qinghan and her senior both replied at the same time. The referee, seeing this, immediately raised his right hand high and then brought it down swiftly, saying, "Begin the fight." As soon as the words were spoken, the senior stepped forward like an arrow, charging at Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was prepared for this, and quickly raised her hands to protect herself and take the blows. She was purely on the receiving end of the attacks and hardly fought back. It wasn't that she was too scared to fight back, but she knew in her heart that she had no chance of winning against her opponent. The only thing she could do was to try to hold on as long as possible to deplete her opponent's energy. Seeing her adopt a turtle-like strategy, where no matter how much she was hit, she wouldn't fight back, the senior became impatient and decisively unleashed her full strength, raining down blows on her. This went on for a little over 3 minutes. Shen Qinghan could no longer withstand the assault and was knocked off the martial stage by the senior's running charge. It was a painful fall. But she did not show much of it on her face and silently got up, walking back to her class team. "Qinghan, not a bad fight. You knew to focus on defense to deplete the opponent's energy, very smart." Han Yuanfeng gave Shen Qinghan a thumbs up, praising her with an approving look on his face. Shen Qinghan just smiled at him and quickly walked over to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen saw Shen Qinghan approaching and praised her with a smile. "That's pretty good, managing to hold on for over 3 minutes against a senior who has had an extra year of practice. You've improved a lot." "I haven't improved that much. It was just because I decided to play the turtle and take the beating that I was able to last a bit longer. If you've improved, then you've improved. Don't always belittle yourself. Lin Zichen then pulled Shen Qinghan to sit down next to him and skillfully began to check her body for injuries, seeing if there were any areas that got hurt. After all, she had just taken a brutal beating on the stage from the seniors' all-out attack and was sure to have many bruises. Ah, that hurts. Shen Qinghan suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Zichen had touched a spot he shouldn't have. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately used his body to block the view of those around and slightly lifted Shen Qinghan's clothes, finding a significant bruise on her waist. I'll apply a cold compress to stop the bleeding for now, and you can warm compress it tomorrow to promote blood circulation and disperse the bruising. Okay, I know. Shen Qinghan obediently nodded her head. Lin Zichen fetched a cold compress patch from his backpack and gently applied it to the bruised area on her waist. During this, Shen Qinghan's cheeks flushed with a trace of red as she felt the touch and warmth from Lin Zichen's fingertips. Their actions were too intimate, and with so many people around, it made her feel extremely embarrassed. Lin Zichen didn't have as many thoughts as she did and continued to silently check her body for any other injuries. Many girls in the class watched the scene, their faces filled with envy and even jealousy towards Shen Qinghan. They thought to themselves that Shen Qinghan was really lucky to have been born next door to Lin Zichen and to have grown up with him since childhood. Otherwise, with her academic performance, worthy of speaking a word to Lin Zichen? At most, she would just be a roadside wildflower with a bit of attractiveness, destined to lead a mediocre life. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan, who was having her body checked, vaguely sensed the glances from the girls in the class. As she felt the envy and jealousy mixed in those glances, she couldn't help but lower her head and purse her lips. In the past, she would have really enjoyed these envious or jealous looks from her female peers. But as she grew older and became aware of the gap between herself and Lin Zichen, along with the hostility that this gap brought, she gradually began to fear these looks. She always felt she wasn't worthy of Lin Zichen and lived under great pressure every day. On the other side, the second duel had already begun on the martial stage. The girl who, earlier, had been arranged by Han Yuanfeng to fight first was now on stage. Her surname was Wen, her name Yuntung. Wen Yuntung had a rather fiery personality and didn't like a defensive style of fighting. As soon as the fight started, she charged to her senior's side and kicked fiercely towards her face. She thought that any senior who lasted only 3 minutes on stage with Shen Qinghan must be trash, and she believed a full force kick from herself would be enough to take them down easily. However, this petite senior was nothing like the trash she had imagined. In the face of her kick, the senior simply shifted slightly to the side, dodging the kick with breathtaking precision. Then, taking advantage of Yuntung's leg still being extended, she threw a punch that smacked right into Yuntung's face, leaving her dazed and stumbling. Following up on her advantage, a sweep of the leg brought Yuntung crashing to the ground, and she quickly pinned her down, making it hard for her to move or breathe. Seeing this, the referee immediately declared the senior the winner. As the senior stood up from the ground, she looked down from her elevated position at her defeated opponent and sneered. "Ha! Rushing in with no concern for defense, do you look down on the ordinary class? Sure, I may not have your talent, but I've practiced a year longer than you. What makes you so confident that you're stronger than me now? Maybe practice for another year before you try fighting me." Wen Yuntung said nothing, quietly stood up, and left the martial stage. As soon as she stepped down from the stage, Han Yuanfeng immediately frowned and criticized her. "Yuntong, what was that fighting style? You only know offense without a thought for defense. Have you forgotten everything I've taught in class?" "Teacher, I was arrogant just now. I won't make the same mistake again." Wen Yuntung admitted her mistake openly. Han Yuanfeng, seeing her admit her fault, didn't know what more to say. But he was thinking to himself. This Wen Yuntung was not even as good as Shen Qinghan, who had lasted more than 3 minutes on stage. Soon, the third duel began. The contestant was Li Chuxin. Her strength was third from the bottom in the class, only better than Shen Qinghan and Wen Yuntung. Han Han, I'll avenge you. Watch me crush that senior. Go for it. Just watch, it won't take me 5 minutes to take her down. After dropping these words, Li Chuxin confidently ascended the stage. And true to her word, in less than 5 minutes, she had defeated the senior. Seeing this from below the stage, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but admire. Xiao Chen, Chu Xin is really amazing. You're amazing too. If it weren't for you wearing down the senior earlier, Chu Xin wouldn't have won so easily, Lin Zichen reasoned with her complimentarily. Shen Qinghan knew these words contradicted the facts and were just meant to comfort her, but she still felt very happy, as if she wasn't entirely worthless in the class. P.S. The next chapter will be posted at 1 o'clock. I found a bug in the plot that I need to rewrite and correct. Sorry for the inconvenience. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen. 61. The Last Seedling. In the time that followed, the two classes sent one after another to the stage for duels, never stopping. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Class 1 of Grade 11 only had 4 people left. Class 6 of Grade 12 still had 18 people. The difference in numbers was very big. Clearly, in terms of average class strength, Grade 11 Class 1 was far behind Grade 12 Class 6 and not at the same level. The main reason was that school had just started not long ago, and the freshmen in Grade 11 Class 1 had practiced too little, many of their talents had not been fully realized. Bro Han, your class is down to 4 people. It looks like I've definitely won the meal we bet on. The homeroom teacher of Grade 12 Class 6, a middle-aged trendy man with a short ponytail, looked at Han Yuanfeng with some pride. Han Yuanfeng smiled calmly and responded, "Don't speak too soon, let's just wait and see." As the homeroom teacher of Grade 11 Class 1, he was very clear about one thing. That was that only Lin Zichen, Wang Shijia, Lu Gang, and He Yu were the true strength of Grade 11 Class 1. As for the students who went before them, they were mere cannon fodder who were there to participate. No matter how badly they lost, it would not greatly affect the outcome. The real contest was just beginning. Soon, Han Yuanfeng turned to He Yu, who was eagerly warming up, and said, "He Yu, you're up next." "Received." He Yu responded. Then he leaped onto the martial stage and looked at his opponent with a rather silly grin and said, "My fists have been itching for a fight. May I ask, Senior, are you ready to face my rock-hard fists?" "Idiot." Seeing his childishness, the senior opposite him blurted out an insult. The word wasn't very hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. He Yu instantly turned red with anger. Damn it, hindering someone's swagger is like killing their parents. This senior was very insensitive, he would be defeated in seconds and then humiliated severely. Once both had taken their places, the referee quickly called out, "Duel, begin." No sooner had the sound faded than He Yu sprinted forward with a powerful kick, swiftly closing the gap and knocking his opponent off the martial stage with a spin and a seated bump. The manner in which he defeated his opponent was utterly humiliating. Afterward, still standing at the edge of the martial stage, he gloatingly hurled trash talk at his opponent. "No way, that's all you've got? Where do you get off calling someone an idiot? You're the trash here. Referee, this is a malicious insult to the opponent and a violation of martial spirit. I request that he be disqualified." The homeroom teacher of Grade 12 Class 6 complained to the referee. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately looked at He Yu and sternly warned, "Young man, please watch your language. You must not maliciously insult your opponent." As soon as He Yu heard this, he was immediately displeased and retorted, "Can you stop being so hypocritical? When that guy called me an idiot just now, why didn't you warn him?" Referee, warning for the second time. He Yu wanted to snap back, but before he could say anything, Han Yuanfeng shouted from below, "He Yu, talk less, do more. You need to learn to express your opinions with real actions on the martial stage." At that moment, Han Yuanfeng was feeling quite annoyed. Just now, the homeroom teacher of grade 12 class 6 actually requested the referee to disqualify He Yu? What did that mean? Just to win a bet for a meal, had he abandoned all martial ethics? What sort of person does that? Soon, the next duel began. The opposing contestant was a senior almost 1.9 meters tall, with very developed muscles and a body full of explosive strength. Facing such a towering opponent, He Yu didn't falter at all but used his exquisite boxing and kicking skills to defeat him in less than 5 minutes and easily secured a victory. Afterward, he grew even more vigorous with each battle and knocked down 3 more opponents in a row. Adding the 2 from before, he had achieved a 5-kill streak. It wasn't until his 6th individual match that he finally lost the duel, begrudgingly, due to exhaustion. By that time, Grade 11 Class 1 was down to 3 people. Grade 12 Class 6 still had 13 people. Wang Shijia, you're up. Received. About an hour later, Wang Shijia's performance was over as well. He did even better than He Yu, having defeated 10 people in a row, until he lost due to exhaustion during his 11th match. And now, the number of remaining students in both classes was nearly the same. Class 1 of Senior Year 1 has 2 remaining. Class 6 of Senior Year 2 has 3 remaining. Liu Gang, it's your turn. Roger that. Liu Gang responded and instantly leaped onto the martial stage. In less than 10 minutes, he dispatched the opposing team's 2 top players at light speed, leaving them with only 1 person standing, performing brilliantly. Shu Ji, the top combat powers of your class don't seem up to snuff. It looks like the meal we bet on is mine for the taking. Seeing how the situation was greatly in his favor, Han Yuanfeng confidently said to the homeroom teacher of Class 6 of Senior Year 2. The other party chuckled in response, that's not necessarily the case. After speaking, he looked towards the sole remaining member of his class, a dark-skinned fatty, and said with a smile, Wang Jinhe, it's your turn to perform. Soon, this dark-skinned fatty named Wang Jinhe took the stage. His body was as round as a ball, moving extremely slowly. It took him almost half a minute just to walk from the audience seating to the martial stage. He was like an aged turtle. Han Yuanfeng looked at the dark-skinned fatty on the stage, somewhat puzzled. Shu Ji, are you sure he's a student from your class? I've never seen him before. The homeroom teacher of Class 6 of Senior Year 2 explained, he transferred to my class this semester, of course, you haven't seen him. Han Yuanfeng nodded and said no more. Elsewhere, Shen Qinghan leaned towards Lin Zichen, her face close to his ear, whispering doubtfully, Zichen, he's really fat, can someone this fat even be admitted into the martial arts class? I'm also curious, let's see how he performs against Liu Gang in the upcoming showdown. We should know what's going on after we watch. Lin Zichen said calmly. When he first arrived at the gymnasium, he had immediately noticed this dark-skinned fatty and wondered why there would be such a fat student in the martial arts class. Logically, with the huge amount of exercise the students of the martial arts class do every day, there should be no one that overweight. Was he a connection that got in through the back door? But that didn't seem likely. After all, he was the last to compete, meaning he was supposedly the strongest in his class. Before long, the duel on stage began. The dark-skinned fatty stood still like a mountain, showing no intention of taking action. Facing this bulky opponent, Liu Gang didn't flinch and charged straight at him. His primary tactic was sheer brawn. Short punches, hook punches, side kicks, flying kicks, sweeping legs, elbow strikes, knee strikes, rushing shoulder, iron mountain lean. Liu Gang used all 18 martial arts skills, attacking the dark-skinned fatty furiously. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not break through the opponent's defense. Too much fat. The flesh was too thick. He couldn't stir him. Liu Gang grew anxious, but he had no plan left and could only continue to increase his strength, attacking the dark-skinned fatty like mad. Unfortunately, he still couldn't inflict any damage. Finished? If you are done, it's my turn. The dark-skinned fatty grinned, then grabbed Liu Gang's shoulder and effortlessly lifted him up before casually tossing him off the martial stage. With Liu Gang's defeat, both classes were down to their last member. Han, even you are down to one person, it looks like I'm winning, the homeroom teacher of Class 6 of Senior Year 2 said proudly to Han Yuanfeng. Han Yuanfeng also felt he was losing. Even Liu Gang, one of the best in his class, seemed as weak as a chick in front of the dark-skinned fatty, easily lifted and thrown off the martial stage. The remaining Lin Zichen probably didn't stand a chance against this dark-skinned fatty either. Ah, outplayed. Han Yuanfeng shook his head and sighed in frustration, saying with a rueful smile, I was wondering why you dared to make a bet like that with me, turns out you had this ace up your sleeve, such lack of martial honor. The homeroom teacher of Class 6 of Senior Year 2 laughed and said, haha, it's mutual, Han. Didn't you also bet with me because you thought you could win easily? We're all the same. Hearing this, Han Yuanfeng felt his heart bleeding. The bet he made with the teacher of Class 6 of Senior Year 2 was that the loser had to treat the entire winning class to a meal at the restaurant across from the school. Treating an entire class of students to a meal is not cheap, it would cost at least half a month's salary. The more Han Yuanfeng thought about it, the more he regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have made the bet. It would have been much better simply to have a normal friendly match. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation votes. 62, full of question marks. It's over, our class is going to lose. What's with that dark and chubby senior? How can he be so strong? Could he really be just a regular student? Sigh, I thought our class could exchange a few moves with the second-year key class, but it turns out we can't even beat a regular second-year class. Seeing Liu Gang powerless and being carried off the martial stage by the black chubby senior with just one hand, the students of Class 1, Grade 1 felt very disappointed, as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. Amid the crowd, Wang Shijia immediately approached Liu Gang as he returned to the team and asked, Liu Gang, how did it feel? Liu Gang was obviously disappointed, but still maintained his confidence, that Fat Senior is very strong. Beneath that fat is all muscle, he can take a hit and dish it out. I can't handle him at all right now. But, just give me another 6 months to train and grow, by the second semester of first year, I will definitely be able to pin him to the ground and rub his face in it. To put it bluntly, that Fat Senior is only using his size to his advantage, taking advantage of everyone's strength not being developed yet to be a nuisance. Once we all get stronger, he will just be a moving target. The more Liu Gang talked, the more confident he became, completely dismissing the black chubby senior, even though he had just been tossed off the martial stage like picking up a tiny chick. Listening to him, Wang Shijia nodded in agreement and then asked, so, what do you think are the odds of Lin Zichen winning in the upcoming match? 0 chance. Liu Gang didn't even have to think before he replied. He quickly explained, Lin Zichen is very strong, much stronger than me, but that's overall. In terms of strength alone, he's not much stronger than me and won't be able to break through that fat senior's defense. Indeed. Wang Shijia nodded in agreement. I remember during the physical test, his one-handed lift was only 30 kilograms more than yours, not much stronger. At this moment, the 2 top students from Nangwon City didn't think Lin Zichen had a chance of winning the upcoming match. It wasn't that they thought Lin Zichen was weak, but that they believed the black chubby senior on stage was stronger. They considered him an invincible newbie village boss in front of all these first-year freshmen. A girl nearby couldn't listen anymore and scoffed at them. Just because you two are trash doesn't mean everyone else is like you, have some shame, will you? Wang Shijia and Liu Gang glanced at the girl and saw that she was a little fan sister of Lin Zichen, so they couldn't be bothered to pay attention and walked away to avoid arguing with her. The two thought the little fan sister was brainless, a fanatic, with her head filled with the idea that her brother was the strongest in the universe, and it was pointless to waste words arguing with her. Elsewhere, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with watery, curious eyes and asked, "Xiao Chen, did you see it? What's so special about that chubby senior?" "Yes, I've noticed." Lin Zichen explained simply to her, that chubby senior isn't traditionally fat, but rather a muscle man wrapped in a layer of fat. Aside from lacking agility, he maxed out his strength and defense. A muscle man wrapped in a layer of fat. Shen Qinghan became even more puzzled and asked, "But that doesn't make biological sense. Is it even possible to train a body like that?" Lin Zichen, "Maybe he's fallen into bad habits, gorging and leading to a ruined figure, or he could be ill, or some other reason. I'm not exactly sure." While they discussed this, Han Yuanfeng came over from the front, smiling at Lin Zichen, and said, "Ziai Chen, it's your turn." "All right." Lin Zichen responded and got up to head towards the martial stage. However, Han Yuanfeng didn't rush him onto the stage but asked him to wait a moment and began a chat. "Ziai Chen, that chubby senior on the stage, even among the key classes, is one of the top students. Normally, you wouldn't find a student with that kind of ability in a regular class. I don't know what's going on this year, to suddenly have such a strong student transfer to a regular class. So, don't be disheartened if you lose later. It's normal to lose to him, it would be abnormal to win." Han Yuanfeng spoke solemnly, "Anyway, just stay in the right mindset, stay on the stage as long as you can. This will be a valuable real fight for you, where you can accumulate a lot of experience, so don't focus too much on winning or losing." "Lin Zichen, I will win." Han Yuanfeng, "Forget it, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. All that talking just now was for nothing." "Well, it's good to have confidence. But the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I hope he won't be too shattered when he loses later." Thinking this, Han Yuanfeng stretched out his hand and patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, saying, "Good luck." "Okay." Lin Zichen, a man of few words, briefly replied and then walked towards the martial stage. Under everyone's gaze, he leapt onto the martial stage with a single bound. As soon as his handsome face appeared on the martial stage, a chorus of adoring sighs quickly erupted from the girls of Class 2, Grade 11. They all talked about how good-looking the younger classmate was, each wearing a smitten smile on their face. Among them, several senior girls who had advanced straight from junior high were eagerly introducing Lin Zichen to those who didn't know him, recounting the legends of Lin Zichen's days in junior high. Apart from the adoring sighs of the senior girls, there was also a multitude of cheers and shouts of encouragement from his classmates. Even those boys who normally envied him and didn't like him were now shouting and cheering for him. After all, at this moment, Lin Zichen was the last hope of their class, the hope of everyone. As classmates from the same class, everyone wanted him to win to share the glory and the loss. On the martial stage, the black and chubby senior, hearing the adoring sighs and cheers around him, couldn't help expressing his envy. Being handsome is so great, getting all the attention from the girls. True beauty is the beauty of the soul, Lin Zichen consoled, though dishonestly. However, the black and chubby senior, with really low emotional intelligence, disagreed. "Junior, you're wrong. In this dog-eat-dog world, only the strongest are considered beautiful." After saying this, he suddenly became thoughtful. "Actually, this game of life is quite balanced. Take me, for instance. I may not be good-looking, but on the other hand, my strength is substantial." No sooner had he finished these words than a little fan of Lin Zichen below shouted, "But Ziai Chen is both handsome and strong in a fight." At that moment, the black and chubby senior was speechless and stunned. To relieve his own embarrassment, and also to show off before the fight, he quickly grinned and said, "Junior, I do not play the bully. In the upcoming fight, I'll stand still and let you have 10 moves just so you and your little fans won't feel aggrieved afterward and accuse me behind my back of taking advantage of my size, thus winning dishonorably. Take advantage of size? So as not to feel aggrieved afterward? Lin Zichen found these words rather familiar. After a moment's thought, he realized that they closely resembled what Han Yuanfeng had said with a show-off attitude during their martial arts team practice sessions in their junior high days. Are you both ready? Seeing that the two had taken their positions, the referee in the middle of the martial stage asked. Ready, both responded in unison. Upon hearing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand high and then chopped it down quickly. The contest begins. The moment the referee's words fell, the black and chubby senior shouted with an air of superiority. Come on, junior. Your senior, will stand still and let you have 10 moves. Attack me with all your might. Okay. Lin Zichen nodded and agreed. Then, under the puzzled gaze of everyone present, he calmly walked up to the black and chubby senior, stopped in front of him, and casually lifted his right leg to kick him off the martial stage. At that moment, the black and chubby senior, still tumbling on the ground, had a head full of question marks. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 63, the strongest student in school history. When everyone saw Lin Zichen casually kick his opponent off the martial stage with a single kick, the same sound buzzed through everyone's mind. The chubby guy actually lost? Kicked off the martial stage by a freshman? How is that possible? All the people present were shocked, their faces full of disbelief, and for a moment, they thought they were hallucinating. Among them, a senior girl was so startled that she opened her mouth into an O shape, big enough to fit in 2 cucumbers, and with her eyeballs almost popping out, her expression was extremely exaggerated. How is it possible? How could I possibly be kicked off the martial stage so easily by you? This is unscientific. The chubby guy rolled more than 10 meters on the ground before coming to a stop, and as soon as he stopped, he sat up and yelled in disbelief. He pondered how he weighed over 250 kilograms, with the soles of his shoes being rough and anti-slip, granting him great friction with the ground usually, even when several people pushed him, they couldn't move him. How could a freshman possibly kick him off the martial stage? This was simply unreasonable. However, no matter how unreasonable it seemed, the fact had indeed occurred before everyone's eyes. Zichen, did you hold back during the physical test? After recovering from his shock, Han Yuanfeng immediately looked at Lin Zichen on the stage and asked. Lin Zichen lied without batting an eye. Yeah, I did hold back, but not by much. The reason I could kick my senior off the martial stage just now is mainly due to my leg's naturally explosive power. Han Yuanfeng didn't doubt his words and quickly asked, Zichen, how much weight can you lift with one hand now? Lin Zichen answered calmly, I tested it at home last week, it's about 400 kg. 400 kg. Upon hearing such a number, Liu Gang, who was in the class team, was totally stunned. You can lift a 400 kilograms barbell with one hand. I have God-given strength, and the most I can lift is just over 310 kilograms. Who's the one with God-given strength then? While Liu Gang was feeling devastated, Wang Shijia wasn't doing any better, with a look of questioning his life plastered across his face. He had previously thought about surpassing Lin Zichen before graduating high school, to pin Lin Zichen down on the martial stage and rub him harshly in front of the whole class. But now, he realized that he was simply dreaming. Neither in terms of the current situation nor potential did he match up to the other. How could he possibly make a comeback? The gap not widening would already be something to be thankful for. Not far away, He came back to his senses from his daze, his face full of disbelief. He can lift a 400 kilograms barbell with one hand? Is this really a first-year high school student? Has Zichen been playing the fool all along? Li Chuxin looked at Shen Qinghan next to her with a puzzled face and asked, Han, I really can't understand why Zichen wasn't the top scholar of our city. Did he have diarrhea during the middle school exams? Xiao Chen felt a bit unwell during the middle school exams and didn't perform well. Also, he trained very hard during the summer vacation after the exams. He improved a lot at that time. Shen Qinghan considerately covered up the inconsistencies about Lin Zichen, doing the only thing she could to help him. As for why Lin Zichen was so strong, even she, as his childhood friend, didn't know. The one thing she knew more than the others was that Lin Zichen was much stronger than he usually showed. She still vividly remembered the incident from years ago, when they were followed by a human trafficker on their way home from school. Lin Zichen, who was only 8 years old at that time, punched the adult trafficker to the ground with a single blow, leaving him paralyzed, spewing blood from his mouth, and gasping for breath. "Ah, Zichen Jr., you're too amazing, so handsome and skilled in combat, senior sister feels like you've nearly stolen her soul. Zichen Jr., I want to be your friend, can I add you on WeChat? Zichen Jr., I'm your fan, I've been since you were in the first year." Lin Zichen had just stepped down from the martial stage, and immediately several senior sisters surrounded him. He didn't give the senior sisters his WeChat, and with a poorly made excuse, he forcefully slipped away. He didn't want too much contact with unfamiliar girls. "Zichen, you're something all right, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger for so long. You've put on quite a show today, must be feeling awesome, hey." No sooner had Lin Zichen walked towards his class team than He approached him with a teasing remark. Lin Zichen laughed and said, it was quite thrilling. However, he only said it was thrilling with his lips. In reality, he didn't find it thrilling at all. What he found thrilling was single-handedly defeating an entire class on his own. That way, he could experience the highest level of showing off in front of others, and also advance the progress bar of the survival of the fittest achievement, which would be perfect. But like today, where he was practically an onlooker for the entire event and only got to participate in the last fight, to be honest, there was no sense of thrill at all, rather, it felt like a waste of time. I hope that next time we fight a key class, the opponents will be stronger and get their class knocked down to the last standing sooner, so that I can enter the stage and sweep across. Lin Zichen hoped silently in his heart. In the time that followed, each class formed a line, facing each other and walking forward, just like the handshake segment after a basketball game in the past life, a gesture of sportsmanship. While shaking hands with the opponents, Lin Zichen would smile and say, well played, maintaining an image of someone strong yet gracious. After the handshake session, the two class teachers stood together, chatting idly. As the conversation drifted, Han Yuanfeng called Lin Zichen over to talk about his amazing performance on the martial stage with the class teacher of Class 6 Senior Year 2. "Brother Feng, your student Zichen is amazing, almost feels like he can compare with Wu Tiancheng back in his freshman year." The class teacher of Class 6 Senior Year 2 couldn't help but exclaim as they recalled the moment when Lin Zichen kicked the chubby kid off the martial stage. Han Yuanfeng smiled and said, "That's not quite true. Wu Tiancheng was inhuman. Back in his freshman year, he almost scared the principal to death, performing incredibly strongly." "Teacher, who is this Wu Tiancheng?" Hearing the conversation, Lin Zichen couldn't help but ask curiously. Han Yuanfeng replied, "Wu Tiancheng is a senior who graduated a few terms ago. In his freshman year, he managed to clear the top class of senior year students, exhibiting exceptional talent that even frightened many school leaders. I can't quite remember his physical test data from back in his freshman year, but I recall it was much higher than yours. Anyway, that guy was a once-in-a-century genius. To this date, he is the strongest student in the history of Shanghai High School, and he left the second place far behind." After finishing his comment, Han Yuanfeng looked at the class teacher of Class 6 Senior Year 2 and asked, "By the way, AG, do you remember Wu Tianchen's data from the first physical test in his freshman year?" "Of course, I remember," said the class teacher of Class 6 Senior Year 2. 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, a standing vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and a single-handed lift of a 650 kg barbell. Lin Zichen listened to these three sets of data and realized that the school's strongest student as a freshman was almost as strong as he was in the summer of his 6th grade in primary school. Couldn't help but admit, genuinely impressive, worthy of the title of the strongest in school history. So, how do you feel hearing these figures? Are you scared a bit? Asked Class 6 Senior Year 2's class teacher with a grin looking towards Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen nodded and said, a little scared. P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 64. I am not a maid. All students who just sweated a lot, go to the shower room and take a cool bath, change into clean clothes, and we'll head to Mingxiang restaurant across from the school for dinner soon. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Han Yuanfeng didn't continue chatting with grade 2, class 6's homeroom teacher and turned to shout at the students in his class. On hearing this, several students whose clothes were soaked with sweat, one after another took out the clothes they had prepared in advance and went to the shower room to bathe. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan didn't go, both had hardly sweated and were very clean. About 10 minutes later, all the students who went to the shower room to bathe had come out. When Han Yuanfeng saw that everyone was ready, he told everyone to grab their things and set off for the meal. Before leaving, he turned to look at the grade 2, class 6 homeroom teacher with a smile and said, AG, after I've taken the students from my class for the meal, I'll send you the bill on WeChat, and you'll remember to pay up. Don't worry, I'll honor the bet and I won't stiff you on the bill. Quick, everyone, say thank you to Brother G. Thank you, Brother G. The students of grade 1, class 1 called out laughing and jesting. Mingxiang restaurant. First floor. Han Yuanfeng had booked a large private room with 3 big tables, just enough to seat the whole class. During the meal, everyone was recalling the showdowns at the gymnasium. Talking about who in the class had performed well. Talking about which opponents were particularly tough. Among those, the most talked about match was Lin Zichen's fight against the fat dark-skinned kid. With the previous scene of Liu Gang being instantly knocked out by the fat dark-skinned kid as a contrast, the moment Lin Zichen directly kicked the fat kid off the martial stage was very shocking. Every time they remembered this match, the word awesome automatically sprang to mind. Everyone but Liu Gang, that is, in his mind, the words that sprang up were numb. One moment he was knocked out by the fat dark-skinned kid, and the next, Lin Zichen knocked out the fat kid. This 1-2 punch effectively turned him into a backdrop. It hurt a lot. Who understands the pain of accidentally becoming a backdrop and then being a hot topic of conversation? Liu Gang was inwardly raging. On the other side, Han Yuanfeng stood up from his seat and raised a glass of beer towards everyone in the private room, saying, Thanks to Zichen, we get to freeload this meal today, come on. Everyone stand up and toast to Zichen. Zichen is awesome. Awesome. Big Brother Chen is mighty. The students each picked up their drinks and laughingly toasted Lin Zichen. Those in the class who had been jealous and disliked him before were now all smiling, wanting to be on good terms with him. The strength that Lin Zichen had displayed on the martial stage was too formidable, and he would surely become a high and mighty genetic integrator in the future, with immeasurable prospects. Everyone realized this and wanted to establish a good relationship with him, thinking maybe in the future they could cling to the coattails of an old classmate. After all, first-year high school students were usually 16 years old, almost adults. Even if sometimes juvenile and childish, they could still see the basic relationships of interest and disadvantage quite clearly. They weren't foolish enough to shun a genius in favor of making an enemy. Big Brother Chen, how do you usually train at home? Do you have any secrets? Speaking of which, Big Brother Chen, I don't think we've added each other on WeChat yet, let's do that. Big Brother Chen, I just posted the video of your fight with the fat senior on my Moments, and my sister saw it and said she'd like to meet you. She's asking for your WeChat now, by the way. My sister is a student in the senior martial arts elite class at our school. After the toast, the conversation centered around Lin Zichen, as many turned to chat with him, complimenting him in every sentence, wanting to get closer to him. Lin Zichen felt that everyone was overly enthusiastic, making him feel quite uncomfortable and a bit annoyed. But considering it was a dinner party and everyone might only be this enthusiastic for a moment, he didn't appear too aloof. Instead, he responded with a smile, albeit intermittently. During this time, Shen Qinghan, sitting next to him, spoke very little, spending most of her time silently listening to everyone else's conversations. When his drink was finished, she would refill it for him. When she saw that there were shrimps on the table, she peeled a few and placed them in his bowl. She appeared both demure and domesticated, perfectly embodying the girl next door fantasy of many of the guys. Tisk, tisk, Qinghan, you're just too domesticated. Whoever marries you in the future is truly blessed. To say that his ancestors' graves would be smoking wouldn't be an exaggeration, someone teased after they saw Shen Qinghan peeling shrimps for Lin Zichen. Li Chuxin heard this and immediately looked at Lin Zichen with a teasing smile. Zichen, that's a blessing of 3 lifetimes for you. Lin Zichen merely smiled without speaking a word. Shen Qinghan's face turned red instantly, embarrassed. She lowered her head and silently ate, pretending as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, the topic quickly passed. Those who were eating ate, those who were drinking drank, and those who were chatting chatted. No one continued to pay attention to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour passed, and everyone had their fill of food and drink. But no one was in a hurry to leave. Instead, they chatted away in the private room, the conversation lively and impassioned. Shen Qinghan picked up an orange, intending to peel it for Lin Zichen to help relieve the greasiness after the meal. Just as she was halfway through peeling it, a sudden urgency to urinate overcame her. It came on very unexpectedly. And with great urgency. Why does my body have this defect? It's really so annoying. Shen Qinghan felt extremely troubled in her heart. Then, she leaned close to Lin Zichen, whispering to him. Xiao Chen, I need to use the restroom. Sure, go ahead. Lin Zichen answered with a sound. Shen Qinghan put down the orange in her hand, efficiently crossed her tight-knit legs, and quickly walked towards the restroom outside. When she arrived at the restroom door, she overheard a conversation coming from inside. The voices sounded very familiar. They were 2 girls from her class talking. Did you see that just now? Shen Qinghan was refilling Lin Zichen's drink and peeling shrimps for him. Really playing up the sycophant, acting like a maid, serving her master at every moment. It's not surprising. How else do you think she got into our top class? Isn't it by always sucking up to Lin Zichen, doing things to please him, and then relying on his connections to backdoor her way in? I'm so envious. If only I had a genius childhood friend like Lin Zichen. What's there to envy? It's just a student time fling. Once Lin Zichen enters society and meets all kinds of outstanding girls, he definitely won't pay attention to her anymore. Indeed, with such a huge gap in their abilities, they're bound to drift apart in the future. Outside the restroom, Shen Qinghan felt incredibly hurt by the conversation she overheard. She really wanted to go in and say that she was Lin Zichen's childhood friend, not his maid. But her excessively timid nature made it impossible for her to do so. Just as she was about to turn and leave for a restroom on another floor, the 2 girls came out. Upon seeing her at the door, their expressions changed slightly and they felt awkward. Then, as if they hadn't seen her, they quickly walked past her. I'm not a maid, I'm a childhood friend. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips, her voice filled with meekness and sadness, and an increasingly heavy repression. P.S. Bowls up, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 65. Giant Aberrant Rat Transformation. About an hour later, the dinner party came to an end. Teachers and students all went back to their homes, each finding their own mothers. On the way home, Lin Zichen noticed something was off with Shen Qinghan's mood and stopped to ask, "Han Han, you seem a bit down. Did something happen?" "No, just feeling a bit drowsy," Shen Qinghan said with a forced smile on her face. Lin Zichen could tell she was putting on a brave face, but seeing that she didn't want to talk, he didn't press further. As they passed by a supermarket, Shen Qinghan stopped and said, "Xiao Chen, come in with me to buy some stuff, will you?" "Sure," Lin Zichen agreed with a nod and followed her into the supermarket. Once inside, the two of them went straight to the back and stopped in front of a shelf. The shelf was filled with women's personal care products. Shen Qinghan expertly reached for the top shelf and took down a large pack of adult diapers specifically for women. Then, turning to Lin Zichen with cheeks slightly blushing, she whispered, "I only wear these at night when I sleep. During the day, I don't wear them at all." "Lin Zichen, you've mentioned it before," Shen Qinghan said with a bitter smile. "When I was little, my mom always told me I'd grow out of it, that I wouldn't wet the bed after I got older. But up until now, I still wet the bed at night. I have to wear diapers to dare to sleep, and it's really annoying." As she spoke, Shen Qinghan's mood became especially low. "Xiao Chen, I feel like I'm disabled, a disabled person who can't hold in their urine." "You're not disabled." Lin Zichen looked at her earnestly and said, "Not being able to hold in your urine is your superpower, it's just that you haven't fully discovered how to use it yet." "Superpower?" Light returned to Shen Qinghan's eyes, not as dim as before. "Yeah, superpower," Lin Zichen said with certainty. "Your talent for swimming so well is one manifestation of that superpower." Suddenly recalling something, Shen Qinghan looked into Lin Zichen's eyes and asked, "Then Xiao Chen, you've been so amazing since you were little, do you also have a superpower?" I have superpowers just like you," Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. "Really? Really? What kind of superpower is it?" "My superpower is that I have a strong physique and learning abilities." "Ah!" Shen Qinghan said disappointedly, "Isn't that just pure talent?" Lin Zichen explained, "Talent is a kind of superpower too, just like your talent for swimming." "That makes sense." Shen Qinghan's mood improved considerably, her face full of anticipation. "If I really do have a superpower, I wonder what kind it would be." "It would definitely be a very powerful superpower," Lin Zichen said with a smile. "Let's go, Xiao Chen. Let's check out," Shen Qinghan said with a sweet smile, then turned with the diapers in hand to head towards the checkout counter. When she completely turned around and walked away from Lin Zichen, the sweet smile on her face quickly dimmed. The beaming face she had just a moment ago was still just a brave front. Only now, her acting had improved, and her smile didn't seem as forced as before. She didn't believe that she had any so-called superpower, she felt it was just Lin Zichen's way of comforting her. Compared to having an undiscovered superpower, she felt more like she was cursed. After checking out, they left the supermarket. As they walked past the market, they saw public security officers exterminating rats again. Unlike the last time, this time there was a frenzied man trying to stop the officers from exterminating the rats, running into the middle of the market while crying and shouting, "Stop! Stop! Don't kill my brothers! Did you hear that? Stop now! If you keep killing my brothers, I'll fight you all!" As he shouted, the man grabbed a broom and lunged forward to drive away the security officers. It turned out that the brothers he was shouting about were the rats scurrying around in the marketplace. "Xiao Chen, is this man crazy? He might be mentally ill. He looks so scary. Mental illness is like that, let's go, we're going home." Xiao Chen and Shen Qinghan had stopped to watch the commotion for a while but left soon after. Shortly after they left, the man causing the disturbance was subdued by the security officers, handcuffed, and put into the back of the security van to be taken back to the station for interrogation. Evening. At home. Xiao Chen and his parents were sitting together having dinner, as usual, while watching the evening news. They saw a news report about a missing person, saying that a young female teacher had disappeared after leaving school last week, and she had not been found up to today. Why is there another young woman missing? Isn't this the fourth one this month? Zhang Wangzhen frowned slightly. Lin Yanzheng corrected her, "You're mistaken, it's the fifth." Zhang Wangzhen, feeling puzzled, said, "There have been 5 people missing, can't the security department catch the culprit?" Xiao Chen didn't speak, listening to his parents' conversation while watching the news on TV. The news anchor said that all 5 missing persons that month were young and beautiful women, advising young and beautiful women to avoid going out at night if possible, and if they must go out, to do so in groups and avoid secluded areas. Xiao Chen, it's not very peaceful outside recently. As a boy, you have to take good care of Han Han and not let her go out alone, got it? Zhang Wangzhen turned to Xiao Chen and instructed him. Xiao Chen, Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of Han Han. Zhang Wangzhen was still worried and said, now send Han Han a WeChat message, remind her to pay attention to her safety, and remember to tell her to call you along if she's going out. All right, I'll send it now. After speaking, Xiao Chen took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Shen King Han, reminding her to be safe. Shanghai City, XX District, XX Street Security Office. In a brightly lit interrogation room. The deranged middle-aged man that Xiao Chen had seen at the marketplace in the afternoon was now being examined by a psychiatrist for his mental state. Outside, 2 security officers were on night duty, keeping watch. Half an hour later, a security officer walked into the interrogation room and asked the psychiatrist, "How does it look, is he a mental patient?" "I'm not sure yet," the psychiatrist shook his head, "I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a word, as if he's mute." "He's certainly not mute, he was shouting non-stop at the market earlier," said the security officer with a smile. After speaking, he noticed that the handcuffed middle-aged man's facial muscles started to twitch slightly, and small fine hairs were growing at a visible pace. Seeing this scene, his face turned pale, and he immediately shouted out loud. "Quick, request headquarters to send a mechanically modified human here for backup, the man in the interrogation room is transforming into a giant mutant rat. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. The man who eats mice. You killed my brother. Every day in the vegetable market, with rat-catching guns, you killed my brother. I demand blood for blood." In the instant that these last words were uttered, the man's body had completely transformed, becoming a rat creature with 8 crimson eyes on its face. By this time, the law enforcement officers were already fully armed, frantically firing powerful guns at the rat person. Unfortunately, the rat person was extremely agile, continuously seeking cover to dodge attacks, making it hard for the bullets to hit him. However, the law enforcement officers weren't really trying to hit him, they just wanted to suppress him, biding time until the mechanically modified humans arrived to clear the scene. This rat person was not too bright and hadn't realized this. He was still hoarsely screaming for vengeance for his brothers, trying to break through the onslaught of bullets with the aim of slaughtering all the law enforcement officers in front of him. "Chief, headquarters responded that the mechanically modified humans are all out on missions, and it will be about 10 minutes before they can send someone to support us. We're running low on ammunition, and I'm afraid we won't last until support arrives," one of the law enforcement team members said in a panic. The law enforcement station he belonged to was only street level, and the ammunition storage inside was so meager that it couldn't sustain constant heavy fire. "Continue with the suppressive fire. I'm going to get the car, and then we all get in the car and lead this rat person to the outskirts, delaying for time until support arrives." After dropping this line, the chief of the law enforcement station hurried off to bring the patrol car. He had realized that this rat person wasn't very sharp, he was singularly focused on killing the law enforcement officers to avenge his deceased rat kin. Based on this, as long as they later drove the patrol car with all the officers toward the outskirts, this not-so-smart rat person would definitely give chase. Soon, the chief of the law enforcement station drove the patrol car over, instructing everyone to get in. Then, with a stomp on the accelerator, he sped towards the outskirts. Sure enough, the rat person immediately gave chase to the car, vowing not to stop until he had killed everyone inside. The chase lasted for about 3 minutes. At that time, the mechanically modified human from the law enforcement headquarters finally arrived. Seeing this, the station chief immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor, throwing off the now somewhat exhausted rat person behind the car and giving the mechanically modified human enough room to act. As soon as the car had outpaced the rat person, the air-hovering mechanically modified human instantly unleashed its full firepower, raining all its equipped ammunition down on the rat person. After expending all its ammunition, it switched off its anti-gravity propulsion and slowly descended, holding a specially made alloy sword as it entered the thick smoke. Then, with a furrowed brow, it discovered that the rat person's form was no longer on the ground. There was only a pitch-black hole, seemingly bottomless, and bloodstains and pieces of flesh scattered around. The rat person had dug a hole and escaped amidst the barrage of ammo. But the good news was, judging from the bloodstains and flesh on the ground, the rat person was definitely seriously injured and probably couldn't have gone far. There was a chance to track him down and eliminate him. Having analyzed this, the mechanically modified human quickly reactivated its anti-gravity propulsion and ascended into the sky, circling like a hawk as it searched for any trace of the rat person. In a village within the city, inside a detached single-family house, Lin Zichen, after finishing his meal and resting for a while, went upstairs to his room to engage in high-intensity training. The training was diverse, no longer limited to basic movements such as push UPS, sit UPS, squats, and pull UPS. Instead, he extended his regimen to include more nuanced exercises. Training fingers, wrists, neck, and so on, systematically exercising every muscle in his body. This training session lasted 4 hours. Lin Zichen felt somewhat tired and thus concluded his workout for the evening. At that moment, he was not very sweaty, nor was his breathing particularly disordered, he was just a little tired. This was the result of the constant training under the principle use it or lose it over the years. His physical strength had grown stronger. He became increasingly resistant to fatigue. Sitting on the ground to rest, Lin Zichen took out his phone and opened the writer's backend to check the data. Having written for over half a month, with a steady daily update of more than 4,000 words, he was now close to 100,000 words. The data was very good, with over 10,000 collections. Most importantly, the reader response was very positive, and many readers said they would definitely support the subscription once the book was on the shelves. The new book still has several recommendations to go, and once those are done, the data could be even better, not to mention how much I could earn in the first month after the launch. Looking at the backend data in the Writer's Assistant app, expectation couldn't help but spread across Lin Zichen's face. Afterwards, he got up, took a set of clean clothes, and went to take a shower. Once he had showered and dried his hair, and seeing that the time was just about right, he turned off the lights and went to bed. Before sleep, remembering that he hadn't checked his physical data in a month, he immediately set an alarm for 3 a.m. on his phone. He planned to go out and check his progress in the middle of the night. 3 a.m. sharp. The phone alarm went off punctually. Lin Zichen was very determined, didn't linger in bed, got straight up, got dressed, and as usual, put on a hat and a mask to cover his face. Then, he quietly left the house with the tools for measuring his data. He made his way expertly, avoiding surveillance cameras. Before long, Lin Zichen arrived at a deserted area on the outskirts, making sure no one was around, and immediately began to test his data. About 10 minutes later, the data came out. Sprinting 100 meters took just 3.43 seconds. He could vertically jump up to 7.22 meters. He could lift a car weighing around 1,750 kilograms with one hand. The progress was quite noticeable. If he could maintain this rate of improvement, he estimated that by next semester, his 100-meter sprint would break the 3-second barrier, vertical jump would surpass 8 meters, and one-handed lift would exceed 2,000 kilograms. All of these achievements were purely through his own physical prowess, without any aid from mechanical modifications or genetic fusion. The progress was too steady. If he could keep improving like this, Lin Zichen felt he would eventually become a saint in flesh and could punch mechanically modified humans and kick genetic integrators. Lost in such thoughts for a while, he soon snapped back to reality, gathered up the measuring tools on the ground, and jogged home. On the way, passing by a suburban garbage dump, he saw someone squatting on the ground, rummaging through trash, seemingly starving and looking for food. On a closer look, it was a man, tattered and covered in blood. A homeless man? Covered in blood, had he been beaten? Looking quite pitiful, he thought about making a call to have the security team come to rescue him. Thinking so, Lin Zichen took out his phone. Just as he was about to call, he suddenly witnessed a shockingly horrific scene. The man in the garbage pile suddenly reached out and grabbed a rat from in front of him, hesitated with a pained expression, then stuffed the rat into his mouth and began to gnaw on it as if it were bread. Under the powerful bite force, the rat was instantly bleeding profusely and died on the spot. P.S. Laying out the begging bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 67. Ordinary people have it too hard. Brother, I'm sorry. Brother, you have to forgive me, I didn't mean to eat you, I'm just too hungry. Once I'm full, I will make offerings to you every year. The man chewed on the rat meat forcefully, tears of remorse streaming down his contorted face, looking exceptionally eerie. Lin Zichen frowned, realizing something was off about the man. He immediately turned and left, deciding to take a detour and not to go back home by way of the garbage station in front. But just as he turned to leave, the man in the garbage heap sensed his presence, looked up at his retreating figure, and said to the half-eaten rat in his hand, Brother, I don't have to eat you anymore, I can eat people. The man's voice was crazed, but in the silent night, it sounded utterly chilling. At the mention of eating people, Lin Zichen's face turned pale, and he instantly took off running. In just a short second, he had covered nearly 30 meters, quickly putting distance between him and the garbage station. But in the next second, he heard footsteps closing in from behind. Looking back, he saw the man who had been eating the rat catching up with him. The man's face was splitting open with visible speed, revealing many crimson eyes, whilst small tufts of fur were growing out of his exposed skin, rapidly turning into a giant mutant rat. Was it the madman from during the day? Before the man completed his transformation, Lin Zichen recognized him as the one who caused a scene in the vegetable market that day. Flesh, I want to eat meat, I want human flesh, eat human flesh. The man picked up speed, his expression growing more ferocious by the moment, chasing Lin Zichen from behind frantically while drooling viscously and making a hoarse noise. Seeing the half-human half-rat gaining on him, Lin Zichen knew he couldn't outrun him. So, the moment the man caught up to him, Lin Zichen turned around and kicked forcefully toward the man's chest. There was a loud bang. The unprepared man was kicked into the air, rolling dozens of meters before coming to a stop, lying on the ground, barely alive. Earlier, when he was bombarded with specialized ammunition by the mechanically modified human, he had been gravely injured, which left him extremely weak now, unable to fully transform into a rat man and completely unable to withstand Lin Zichen's full-strength kick. Severely injured from the strike? When he saw the half-man half-rat lying on the ground, motionless except for faint groaning, Lin Zichen thought his eyes were deceiving him for a moment. In his mind, rat men were beings that could withstand gunfire. Even if they were shot to shreds, they could regenerate at a visibly rapid rate, then stand up again at full health and vigor. Whatever the case, he'd finish off the man first. Thinking this, Lin Zichen immediately ran to the side of the road littered with stones, bent down, picked up rocks from the ground, and threw them fiercely at the man lying on the ground, gasping for life. Splurch! 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 One stone after another hit the man's body, piercing through his flesh and producing a series of dull thuds. 10, dozens, hundreds. Lin Zichen was cautious, continuing to throw stones at the corpse from afar, making sure not to go one step closer, even though the man's body was already smashed beyond recognition. Only after more than 10 minutes passed, with the man's body turned into mincemeat by the rocks, did Lin Zichen cautiously approach. He wanted to see if the man was truly dead, to see if he could absorb the life essence of the other party. It took nearly half a minute of careful approach for Lin Zichen to find that the man turned into a pile of flesh on the ground was indeed completely dead, and he sighed in relief. Then he squatted down, suppressing his disgust, extended one finger to touch the meaty mess on the ground, and absorbed the life essence contained within it from the giant mutant rat. You have absorbed a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat compendium, 7%. Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly, just a 2% increase? He remembered that the last time he devoured the life source of the giant mutant rat within the rat people, the progress bar for unlocking the atlas jumped by 5%. However, this time, it was only 2%. Why was it so little? Lin Zichen tried hard to recall what had been different between the two devouring events. And indeed, he found a difference. The rat person, who had been blasted into char by the female mechanically modified human's laser, seemed stronger, and he had heard from the now dead head of the security team that this rat person had fused with the Rat King's genes. Perhaps there was a difference in the quality of the life sources of the giant mutant rats that led to the different increases in the progress bar for the atlas after each devouring. Lin Zichen just thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on the question for too long. He quickly and efficiently began to clean up the traces he had left at the scene. After cleaning up for a moment, he immediately left. Time passed by minute by minute. When dawn broke the sky and faint light emerged, the mechanically modified human who had been searching for the rat people's trace appeared above the dump. Then, not far from the dump, he quickly discovered a pool of flesh on the ground. Having dealt with several rat person incidents before, he recognized at a glance that it was the flesh of a rat person. Moreover, it was precisely the one he had been searching for all night. He flew above the flesh. He turned off the anti-airflow propulsion device. The mechanically modified human landed beside the flesh and stared at it for a moment, a question brewing in his mind. Who killed this rat person? In a dimly lit cave somewhere. A burly middle-aged man, carrying a young and beautiful woman, hurriedly walked up to a dim altar and stopped. When he laid the woman on the altar, 8 crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness ahead. Each eye was as large as a soccer ball, emitting a strange red glow and exuding an oppressive feeling. Why is there only one woman? An old voice came from the darkness. Upon hearing the voice, the man immediately knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground and humbly explained. Rat God, the young women outside are very wary now, not going out at night, and they always go out in groups during the day. They are hard to capture. Then next time, grab a young man, the old voice spoke again. The man devoutly said, I understand, Rat God. No sooner had his words fallen than a piece of wriggling flesh was thrown out from the darkness. At the sight of the flesh, the man showed a look of excitement. He excitedly shouted, Thank you for the blessing of the Rat God, and then hurriedly picked up the flesh and stuffed it into his mouth, devouring it ravenously. At the same time, the young woman lying unconscious on the altar was suddenly wrapped up by a tongue that emerged from the darkness and disappeared. Immediately after, a dull chewing sound of flesh came from the darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the old voice resonated in the darkness for the third time. Next time don't capture ordinary people, they taste too bitter and aren't delicious. I want to eat those who are high above, they live in luxury, their meat is tender and delicious. P.S. Holding out a bowl here, asking for your monthly and recommendation tickets. 68. Stand up for Shen Qinghan. Shanghai High School, Class 1 of Grade 1. All morning long, Lin Zichen's mind wasn't on his lessons, he kept thinking about what happened last night. That follower of the rat god cult was clearly caught by the public security officers during the day, so how did he end up bloodied and eating rats at a garbage dump on the outskirts at night? Had he escaped from prison? And then suffered serious injuries during the escape? That must be it. With these thoughts, Lin Zichen took out his phone to check the local news, hoping to find reports related to the rat-like cult follower from last night. Unfortunately, despite browsing all morning, he found no news related to it. Instead, he stumbled upon a rather eye-catching piece of news about mechanical augmentation. MechGod Corporation announced at this morning's press conference at 9 o'clock that they have developed a brand new mechanical augmentation technology. They are recruiting 500 volunteers for human trials, offering a monthly stipend and lifetime insurance. Warm reminder, this experiment comes with the risks of disability and death. A monthly stipend? Lifetime insurance? But if one were to die during the experiment, could these benefits still be claimed? If not, then this was essentially getting something for nothing. Lin Zichen pondered these trivial matters to himself. Soon enough, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the morning's lessons were all over. The students rushed out of the classroom, racing towards the cafeteria, afraid of being late and having to queue for a long time to get food. Conversely, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were in no hurry at all and remained seated at their desks. Just like in junior high, both of them brought lunch from home, so they didn't need to queue up in the cafeteria like the other students. A few minutes passed. Shen Qinghan put down the pen she was holding, took both her and Lin Zichen's lunch boxes, and stood up to go to the teacher's office to heat up the food. She returned shortly with the warmed lunch boxes. Lin Zichen took his lunch box, eating and scrolling through news on his phone at the same time, determined not to stop until he found news related to the rat god cult follower from last night. Just as he finished eating and was about to take his lunch box to wash it, he finally came across a news article related to the rat god cult follower on his phone. Fresh off the press, it was published by the local official media on their website. Upon opening it, he found the report contained exactly what he wanted to know, discussing the follower of the rat god cult who was eating rats at the garbage dump on the outskirts last night. "Xiao Chen, what are you looking at so intently?" asked Shen Qinghan, who had just come back from washing her lunchbox. Seeing Lin Zichen still at his desk, absorbed in his phone and not even bothering to wash his lunchbox, she grew curious. "I'm looking at news about the rat god cult," Lin Zichen replied casually. Shen Qinghan wasn't particularly interested in the rat god cult. Seeing the oil in Lin Zichen's lunchbox starting to congeal, she picked it up intending to wash it for him. But she hesitated and stopped in her tracks when she saw the two girls who had mocked her as a maid earlier in the corridor outside. She was afraid that if the girls saw her washing Lin Zichen's lunchbox, they would tease her about being Lin Zichen's maid again. Yet after some consideration and internal struggle, she eventually took Lin Zichen's lunchbox and stepped out of the classroom. Although it was hard to be ridiculed as Lin Zichen's maid, that was simply others' opinion, not Lin Zichen's. She could pretend not to hear it and shouldn't take it too seriously. That's what she thought, but when she actually passed by those girls with Lin Zichen's lunchbox in hand, she was still afraid of hearing the word maid. Fortunately, that didn't happen, and she didn't hear any mockery from the girls as she walked past. However, after she had gone some distance, those two girls in the corridor started to gossip about her. "See, I told you she's Lin Zichen's personal maid. Now she's even washing his lunchbox for him. She's really diligent, isn't she? To be a cut above the rest, one must endure the greatest hardships." With her martial arts ability being so weak, if she doesn't put in the effort to win over the master, she won't last in the elite class. Who are you calling a maid? Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of the two girls. Both were startled, having not noticed anyone approaching them. No, nothing, you heard wrong. Upon recognizing Lin Zichen, one of the girls hurriedly defended herself. The other girl remained silent, bowing her head, not daring to meet Lin Zichen's gaze. Lin Zichen looked at the two girls in front of him. One was named Wen Yuntung. The other, Chu Yuxi. Both of their grades ranked at the bottom of the class, just slightly better than Shen Qinghan's. He didn't say much to them, just calmly stated, "In the future, I don't want to hear you speaking ill of Shen Qinghan again." The speaker was calm, but those listening were anything but. The girls thought to themselves that it was over, they had offended Lin Zichen, and high school would be ruined for 3 years. Furthermore, if you hear anyone else speaking ill of Shen Qinghan, please relay what I just said to them. After dropping that line, Lin Zichen turned and went back to the classroom. Watching his retreating figure, both girls breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that from now on, they definitely couldn't mock Shen Qinghan as they had before. Otherwise, if they offended Lin Zichen, life at Shanghai High School would likely become very difficult. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the end of class bell rang, bringing the afternoon's lessons to a close. On the way home, Lin Zichen thought for a moment and eventually turned to Shen Qinghan to ask, "You've been very down lately, is it because you heard people talking badly about you?" "That did happen, but it's really okay, I'm not down or anything." Shen Qinghan feigned indifference. Lin Zichen spoke gently, "If you encounter anything that upsets you, you can talk to me about it. We've been childhood friends, we should have no secrets from each other." Shen Qinghan nodded, "Yes, I will." After these words, the two walked on in silence for a while. Close to home, Lin Zichen asked, "Does it feel like a lot of pressure to always rank last in class?" "It is quite a bit," Shen Qinghan muttered, her lips quivering slightly with a hint of helplessness, "but physical talent is predetermined, and no matter how hard I try, I can't keep up with the rest of the class." Lin Zichen disagreed. Physical talent may be predetermined, true, but martial arts techniques are not. Your physical talent is close to that of Wen Yuntung and Chu Yuxi. If your martial arts techniques far exceed theirs, then you can defeat them on the martial stage. Can that really work? It can, Lin Zichen affirmed confidently. From now on, I'll give you special training 3 times a week, specifically to improve your martial arts techniques. By the end of the term at the latest, you'll be able to defeat the 2 of them on the martial stage. Hearing Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly brightened. She didn't want to continue being last in class anymore. As long as she could tear off the label of being the absolute bottom of the class, even if people still said that she got in through backdoor connections, it would be a lot more bearable for her. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 69, Naval Commander. Your punching angle is too high, lower it a bit, that way you can exert more force. Your legs are clamped too tightly, spread them out a bit. You also need to adjust your stance, don't face your opponent straight on, but at a slight angle. It was Saturday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at Shen Qinghan's house. After finishing his training at home, Lin Zichen came over to give Shen Qinghan a special lesson, patiently instructing her martial arts techniques. Shen Qinghan was extremely serious about her learning, doing exactly as Lin Zichen instructed. Feeling that the issues had been mostly corrected, Lin Zichen said to her, "Come on, let's put it into practice, attack me with all your strength." "Okay, here I come." With that said, Shen Qinghan propelled herself forward with a strong push from her calf, quickly rushing towards Lin Zichen. She was well aware of how strong Lin Zichen was, so she didn't hold back at all and attacked with full force. Smack! Lin Zichen caught her incoming fist and said with an approving face, "Not bad, the punching angle is very standard, and the force you exerted is much greater than before." Smack! Lin Zichen caught her sweeping leg and patiently corrected her, "The posture for your sweep is incorrect, don't clamp your legs so tightly before the sweep, space them out a bit. Now, using the correction I just made, try the same move again." "Alright." Smack! 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 With a series of blows from punches and kicks echoing around them. Before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed by. After such extensive training, Shen Qinghan was completely exhausted, sitting on the ground drenched in sweat and panting. But she didn't find it tiresome at all, instead, she felt incredibly fulfilled. Because, after over 2 hours of special training with Lin Zichen, she could clearly feel her martial arts strength had improved. If before her martial arts strength was a 75, now it was at least an 80. "Xiao Chen, I think 3 times a week isn't enough, can we have special training every day?" Shen Qinghan wanted to defeat Wen Yuntung and Chu Yuxi on the martial stage as soon as possible and rip off the label of being ranked last in the whole class from herself. Lin Zichen shook his head and said, "No need, 3 times a week is already a lot, you wouldn't be able to handle it if it were every day." Shen Qinghan thought that made sense, "Alright then, 3 times a week it is." At this moment, the sound of a WeChat voice message notification rang out. Lin Zichen answered the voice call, and soon Zhang Wangzhen's voice came through, saying that dinner was almost ready and to come over for the meal. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, both being high school class advisors, were often too busy to come home and cook, usually having to settle for the school canteen. Under such circumstances, the couple would have Shen Qinghan go to Lin Zichen's house for meals. And today, the couple was too busy to come home to make dinner. After ending the voice chat, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "You're covered in sweat, go take a shower. After that, we'll head over for dinner." "Okay, I'll go now." Having said that, Shen Qinghan sat on the floor and started taking off her shoes and socks, getting ready to go to the bathroom for a shower. "Xiao Chen, it's so strange, other people's socks smell after they exercise and sweat, but mine don't smell at all." Shen Qinghan sniffed the sock she had taken off and then handed it to Lin Zichen, saying, "Smell it, see if it's true." "Smell what the heck?" Lin Zichen's mouth twitched slightly, not giving Shen Qinghan's sock even a glance. Seeing his twitching mouth, Shen Qinghan playfully laughed and said, "Just kidding, I'm not that weird to make you smell my socks. If only you could be this whimsical at school as well." "That's impossible, I only act like this around you." "Alright, go take a shower, or my mom will call again soon to hurry you." "I'm going now." After leaving those words behind, Shen Qinghan got up to take a shower. Watching her departing figure, Lin Zichen slipped into deep thought. Whether it was the inability to hold urine from childhood, the aquatic talent that exceeded ordinary people, or the sweat that didn't smell bad but was even slightly fragrant. All of these unique aspects were related to water. Why was her body like this? What secrets lay within? As he wondered, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a notification from the novel website's editor, stating that his book would be going live for paid access next Wednesday. Lin Zichen replied, "Got it," and then opened the Writer's Assistant app to check the novel's statistics. An update for a month, 150,000 words written, and over 20,000 readers had added it to their favorites. The data was quite impressive, showing promise of excellence. Hoping that the performance would soar after going live, he wished to earn more manuscript fees, aspiring to unlock the ferocious Great Eagle album as soon as possible. With that thought, Lin Zichen posted a notice to inform his readers that the book would go live next Wednesday. Afterwards, he logged out of the author's backend and started browsing the news on his phone. After many days of effort by the Public Security Department, the number of rats in the city area has significantly decreased, earning the praise of the general public. Zhen Group has declared on its official website that it will treat, free of charge, a once genius girl with mechanical talents who has become physically disabled due to premature mechanical modifications. Capital University genius successfully integrates exotic beast gene of the thousand-thread spider, breaking the university's record for the youngest person to undergo a second genetic fusion. Seeing the words Capital University genius, Lin Zichen's first thought was of the prodigy from capital city of yesteryear. He clicked on it and indeed it was the same person. About this, he felt a bit surprised. He had looked into the genius's information before, who was only a year and a half older than him, meaning they hadn't quite reached 18 this year. Under normal circumstances, most people would have to wait until they were adults to undergo genetic fusion. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to handle the dominance of the exotic beast gene, and mutations were likely to occur. However, this prodigy from capital city, now tagged as Capital University genius, had undergone a second genetic fusion before turning 18. Such genetic talent was truly formidable. Musing on this, Lin Zichen clicked on the video embedded in the news. Watching the capital city genius shooting webs and swinging around the buildings like Spider-Man was pretty cool. In the meantime, Shen Qinghan came out from the shower. Now her hair was slightly damp, her fair face flushed with a hint of red, wearing a light pink skirt that just covered her knees, showing off her slender and snowy white calves, looking elegant and graceful. "Xiao Chen, is your book going live?" While toweling off her hair, Shen Qinghan looked down at her phone and saw the notification Lin Zichen had just posted about his book going live. Lin Zichen responded, "Yeah, the editor said it would go live next Wednesday at noon. Then I'll go leave you a good review." Having said that, Shen Qinghan sprang into action, logging into over a dozen of her alts and started to act as a one-woman army in the review section of Lin Zichen's book. Lin Zichen opened the author's backend and saw that in less than 5 minutes, Shen Qinghan had already switched through 17 accounts, leaving nearly 20 good reviews. Dang, what kind of army commander was she? P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 70. Next time for sure. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was next Wednesday. Lin Zichen's novel hit the shelves that day, and he splurged all his drafts, updating 50,000 words in one go. The readers were thrilled, praising him as a writing machine. After that, he maintained a daily update of 10,000 words, continuing to delight his readers. The readers showed their support through votes and gifts. With the dual boost from regressing if not progressing and his gifted talents, after a month of writing exercises, he could now easily achieve 10,000 words per hour. Just spending an hour a day on writing wouldn't affect his daily training regime and was acceptable. "Xiao Chen, your book's performance is truly impressive. If you can keep updating 10,000 words every day, and if the plot doesn't nosedive, you can expect to earn about 50,000 in manuscript fees in the first month. Once the word count increases, earning 100,000 a month won't be a problem," Lin Yanzheng said with a beaming smile on his face. Excited, Zhang Wangzhen said, "My Xiao Chen is truly a genius of all trades. Still in high school, and already about to out-earn his parents." With a sense of inferiority, Lin Yanzheng reminisced, "I think back to my first book, which did get published, but it only had a handful of subscribers. Toiling away at writing every month, I could only earn a few hundred in manuscript fees." At this moment, both husband and wife couldn't help but be filled with emotion. A genius indeed is remarkable, achieving far beyond the average person in any field. And the effort they spend to achieve such success is perhaps less than 1/10 of what others would expend. "Xiao Chen, although you're making good money from writing novels right now, your focus must still be on your studies. Don't let it affect your academics, understand? You must listen to your father on this. In this world, no matter how wealthy an ordinary person is, they can't compare to a genetic integrator who has broken free from human constraints," the couple said earnestly. Lin Zichen nodded, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know my priorities." After speaking, he thought to himself, 50,000 in a month, or even 100,000. With this income, I won't have to worry about funds to unlock the Exotic Beast album anymore. I should update more while the novel is still new to ensure the manuscript fees for the first 2 months are enough to unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album. With this in mind, for the following half a month, besides his daily training and helping Shen Qinghan with special training, Lin Zichen's main concern was the performance of his novel. The better the novel did, the more manuscript fees he would earn, and the sooner he could unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album. To earn extra manuscript fees, sometimes he even wrote on his phone during class. He planned to unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album first, then revert to his original study schedule. Days went by, one after the other. On this particular day, during martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an in-class sparring session to check the students' progress. Lin Zichen, as always, overpowered everyone, leaving them no chance to fight back. While earning $888, he also gained several dozen points of completion experience for his survival of the fittest achievement. In contrast, Shen Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone, consistently ranking last in class. However, unlike before, she was now able to put up a fight. In the last sparring session, when facing Wen Yuntung, who ranked second to last, she was kicked off the martial stage in less than 3 seconds, ending the battle promptly. But this time, she managed to hold on for nearly 3 minutes against Wen Yuntung. It wasn't 3 minutes of defense like a turtle. It was a 3-minute exchange of attacks with Wen Yuntung. She landed several punches and kicks. Seeing this, Han Yuanfeng praised her for her significant improvement, encouraging her to keep it up. Time passed by the second. Just before class ended, Han Yuanfeng said to the class, "In a month, we'll challenge the strongest key class of the second year. Our goal is to take down everyone except the top 3 in their class. Do we have the confidence to do that?" "Yes." The students replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Pleased with the answer, Han Yuanfeng wore a satisfied smile. Afterward, he called over the 4 strongest students in the class and patiently explained to them the high-end combat power in the top-ranked second-year class. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Lin Zichen didn't leave school but returned to the classroom with Shen Qinghan, Li Chuxin, and He Yu. Today, it was their group's turn to be on duty, so they had to go back and clean the classroom. "You and your teammates cleaned the blackboard together, cumulative tasks completed +1. You and your teammates swept the floor clean, cumulative tasks completed +1. You and your teammates arranged the desks neatly, cumulative tasks completed +1. Damn, finally finished cleaning up." As he arranged the last desk in the classroom, He Yu exclaimed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. Then he couldn't help but complain, "Come on, Zichen, you're too responsible. Other groups just sweep the floor and call it a day, and here you are mopping and arranging desks too, making us work every time." Li Chuxin gave him a disdainful look, "If you're so reluctant, then don't do it. No one is forcing you." He Yu, with his legs crossed and looking like a boss, said, "That's not okay. The 4 of us are a team. We either all do it, or none of us do it. I don't want to be a lone wolf. Lin Zichen, this is on me. I've made everyone work harder because of personal reasons. To make it up, I'll treat you all to bubble tea later." Upon hearing this, He Yu immediately stopped complaining and became all smiles. "Zichen, no, foster father, how can I accept that?" Lin Zichen simply smiled and did not speak. Then, with a thought, he looked into the void to check the progress of the social animal achievement. Achievement, in the premise of cooperation with multiple people, complete tasks cumulatively 1000 times. Reward, acquire biometric attribute social animal. Cumulative tasks completed, 608/1000. Only 392 to go. If he kept diligent, he could complete it in another month. I wonder what the effect of the social animal biometric attribute is. Lin Zichen pondered silently as he looked at the text in front of him. Just at that moment, Li Chuxin, who was fine just a moment ago, suddenly started crying on the desk, softly sobbing. Shen Qinghan, upon seeing this, asked with concern, Chu Xin, why are you crying? Li Chuxin raised her head, wiping tears as she spoke. My mom just messaged me on WeChat to tell me that my cat, the one that could do backflips, accidentally fell from the balcony and died. Woo. It's just a cat, is it worth crying over? He said, clearly not understanding. Li Chuxin glared at him in response, someone heartless like you will never understand the bond between a cat and its owner. Ah, right, I wouldn't understand, He replied, taking out a tissue and handing it to her. Stop crying, here, wipe your tears. Li Chuxin took the tissue, her eyes red from crying, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect a guy who's always blustering to hand a tissue to a girl to wipe her tears. Quite the gentleman. After saying this, she took the tissue to wipe her tears, but as she did, she felt something was off. She looked at He with a puzzled face. Why does your tissue smell odd? That's one I had left over from the toilet this morning, He replied frankly. Ugh. Li Chuxin went from sad to disgusted in an instant. When they parted ways, He, his face sporting a handprint, cheerfully said to the three of them. By the way, my family's first martial arts gym in Shanghai City is going to have its grand opening in a few days. You three have to come and show some support. I'll give you the Supreme VIP membership cards for free. Definitely next time X3. PS, begging for monthly and recommendation votes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 71, Rat God Cult Meeting. Before I knew it, more than a month had passed since the novel was put on the shelf. The royalties for the first month were released. It was over 80,000 yuan. Lin Zichen looked at the figure and felt somewhat excited. His parents, standing by, were even more excited than him, saying that a genius is a genius, excellent at everything. Xiao Chen, take this bank card. Your author account is linked to this card. Once the website transfers the royalties in a few days, the money will be deposited here. Lin Yanzheng handed over a bank card to Lin Zichen and continued, as for the royalties, since you earned them yourself, you get to decide how to spend them. You can do whatever you want, and mom and dad won't ask too many questions. Lin Zichen took the bank card and nodded to show he understood. A few days later, when the royalties were transferred to his account, he immediately headed to the mall with the intention to purchase and consume violent great eagle meat. This time, he didn't go straight to the landlord uncle to ask for help with the purchase but instead went to the counter to ask the salesperson if there was a discount for buying a large amount of exotic beast meat. Then, he was told there was a discount, saying that a bulk purchase of £100 would get a 5% discount. With this information, Lin Zichen decided not to buy just yet, thinking he would wait until he had saved enough to buy £100 at once. After all, it was just a matter of next month. The next day. School. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan hurried to the cafeteria. Just a few days before, a new stir-fry window had opened in the cafeteria, and many students said the chef's dishes were really fragrant and delicious. When Shen Qinghan learned about this yesterday, she told Lin Zichen she wanted to try it. Lin Zichen agreed. So, both of them intentionally didn't bring lunch today, wanting to eat at the cafeteria instead. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked quickly. When they arrived at the cafeteria, there weren't many people queuing up. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly ran to the stir-fry window with Lin Zichen and ordered 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, 3 dishes in total. Since they arrived early and didn't need to queue, it took less than 20 minutes for their 3 dishes to be cooked. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, holding their dishes, casually found an empty spot to sit down and start eating. While they were eating, a long queue started to form in the cafeteria. Xiao Chen, it's good that we came early, otherwise we would have to join a long queue now. Seeing the food line stretching almost out of the cafeteria door, Shen Qinghan couldn't help feeling fortunate. Lin Zichen, not one for many words, simply said, "Indeed." Just then, a commotion erupted from one of the food lines at the front. "Why are you cutting in line? Go back to the end." "I'm not cutting in line, my desk mate saved this spot for me." "You think you can reserve a place in the queue for someone? What a joke. Cutting is cutting, get out and line up at the back." "So what if I cut in line? I'm cutting in front of my desk mate, it's none of your damn business." "Are you an idiot? Your desk mate is in front of me. How is cutting in front of your desk mate any different from cutting in front of me?" "I just did, what are you going to do about it?" Amid the arguing, Lin Zichen recognized He Yu's voice. Looking in the direction of the noise, sure enough, it was He Yu having a dispute with someone. On closer inspection, it seemed that He Yu was upset about someone cutting in line in front of him and was giving the other person an earful. "Xiao Chen, He Yu is arguing with someone, should we go over and see what's happening?" Shen Qinghan also noticed He Yu and, seeing that he was the one being cut in front of, thought about whether to support him or not. Lin Zichen said indifferently, "We shouldn't be needed, He Yu has a fierce presence, the guy who jumped the queue got coward." And indeed, that was the case. The queue jumper, being in the wrong, couldn't out-talk He Yu, and quickly left the line. Just when everyone thought the matter was over. Suddenly, several boys from the neighboring line left their own queue and walked straight towards He Yu, taking the person who had just been scolded for jumping the queue, and cut in front of He Yu. He Yu was stunned for a moment, then became somewhat angry out of embarrassment. "What do you think you're doing?" "Nothing much, just purely wanting to cut in front of you," said the person ahead of him arrogantly without turning back. He Yu was infuriated and immediately tried to push all the queue jumpers out. However, upon pushing, he found he couldn't budge them at all. The queue jumpers were far stronger than him. Seeing this, Lin Zichen no longer sat motionless and immediately got up and walked towards He Yu. He approached He Yu, looked at the people in front of him, and said indifferently, "Out." One of them retorted arrogantly, "What can you do if I don't leave?" Lin Zichen took out his phone, turned on the recording, and captured the queue jumping group, saying coolly, "I will report you." Upon hearing this, their faces changed, not expecting Lin Zichen to be so shameless. Normally students resolve conflicts themselves to save face, without involving teachers or school leaders. Who would act without martial ethics like this? Soon, the group left the queue, no longer daring to cut in, afraid of being reported on video. As they passed by Lin Zichen, one of them said disdainfully, "Playing this reporting game is disgraceful." Lin Zichen replied, "I find the act of queue jumping even more disgraceful." The person was at a loss for words, feeling humiliated, and swiftly left. The others left just as quickly. Shanghai City. Inside a villa in the affluent district. The rat god cult sect hierarch summoned all his followers for a meeting. There weren't many of them, just over 20. Seeing that everyone was present, the rat god cult sect hierarch began, "Stupid Strong is dead. He went crazy a while back and messed with the security team at the market, and ended up losing his life." Someone clapped and cheered upon hearing this, "Good riddance to that fool. He was always causing trouble with his madness. I've wanted him dead for a while, he would have implicated us sooner or later." The rat god cult sect hierarch ignored him and turned to call a young man standing behind him. Then he introduced to the crowd, "This young man is a newcomer, he will take Stupid Strong's place. Everyone gets to know him." After finishing the introductions, he continued, "Also, the rat god has conveyed to me that ordinary people are too pitiful and not tasty. From now on, we should target the nobility and higher UPS. Everyone should be aware so we don't bring the wrong sacrifices later." Someone raised a question, sect hierarch, it's too risky to snatch the high and mighty. Another person added, yes, sect hierarch, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 ordinary people go missing, but if a noble disappears, it might cause a big issue. The rat god cult sect hierarch said, try to choose the sons of wealthy businessmen with no power, the risk will be much lower that way. After speaking, he turned to the newcomer, since you're new, you don't have to snatch the noble ones yet. First, snatch a handsome ordinary young male to practice. Later, offer him to one of the rat god's divine sons as a sacrifice. The newcomer was puzzled, sect hierarch, why does it have to be someone handsome? Wouldn't an ugly one suffice? The rat god cult sect hierarch replied, because the rat god likes beautiful things. I see, the newcomer nodded and then confidently said, don't worry, sect hierarch, I'll present the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine son. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 72. The humiliation under the crotch. Several days had passed since the last cafeteria line cutting incident. That day, as soon as he arrived at school, he brought the matter up to Lin Zichen, saying with an indignant face, I've been looking into it for several days, and I finally figured out which class those who cut in my line the other day belong to. You might not believe it, but those people are actually from Class 3 Senior Year 2, the top key class we're about to challenge. As he spoke, he couldn't help but complain, even the key class students lack manners, I'm truly at a loss for words. Being good at studies doesn't mean one also has good manners. Lin Zichen, while scrolling through the news on his phone, responded indifferently. At that moment, a news report caught his attention. It said that a rich second generation had gone missing in the city, unreachable for 3 days, and their family was offering a hefty reward online for their return. Another rich second generation missing? Lin Zichen furrowed his brows. This was the 5th case of a rich second generation disappearance he had seen in these days. Initially, he thought it was a kidnapping for ransom, but after several days passed, he realized there was no kidnapper contacting the families for a ransom. It was very strange. Deeply frightening. While he was mulling over this, Li Chuxin, who sat in front of him, said to Shen Qinghan, Han Han, there's going to be a singing contest at school at the end of December. I want to sing a duet, and we're missing a partner with a soft voice. Your voice is so gentle, how about we join the contest together? I can't sing. No problem, the lyrics you need to handle are minimal. You just have to hum along with me occasionally. Why don't you find someone else? Shen Qinghan had a bit of social anxiety at school and simply didn't have the courage to perform on stage. Seeing her refusal, Li Chuxin immediately took her hand and pleaded, Han Han, please join me in the competition. Your voice is so soft and lovely, with you as a partner, we can definitely win a place. But Shen Qinghan felt very troubled and did not know how to refuse Li Chuxin. Lin Zichen, sitting behind, seeing this, advised, Han Han, why don't you join Chu Xin in the contest? Your voice is very suited for singing, and I'm sure it will sound great. He thought Shen Qinghan was being too introverted at school and that participating in a singing competition to practice being on stage would be a good way for her to build confidence. Li Chuxin also urged, exactly, Han Han, your voice really is perfect for singing. It would be a pity not to show off your talent in the competition. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Qinghan finally agreed to join Li Chuxin in the contest, considering Lin Zichen's feelings. You and Li Chuxin have successfully persuaded Shen Qinghan to join the singing contest, total completed tasks count +1. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised, he had not expected this to contribute to the progress of his social animal achievement. A few days later, on Saturday morning, inside the gymnasium, Lin Zichen's Class 1 Junior Year 1 was set to challenge the strongest key class of Senior Year 2, Class 3. During the warm-up period, a few boys from Senior Year 2 Class 3 gathered to chat and occasionally glanced over at Lin Zichen and He Yu. It was none other than the guys who cut in Hiyu's line last week. Lin Zichen noticed their stares but didn't care, continuing to quietly help Shen Qinghan warm up. Hiyu, however, looked back at them and was immediately met with their middle fingers raised in provocation, which infuriated him enough to raise his middle finger in response. Soon after, both classes had finished warming up, and the competition was about to start. As last time, Shen Qinghan was the first to compete for Class 1 Junior Year 1. The only difference was that this time, Shen Qinghan was defeated within 3 seconds of taking the stage, swept off her feet by her opponent's leg sweep and then pinned down, unable to move. The senior girls from the key class were too strong, and even her turtle-style defense couldn't withstand their attacks. It wasn't just her. Wen Yuntung, Chu Yuxi, Li Chuxin, and several other girls all got instantly taken down by the same opponent as soon as they stepped on the stage, with no chance of fighting back. It was only in the 9th match, when a short-haired girl with a sturdy build took the stage, that they finally managed to knock the key class's first competitor off the stage. After that, an even stronger senior girl from the opposing team started to dominate in the martial stage once again. In less than 10 minutes, they wiped out 9 people in a row. Among them, there were 3 boys. Class 2 maintained such an obvious trend of strength disparity as the battle continued. Before long, Class 1 of Senior Year 1 was left with only Lin Zichen, Wang Shijia, Lu Gang, and Hiyu, 4 people. Whereas Senior Year 2 Class 3 had only lost 5 students from the stage, with as many as 36 students yet to compete. The 5 students who were knocked off the stage were all girls, the other side hadn't even fielded a single boy. The disparity in strength was too great, there was simply no way to fight. In the face of this situation, everyone in Class 1 of Senior Year 1 frowned deeply, feeling somewhat powerless and desperate. Everyone except Lin Zichen. He needed to defeat as many opponents as possible to complete the survival of the fittest achievement. Seeing that his classmates were almost beaten, he was secretly pleased, eagerly hoping to soon be the last man standing. Hiyu, it's your turn. Han Yuanfeng looked at Hiyu, assigning him a difficult task. There are still 6 girls left on the other side, go and take them all down. Can you do it? No problem. Hiyu answered confidently, and after speaking, he jumped onto the martial stage. Then, living up to expectations, he took a bit of effort to knock out all 6 girls from the opposing side. Following that, a boy in a tank top from the other side entered the stage. Hiyu saw that the newcomer was actually an acquaintance, the very person who first cut in line at the cafeteria that day. Ready to die? The boy in the tank top said with a grin as he approached. Hiyu also smiled, not only do you lack manners, but you also lack self-awareness. The opponent was the first boy from the class to enter the fray, certainly a weakling. Hiyu was full of confidence for this duel. Seeing that both participants were in position, the referee quickly raised his right hand and chopped it down. Let the duel begin. No sooner had the referee spoken than the boy in the tank top used a swift step to move in front of Hiyu and, before Hiyu could react, raised his hand and punched him to the ground. Then, in full view of everyone, he stepped over Hiyu's body, deliberately humiliating him. Fuck your mother. Hiyu, enraged and humiliated, got up to hit the boy in the tank top. However, before he could throw a punch, he was kicked to the ground by the boy in the tank top and then stepped over again. Referee, student, you must not deliberately humiliate your opponent, warning once. The boy in the tank top ignored him, kicking Hiyu, who had just stood up, down again, and then stepped over him. Referee, warning twice. Seeing that he had been warned twice, the boy in the tank top did not continue to humiliate Hiyu and directly kicked him off the martial stage. The kick was so forceful that Hiyu curled up in pain beside the stage, his face twisted in agony. The boy in the tank top looked at the referee and asked, I won't be disqualified until I've been warned 3 times, right? The referee frowned, while that's the rule, indeed, insulting your opponent is an extremely reprehensible act. I advise you not to do it. The boy in the tank top didn't heed the referee and instead looked down at Lin Zichen, smiling. Junior, I remember you like to medal a lot. Do you want to come up and medal again? After speaking, he gestured to Lin Zichen with a hooked finger, his face full of provocation. If you have the guts, come on up, otherwise let it be. Lin Zichen could see that the boy in the tank top was very strong, definitely one of the frontrunners in the class. He had intentionally come out first to target Hiyu and then humiliate him publicly. And now, it was his turn. But I was just worried I wouldn't get a chance to participate. With that thought, Lin Zichen leaped onto the martial stage with one jump. P.S. Begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Challenge the entire school. Zichen, blow him away, give him the humiliation under the crotch. 2. Cutting the line in the cafeteria is bad enough, but acting so disgusting on the martial stage, where's your shame? Humiliate him harshly, get revenge for Hiyu. As soon as Lin Zichen stepped onto the stage, everyone in his class started shouting at him with emotion. They all knew about Hiyu being cut in line, they knew the man in the vest on stage was one of those who cut the line that day, and now they were all united in their animosity. Chiyu, step over his head. I hate snitches the most, gonna brutally torture him first before stepping over his head. Do it to him. The people from the opposing class were also shouting. However, not many were shouting, just those few who cut in line with the man in the vest that day. The homeroom teachers from both sides were somewhat dumbfounded, unable to understand why the situation had suddenly become so tense. It wasn't until they inquired with someone in the know that they learned it all stemmed from an old grudge related to cue cutting in the cafeteria. The homeroom teacher of Class 3, Year 2 had a headache, as a few students in the class lacked manners. Depending on their strong martial arts abilities, from the first year of high school until now, they had caused no small number of troubles and were basically uncontrollable. Han Yuanfeng had some objections but just frowned and didn't say much. Because, when students have conflicts, the best way to resolve them is to determine the winner and loser on the martial stage. There was no need for him to step in and mediate. On the stage, the man in the vest looked provocatively at Lin Zichen and said, "Perhaps, you could forfeit, so you don't have to be stepped over by me later." Forfeiture is the greatest taboo in martial arts competitions. Those who practice martial arts must show fighting spirit and dare to compete. The man in the vest said this to show off and to disgust Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen simply ignored him and looked towards the referee, speaking indifferently, "We're both in position. We can start the duel now." The referee nodded and then raised his right hand swiftly, chopping it down. "The duel begins." As soon as the voice fell, the man in the vest fiercely pushed off the ground, rushing towards Lin Zichen like an arrow. He liked to brag before the fight, but once the battle started, he never underestimated his opponent. If one could give their full effort, they would. First knock the person down, then continue to arrogantly show off. Buzz. As the man in the vest approached Lin Zichen, he raised his leg for a vicious high side kick, targeting Lin Zichen's head. The speed was so quick, and the power so great, it even created a faint sonic boom in the air. This one kick, if an ordinary student were to take it to the head, could result in a light concussion or, in more severe cases, immediate unconsciousness. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Zichen didn't even move his feet, lazily raising a hand to slap away the leg the man in the vest had kicked over. Next, he grabbed the man's head and pushed down forcefully, bang, smashing his face to the ground. Finally, he raised his leg to step over and add insult, then kicked the man off the martial stage, ending the fight at lightning speed. The entire set of movements flowed like water, executed cleanly and swiftly, and took no more than 3 seconds. I lost. Below the stage, the man in the vest sat slumped on the ground, his forehead was scraped, and his nose bleeding, his face filled with life doubts, and he looked utterly disheveled. Even now, he hadn't quite grasped what had just happened. He only knew that he had rushed over to deliver a high kick to Lin Zichen, and then in the next second, everything went dark as his head was planted straight into the ground. His head was in pain and still buzzing, most likely concussed. What happened? Chi Yu's strength ranks in the top 5 in our class, how did he get floored so easily? That cool junior is that strong. The students from Class 3, Year 2 were completely dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. In contrast, the students of Class 1, Year 1 appeared calm and untroubled. They had all witnessed Lin Zichen's strength and knew he had the ability to accomplish this. Another easy takedown. Han Yuanfeng squinted his eyes and muttered, "This kid is definitely hiding his true power." He was aware of how strong that vest-wearing guy in the opponent's class was. Much stronger than the black, overweight kid they had faced before. Yet, he was effortlessly taken down by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was absolutely holding back quite a bit of strength, otherwise, there was no way he could do this. Listening to Han Yuanfeng's murmurs, Wang Shuzhe and Liu Gang beside him were completely stunned. Damn, Lin Zichen is already showing such strength, and you're telling me that's not all of it? Is this guy even human? On the other side, He Yu glanced at Lin Zichen on the stage, then at the vest-wearing guy sitting on the ground with a nosebleed, feeling a mix of emotions. The guy who beat me like a dog just got easily wiped out by Zichen. I was showing off in front of him at the start of school, how clownish is that? Han, your Zichen is too incredible. Li Chuxin was dazzled by Lin Zichen's recent moves, her face full of admiration. My Zichen? It was the first time Shen Qinghan heard this phrase and felt a little happy inside. On the stage, Lin Zichen paid no attention to the exclamations around him and looked expressionlessly towards Class 2, Grade 3, addressing the few who had jumped the queue with the vests-wearing guy. Who's next? His voice sounded very calm but was unusually imbued with intimidating pressure. Those guys, hearing this, didn't look too good, already anticipating the thrashing they'd get on stage. The arrogance and shouting from before had vanished, replaced by panic. About half an hour later, all 29 remaining students of Grade 2, Class 3 were defeated. All by Lin Zichen. Each match ended in a quick defeat. Among them, those who had been part of the queue jumping suffered the same fate as the vest-wearing guy. All were humiliated by Lin Zichen stepping on their heads, then kicked off the martial stage. Now they were all sitting on the ground with bloody noses, looking quite miserable. After the last match, Lin Zichen had a thought and checked his progress in the survival of the fittest achievement through the void. Achievement, in an official competitive situation, use the most primal method of organisms to cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different adversaries. Reward, gain the biometric attribute survival of the fittest. Cumulative adversaries eliminated, 119/1000. Only 119? Looking at the number on the progress bar, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown. The achievement survival of the fittest appeared much earlier than social animal, but the completion progress was several hundred behind that of social animal. This rate of progress was too slow. The reason was that he was always the last one to fight during the class bouts. No, this can't continue. My strength far exceeds the high school level, there is no need to follow high school rules. I need to set my own rules. Come Monday, I'll go to the Academic Affairs office and ask the principal to arrange a reward-based personal challenge for me. I will challenge the whole school. P.S. Bowl in hand, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 74. Public enemy of the whole school. 2 days later, Monday morning. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived at school, he headed straight to the administrative building to find the female principal and tell her he wanted to hold a personal challenge match. The rules were simple, he would defend the position while allowing the entire student body to challenge him. The female principal was a bit dumbfounded after hearing this. You're just a freshman and you want to challenge the entire student body, are you serious? Lin Zichen didn't beat about the bush and took the female principal to a corner of the gym where no one was and showed her his strength by lifting a 700 kilograms barbell with one hand. The female principal was completely shocked. 700 kilograms. That's even stronger than Wu Tiancheng, the strongest student in the school's history, during his freshman year. Am I dreaming? Once she regained her composure, the female principal said excitedly, "No problem, I'll arrange a solo showcase where you can challenge the entire school. Principal, remember to set up a reward, without a reward, no one will be motivated. Don't worry, leave it to the principal. It's best to set up two kinds of rewards, one for participation to encourage everyone to step up and challenge, and a cumulative reward, which is a prize pool that grows with each challenge attempt. The more attempts, the larger the pool of prize money. Whoever beats me gets to take the prize money. If no one can beat me within a certain period, then I'll receive the prize money." "Okay, we'll do it just as you said. Principal, regarding my strength, you must keep it a secret for me first, otherwise nobody will be motivated to challenge if they find out." All right, the principal will listen to you." No matter what Lin Zichen asked for, the female principal was quick to agree without hesitation, completely unlike the domineering figure who instilled fear in the entire school on regular days. That's the charm of a genius of the highest caliber in school history, capable of making the high and mighty female principal willingly become an eager follower, as if she were hypnotized. At lunch break, the female principal, having spent the whole morning pondering, personally came to class 1 of freshman year with the solo showcase plan she had prepared and handed it to Lin Zichen for his approval. Lin Zichen quickly glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. "Nicely done, principal, thank you for your hard work." The female principal beamed, "Oh, it's no trouble at all." Many of the passing teachers and students rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. What's going on? How come the ever-serious female principal, the notorious terror of the school, was smiling like a sycophant in front of a student? What sort of turnaround was this? Unlike everyone else, Shen Qinghan, who also witnessed this scene, remained completely calm throughout. Whether it was teachers fawning over Lin Zichen or the principal doing so, she had grown up seeing it and was well accustomed to it. She even thought that even when they got to university, the university principal would still act as Lin Zichen's eager follower. On the other side, the female principal, excited by the discovery of an unparalleled genius, was not concerned about the odd looks from others. Seeing that Lin Zichen had no issues with the plan, she immediately took out her phone and notified all the homeroom teachers to gather their students at the field at 2 in the afternoon, announcing there was something important to disclose. 2 in the afternoon. All the homeroom teachers brought their students to the field punctually. Lin Zichen and the female principal stood on the stage. Once everyone was gathered, the female principal immediately took the microphone and announced Lin Zichen's challenge to the entire school. She detailed Lin Zichen's basic personal information, his recent achievements, and the rules of the challenge, the prize money, and so forth. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students below were in an uproar. "Principal, are you serious? The principal has gone mad. You, a freshman new student, are setting up a challenge for the entire school to face you. Where does your confidence come from? You think you're worthy of our challenge? Just because you beat the strongest class of sophomores, you're acting like this, and if people didn't know better, they'd think you had defeated the top class of seniors. Arrogant and ignorant, do you think you are the historically strongest student, Wu Tiancheng?" Seeing Lin Zichen, a freshman, daring to set up a challenge for the whole school, many older students felt offended and started berating him from below the stage. Facing everyone's questions, Lin Zichen simply said, "Starting tomorrow, for 2 hours during every lunch break, I will be at the gym defending the position, and everyone is welcome to come and spar." On the way home, Shen Qinghan's peachy eyes brimmed with curiosity. "Xiao Chen, how come you suddenly want to challenge the whole school like this? It's not your style. High school is so boring. Just looking for some fun. Liar. You caught me. Tell me. Shen Qinghan coquettishly clung to Lin Zichen's arm. Lin Zichen, not now, wait until I come up with a good excuse, then I'll tell you. Shen Qinghan. Seeing her puff up her cheeks unhappily, Lin Zichen stopped teasing her and told her the reason he had prepared in advance. The principal saw how well I did in the class competition and wanted to see my limit. He set this challenge up especially for me. You actually agreed with the principal? That's not like you. Of course I agreed, there's money involved, said Lin Zichen, adding, once we get the money, we should find a time for our two families to go out for a big meal. Yes, yes. Shen Qinghan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking, already drooling at the thought. Seeing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Such a foodie, just like when she was little. Evening. After dinner, Lin Zichen rested for a while and quickly started his daily exercise routine. Last night was strength training, so tonight is speed. He changed shoes, grabbed his keys. Lin Zichen stepped out the door, ready to go for a road run. As he left, he heard a gentle, sweet voice singing from the neighboring building. It was very pleasant to the ear. It was Shen Qinghan practicing her singing again, preparing hard for the December singing competition. Such a soft, lovely voice, and she was practicing so earnestly, she was bound to win a prize at this rate. I'll have to buy a bouquet for that occasion. After she finishes singing and wins, I'll go on stage and give them to her. What kind of flowers should I buy? I'll need to think about this carefully. There's still time, might as well run by the florist on the way. Thinking this, Lin Zichen picked up his pace toward the nearest florist. On the bustling street, a somewhat handsome young man, holding a cup of lemon tea that costs just 4 yuan, stood on the sidewalk, scrutinizing every person who walked by. Oddly enough, he wasn't interested in the beautiful women at all. Whether they were in stockings or in cheongsams, he didn't give them a second glance. His gaze remained solely on the young, handsome men. I give up. Is Shanghai City this bad? All I want is a perfect 10 in terms of looks. How come I've been searching for days without any luck? All these handsome guys passing by have flaws. It's so annoying. If I can't complete this sacrifice task perfectly, how will the sect hierarch look at me? Will I be ostracized in the cult in the future? The more he thought about it, the more agitated the young man became, almost to the point of stamping his feet in frustration. Just as he decided to give up on perfectionism and was ready to catch a decent-looking guy to get it over with, suddenly, he spotted a full-score handsome guy in the flower shop across the street. Holy shit, so handsome! It's like finding a needle in a haystack without even trying. Pikachu, I choose you. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 75. The Fall of the Rat God Cult. On a deserted highway at night, Lin Zichen looked at the half-human half-rat corpse on the ground, his expression filled with confusion. Is this it? Did he just pick up a rock and throw it, and then it died? Are there really followers of the Rat God Cult this week? When he had left the flower shop, Lin Zichen had noticed someone following him. He originally thought it was a coincidence, that he was just being paranoid. But unexpectedly, as he was about to reach the highway, the person suddenly sped up and chased after him. Turning around at the sound, he saw the person had 8 eyes on his face and was covered in dense fur. Lin Zichen didn't say a word and took off running. But as he ran, he noticed that the person's speed seemed a bit slow and couldn't keep up at all. So, he stopped to pick up a rock and threw it, intending to test the person's strength. As a result, that single throw killed him. What kind of experience baby was this? Lin Zichen was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. He soon squatted down and extended his finger to touch the corpse on the ground. Then, with a thought, devour. You have devoured a strand of life essence from the gigantic mutant rat. Gigantic mutant rat compendium, 8%. Only increased by 1%? That's really little. No wonder this rat man was so trash. Lin Zichen shook his head, took some time to clean up the scene, and quickly left the highway. He didn't go for a night run anymore, opting to go straight home instead. Just going out for a jog and being targeted by a rat man was somewhat hazardous. For safety reasons, he decided not to go for nightly runs for the time being. After all, not every follower of the rat god cult was as trash as the one he encountered tonight. Some more formidable followers of the rat god, after mutating, had extremely powerful flesh that could even withstand firearms. After returning home, Lin Zichen engaged in high-intensity training at home. He trained for several hours straight. In between, sweet singing from the next room occasionally filtered through. It was Shen Qinghan practicing her singing again. It was clear that she was taking the singing competition at the end of December very seriously. After working out, he took a bath. Lin Zichen leaned against the wall, sitting on the bed browsing the news on his phone. Not long into reading, he came across a news item about the rat god cult. In the news, the city security minister stated that a series of recent kidnappings of wealthy second-generation individuals had been confirmed as the work of rat god cult followers. The city security minister expressed great anger and shame, assuring the citizens that they would eradicate the rat god cult as soon as possible and restore a good public order environment in Shanghai City, or he would resign and apologize if unsuccessful. What does the rat god cult want with these rich second-generation kids? Are they asking for death? Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out. But he didn't think too much about it, noticing it was late, turned off the lights, and lay down to sleep. Tomorrow, he was to challenge the entire school in the arena, he needed a good rest tonight. The next day, at the crack of dawn. Before his phone alarm went off, Lin Zichen woke up first. He picked up his phone to check the time and saw it was still early, so he didn't rush to get up but instead lay in bed scrolling through the news. Just opening the news app, he was shocked by a top news story. Good news! Last night at 3 in the morning, the city security headquarters teamed up with professors from Evolution College at Shanghai University, and eradicated the rat god cult in one fell swoop. The rat god cult was wiped out. Lin Zichen was shocked, his face filled with disbelief, and immediately clicked on the news to read it in detail. The city security headquarters had requested the assistance of a professor from the Evolution College at Shanghai University. The former was in charge of dealing with the rat god cult followers, while the latter dealt with the rat king. The professor was a genetic integrator, an advanced-level biological creature named Wu Tiancheng. Wu Tiancheng? The strongest historical figure of Shanghai High School? Wasn't he someone who had just graduated from high school in the last few sessions? How did he become a mentor at Shanghai University? Employed right after graduation? With these questions in mind, Lin Zichen searched online and realized that Wu Tiancheng mentioned in the news was indeed the strongest person in Shanghai High School's history. He graduated the year before last and was supposed to stay at Kyoto University, but he was poached back to Shanghai City by Shanghai University. He continued to browse news about the extermination of the rat god cult. Soon, Lin Zichen came across a live video. It had just been released by the city's security headquarters. Upon opening the video, the scene showed a desolate forest landscape. As the camera moved, a giant mutant rat nearly 10 meters in length soon appeared on screen. This massive giant mutant rat, self-proclaimed as the Rat King, sat on the ground like a mountain, overshadowing the sun and appearing extremely sinister. In the video, a birdman hovering in midair was confronting it. It wasn't long before they started fighting. The battle was earth-shattering and the scene was incredibly intense. However, in less than half a minute, the huge Rat King was killed by the birdman, who was no larger than an average adult male. The nearly 10-meter-long massive body was chopped into pieces by the feathers shot out by the birdman. After killing the Rat King, the birdman retracted his wings and landed on the ground. In less than a few seconds, all features of the Birdman rapidly vanished from his body, reverting to a well-built young man. It was none other than Wu Tiancheng, capable of switching freely between human and Birdman form, able to shoot feathers for long-range attacks. Is this what an advanced-level creature is? Truly powerful. Lin Zichen watched Wu Tiancheng in the video, filled with envy. Shanghai City Security Headquarters. The director's office. A stern-faced middle-aged man was sitting and drinking tea with a well-built young man. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked, "Tiancheng, still no contact with your teacher?" The young man shook his head, "Still missing. Those strong individuals who went to suppress the uprising in Source Land number 36 that year are all still unaccounted for." What's the situation in Source Land number 36 now? The situation has stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to be here today to clean up the small fry that slipped in amidst the chaos back then. Small fry? The middle-aged man laughed, set down his teacup, and said with a sigh, "Back when the Source Land number 36 uprising happened, you were just a middle school student. It's hard to believe that in just 10 years, you've evolved into an advanced level creature. The Rat King, who the entire security headquarters was powerless against, is just small fry to you. Talent really makes a difference." After finishing, he asked the young man, "By the way, since you've come out from the origin land this time, are you interested in giving a lecture at your old high school?" The young man waved his hand, declining, "Forget it, I don't have that much time. I have to go back to Source Land to commit myself. If it hadn't been for that Rat King eating more people than he should, I wouldn't have been dispatched here." Shanghai City. Within a kilometer-deep underground cavern, a giant mutant rat more than 10 meters long was cowering in front of a 4-meter-tall three-eyed giant. "You started off by eating beggars and vagrants, then moved on to young, tender, and good-looking people, and later you went for those who were high above. I put a lot of effort into dodging surveillance to bring you to Shanghai City so that you could expand our race and dig tunnels. Instead, you've been going around eating people, and your appetite has only grown. Tell me, do you think you deserve to die?" The three-eyed giant lifted its right leg high and stomped down on the giant mutant rat's nose, looking down at it imperiously and asking. The giant mutant rat immediately pleaded, "Sir, please give me another chance." "Opportunities, well, can be given, but you need to offer something in return," the giant said. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the three-eyed giant suddenly raised its right hand and forcefully plunged it into one of the giant mutant rat's eyes. A squelching sound was heard. That was followed by the resonating screams of the rat. The next moment, a basketball-sized eyeball was in the hand of the three-eyed giant. Ignoring the screams of the giant mutant rat before him, it opened its maw wide and stuffed the eyeball into its mouth, chewing slowly with visible pleasure. The eyes of sewer rats still smell as foul as ever, but taste delicious. "I must say, you may be dull-witted usually, but you're quite clever when it comes to valuing your own life, letting your brother take the front stage as Rat King and facing the risks, while you enjoyed yourself behind the scenes. However, if you don't start digging tunnels under Shanghai City and behave, your life will still be forfeit despite your caution," the giant continued. With that, the three-eyed giant plucked out another eyeball and popped it into its mouth, using it to calm its anger. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 76, top student of the Senior 2 honor class. After watching the video of Wu Tiancheng killing the Rat King, Lin Zichen continued to search and browse related news. Soon, a wanted notice about the remaining fugitive cultists of the Rat God cult caught his eye. The content of the news was that there were still 9 Rat God cult followers on the run, but the Public Security Department had already found their specific identity information and made it public, hoping citizens could provide clues to assist in the capture. There was a reward for providing clues, with the amount ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan depending on the importance of the clue. Lin Zichen glanced at the wanted photos, committing to memory the appearances of the 9 remaining Rat God cult fugitives. These 9 people were walking 500,000 yuan each, worth remembering their faces. However, the reward was secondary, the important thing was to protect oneself. Knowing the appearances of the rat god cult fugitives meant that if he happened to encounter them by accident one day, he could recognize them immediately and xiquickly distance himself to avoid danger. He would provide clues to public security only after ensuring his own safety, and then claim the reward. Xiao Chen, aren't you up yet? It's already 6 o'clock. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. While he was engrossed in the news, Zhang Wangzhen's voice came from outside the door. I know, I'm getting up now. Lin Zichen responded and quickly got out of bed to get dressed. Then he washed up, went downstairs for breakfast. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen stepped out the front door and went to school with Shen Qinghan, who was already waiting for him outside. Along the way, Shen Qinghan, unusually quiet, kept humming softly, sounding more and more skilled and pleasant to hear. Lin Zichen listened and enjoyed it. He had thought that Shen Qinghan would definitely win an award in the competition at the end of December, but now, he believed she was sure to come first. In less than 10 minutes, the two entered the gates of the school. Walking along the campus paths, many were pointing at Lin Zichen, whispering about what had happened to him yesterday. Having announced his challenge to the entire school on the sports field stage the previous afternoon, he was now famous throughout the school. To exaggerate a little, even the stray cats on the road and the dogs kept by the teachers might recognize him. However, this fame wasn't exactly positive. In the senior years, especially among the seniors, aside from some infatuated girls whose values followed their looks, the vast majority of seniors are quite averse to him. They think this freshman is too arrogant and has deeply offended them, the seniors. As for all the pointing and whispering on the way, Lin Zichen didn't care at all, acting as if he had seen or heard nothing, and went about his business as usual. It was tough, though, for Shen Qinghan walking with him. Already socially anxious at school, Shen Qinghan, walking along the campus paths, was constantly struck by the looks others directed at Lin Zichen, her head bowed the entire way, too scared to lift it. The constant chatter around her only made her feel more uncomfortable, to the point where her legs seemed to forget how to walk, and every step felt awkward. Seeing her in this state, Lin Zichen also felt helpless. His childhood friend lacked confidence, always timid at school, which made her seem like an easy target for bullying. He wondered when she would become more confident. The time quickly reached 12 o'clock at noon. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Lin Zichen didn't even stop for lunch, he left the classroom and headed for the school gymnasium. He had already eaten something to line his stomach during the break the class before. It was an onigiri made by Zhang Wangzhen. It was convenient, time-saving, and didn't require cleaning a lunchbox. Seeing Lin Zichen heading to the gymnasium, Shen Qinghan hurriedly left her seat to heat her lunch in the office, planning to bring the warm food to the gymnasium to eat and accompany Lin Zichen throughout his challenge matches. She intended to use her phone to capture every moment worth recording of Lin Zichen's performance, collecting all the highlights of his student days, and then prepare a slideshow to give to him as a gift. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen had already arrived at the gym and stepped onto the martial stage. The gym was empty at that moment, not a soul in sight. The students had just finished class and hadn't arrived yet. 2 or 3 minutes later, students began to trickle into the gym. These students hadn't gone to the cafeteria for lunch but had bought a piece of bread from the campus store and come to watch Lin Zichen's first day of individual challenge matches. There were classmates. There were onlookers. There were fangirls. There were hopeful challengers. And there were students who were just there for the raffle. In order to encourage active participation in the challenge, the female principal added a prize for participation in her plan. Any student who took part in the challenge would get a raffle ticket. The prizes were generous, including various latest models of electronic products. Zichen, the top student of the high sophomore honors class, has his sights on you, he said. Today, he wants to rub you relentlessly on the martial stage, beat you until even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Below the martial stage, He was leisurely munching on his bread as he mimicked the threatening tone of that sophomore honors class tyrant and relayed the message to Lin Zichen, appearing like an instigating eunuch. Wang Shuzhi sneered upon hearing this. He's just a worthless person who's practiced for an extra year. How could he be considered a match for Lin Zichen? Liu Gang also remarked, those high-graders are nothing but frogs in a well. They have no clue how strong Lin Zichen truly is. At this moment, both top achievers from Nangwan City stood speaking up for Lin Zichen, sharing his enmity, and looking down upon the top student from the high sophomore honors class. After several shocks, awe, and existential doubts, they both accepted Lin Zichen's superiority, thoroughly convinced that he was the number one of Shanghai High School. Even though Lin Zichen had not yet faced the top students of the junior and senior honors classes, this did not prevent them from being so sure of their stance. They trusted their intuition as geniuses. Xiao Chen, good luck later. Shen Qinghan, holding her heated meal, sat in a corner below the stage, smilingly shouting a word of encouragement to Lin Zichen. Beside her, Li Chuxin also shouted, Ziai Chen, go for it. Lin Zichen waved back at the two and the rest of the class with a smile. About 10 minutes later, the teacher in charge of refereeing arrived. Seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't waste a second and immediately asked everyone below the stage, everyone, the individual challenge match can now begin. Does anyone want to come up for a sparring session? I'll do it. With a delicate voice, a girl with twin ponytails jumped onto the martial stage. She was a student from the ordinary class of grade 1 and was weaker than Shen Qinghan. The main reason she stepped up to the challenge was to have physical contact with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't go easy on her just because she was a girl. Aiming to save time to spar with more challengers, he knocked her out in less than 3 seconds. Survival of the fittest achievement progress +1. I'm next. It's my turn now, my turn. And me too. In the time that followed, the little fangirls took turns scrambling to get on the stage, all eager for physical contact with Lin Zichen. Then, in less than half an hour, Lin Zichen had taken down nearly 100 little fangirls, significantly increasing his achievement progress by dozens of points. With 95 points progress made in less than half an hour, he thought at this rate, he might complete the survival of the fittest achievement by this week. Lin Zichen felt a surge of excitement within. Another half hour passed, and the supply of little fangirls below the stage had almost been spent. At this time, the cumulative progress for the survival of the fittest achievement had reached 309 points. A straight gain of 190 points within an hour. The speed of progress was far more than what he had accumulated over the past few years combined, ridiculously efficient. In the meantime, some fangirls were not ready to give up and wanted to challenge again after their defeat. Lin Zichen flatly refused, not accepting a second challenge from any losers. Because for the survival of the fittest achievement, he had to defeat different competitors to increase the completion progress. Are there any other challengers? After making use of the little fangirls, Lin Zichen looked down at the others and asked. Yes, of course. There was an immediate response from below the stage. As long as they stepped up to challenge, they would get a raffle ticket afterwards. Everyone was enthusiastic about this, lining up to take their turns for the challenge. Half an hour later, the completion progress for the survival of the fittest achievement had reached 419 points, nearly half completed. Meanwhile, the total amount of money accumulated in the prize pool had reached 2,000 yuan. Anyone else want to come? Lin Zichen looked down and asked. By then, all the little fangirls had had their turn, and the students who wanted raffle tickets were done as well. I'm coming. A senior student from the key class of 3rd year leapt onto the martial stage, a huge guy 2 meters tall, covered with muscles, looking like a mountain. He had his eyes on the 2,000 yuan in the prize pool. Junior, I know you're strong, but setting up a challenge for the whole school as a freshman is a bit too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. After speaking, the senior took off his shirt in public, showing off his ridiculously exaggerated pectoral muscles, which throbbed with every flex, brimming with explosive power. 10 seconds later. Bang! A collision sounded. The confident muscled senior who had just been full of confidence to fly backwards off the martial stage. Next. After taking down the muscle-bound senior, Lin Zichen immediately shouted to those below the stage. However, no one came up to challenge. Seeing even a key class third-year senior get swiftly defeated, everyone understood their chances, and none stepped forward to be humiliated. As for the raffle tickets, not everyone cared about that. Just as Lin Zichen thought it might be time to call it a day, a commotion suddenly arose from below. Yan Shaoxian is here. I didn't expect him to specifically come here for the challenge. He must really dislike this freshman and wants to come up here to teach him a lesson. This is interesting, now there's a show to watch. Most of the students who came to the gymnasium had done so to watch Yan Shaoxian teach Lin Zichen a lesson. After waiting so long, they finally got to see this dominant figure from the second year's top class. Who is Yan Shaoxian? Hearing the voices below and following everyone's gaze toward a boy approaching the martial stage from a distance, Lin Zichen became curious. Thinking to himself, he turned his head to look at Yu, who was well informed about the happenings below. Seeing Lin Zichen's curious gaze, Yu knew what he wanted to ask and promptly introduced, Yan Shaoxian is the number 1 student in the top class of the second year that I mentioned to you before. He's said to be able to lift a 560 kg barbell with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 6.38 seconds, and his overall strength is among the top 5 in the entire school. After hearing that, Lin Zichen nodded, completely unfazed. It was then that a lean figure leaped out from the crowd. The height of his jump nearly reached 4 meters. And then, like a god descending from the heavens, he landed on the martial stage with a thud. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 77. Attributes of survival of the fittest. A 4.2-meter vertical jump from a standstill? What kind of spring-loaded person is this? Lifting a 690 kg barbell with one hand, a punch from him could probably kill a cow. No, make that 2 cows. 100 meters in 5.86 seconds, Wuxing is the man. In the classroom of senior year class 1, students were praising a muscular boy. The boy's name was Chen Wuxing, the king of the top students in the senior class. His recent results from the Kyoto University Special Talents exam had just been released, causing an uproar among his classmates. As he basked in everyone's exclamations, a student from the next desk leaned over and said, Wuxing, I heard that Yan Shaoxian has gone over to the gym to educate that arrogant freshman. Seems like he's trying to imitate what you did to him last year. He's not as handsome as me, nor does he have my charisma. He can't learn it. Chen Wuxing said with a calm face. After that, he stood up from his seat and headed out of the classroom. The class discipline officer, a girl with shoulder-length bobbed hair, noticed he wasn't heading to the bathroom but going downstairs, so she immediately chased after him and asked. Chen Wuxing, class is about to start. Where are you going? To the gym, to illustrate how a senior year should teach a sophomore. Class begins in less than 10 minutes. Are you planning to skip? I am skipping class. So what? Chen Wuxing stopped, turned around to look at the meddlesome girl at the classroom door, and said coolly. I've already passed the special admission exam for Kyoto University. Even if I drop out now, I'll still be a Kyoto University student come next September. Don't try to constrain me with the same rules that bind you, get it? After dropping those words, Chen Wuxing turned and headed towards the staircase, leaving the girl only a dashing silhouette. Inside the gymnasium, 2 people stood on the martial stage. One was Lin Zichen, who held the position of the defender, and the other was Yan Shaoxian, the challenger. The former was the overlord of the first year, and the latter was the overlord of the second year. This battle between the new and old attracted a lot of spectators. Many teachers without classes next period even came to witness this peak showdown. Who do you think will win? Yan Shaoxian, I guess. I think so too. Although Lin Zichen has become famous lately, after taking down nearly half of the second year's class 3 by himself, that's still just an advanced class, and not on the same level as the elite class. To take a class down single-handedly, Yan Shaoxian easily did that last year. And then what? When he went on to challenge Chen Wuxing, a grade above him, wasn't he thoroughly beaten? Indeed, they are all top-tier geniuses in the elite classes. There's not much difference in talent, an extra year of practice simply makes one much stronger. A group of teachers analyzed the likelihood of victory from below the stage. Their conclusion overwhelmingly doubted Lin Zichen's chances. After all, not everyone is Wu Tiancheng, capable of taking down the entire school in his first year. Besides, when Wu Tiancheng was a first year, the senior students happened to be a weaker cohort, which allowed him to dominate the entire school. Right place, right time, neither can be lacking. On the martial stage, Yan Shaoxian, with one hand in his pocket and casually flicking his bangs that covered his eyes, said with an air of arrogance. Junior, I was as arrogant as you in my first year. But after being trashed by someone, I learned that there is always someone better. Today, I will give you your first lesson in life, teaching you how to be a genius who is neither arrogant nor impetuous. Last year, in his first year, he was insufferably arrogant, picking a fight with an entire senior class all on his own from the start of the school year. Starting with the second year, he fought his way up, smashing through the regular and advanced classes until he reached the elite class, only to be hung and beaten by Chen Wuxing in a David vs. Goliath fight and brutally grinned against the martial stage. Now, he was the upperclassman, and he wanted to bully the lower grade geniuses, making them suffer the same humiliation he had encountered. If he couldn't beat the higher grades, could he not beat the lower ones? Today he had to brutally trounce the freshman who was showing off. Lin Zichen was oblivious to the drama playing out in Yan Shaoxian's mind and didn't wish to listen to his paternalistic preaching. So he looked at the referee and said, "Teacher, we're both in position, can we start the duel?" The referee nodded, then turned to Yan Shaoxian and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready," replied Yan Shaoxian. Hearing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand and swiftly chopped it down, declaring, "The duel begins. Junior, I suggest." Bam! Yan Shaoxian wanted to say something preachy, but before he could finish, he was kicked off the martial stage by Lin Zichen. "Always talking, hurry down from the stage and let others come up for a challenge, don't delay my survival of the fittest achievement." Muttering to himself, Lin Zichen shouted to the others below, "Lunch break is almost over, does anyone else want to challenge?" No one responded from below. Because, at that moment, everyone on site was dumbfounded. What just happened? Yan Shaoxian got defeated in a second? That was the overlord of the second year, a genius who ranked among the top 5 in the entire school. He was just knocked down by a freshman with a single kick? You've got to be kidding. How is this possible? After a moment, as the shock wore off, the entire gymnasium suddenly filled with incredulous chatter. Everyone couldn't believe what they had just witnessed was real, wondering if they were dreaming. As for the person involved, Yan Shaoxian, he sat on the ground in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. "Last year, when I was a junior, I was bullied and beaten up by the seniors. Now that I'm a senior, I'm getting instantly killed by my juniors trying to overthrow me. Either way, it looks like I'm the one who's always getting beaten up." Lin Zichen didn't even glance at the defeated under his hand, ignoring the gasps of astonishment that kept coming from around him. He looked around at the people below the stage and shouted, "Anyone else want to come up for a challenge?" Participate to get a chance to draw a prize. You could win a month of free milk tea vouchers. Or the latest fruit brand smartphone. After shouting for a while and seeing that no one else stepped forward, Lin Zichen turned towards a bespectacled girl standing at the edge of the martial stage and asked with a smile, "Classmate, do you want to come up and try a few moves?" "Ah? I'm just a freshman from a liberal arts class, I'm just here for the excitement." "No worries, come on up for the experience." Saying this, Lin Zichen grabbed the bespectacled girl onto the martial stage, stuffed a raffle ticket into her hand, and then instantly knocked her out with one move. Survival of the fittest achievement progress +1. Watching this, even the female principal was a bit stunned. She pondered, Lin Zichen deliberately organized a personal challenge match, shouldn't he be eager for a clash of the strong? Why is he now not even sparing the liberal arts freshmen who came to join in the fun? Does he have a battle addiction? Crazed? Not picky at all about his opponents? The female principal was at a loss. However, it didn't matter if she didn't understand, as long as she grasped one thing, and that was to cater to Lin Zichen's needs as much as possible. Thinking this, the female principal immediately arranged a task for the teachers present, instructing them to organize the students who hadn't had a turn to go up on stage and challenge Lin Zichen. So, in the time that followed, many students who originally just came for the fun were herded onto the martial stage like ducks and then instantly defeated by Lin Zichen. Seeing the progress bar shoot up, Lin Zichen was overjoyed, thinking to himself that a strong woman who could be principal really was different with a keen ability to read the situation. Soon, the bell for class rang, and the students expressed that they needed to go back for their lessons. The female principal directly said there was no need to worry about it. If their teachers held them accountable, they should say it was the principal who told them to stay in the gym. "Look, Chen Wuxing is here. Is he here for the challenge? I didn't expect even Chen Wuxing, the top student of our school, to come for the challenge. This is going to be good." Right at the moment the bell finished ringing, such a commotion arose from the crowd. Lin Zichen followed the crowd's gaze toward a boy approaching from afar. Chen Wuxing? The number 1 student in the school? So after the juniors come the seniors? Seeing him watching, the boy immediately sped up with a dash, pushed hard off the ground with his calves, and leapt up with a thud as he landed onto the martial stage. Just like Yan Shaoxuan's entrance. The only difference was that this boy's leg muscles had more explosive power, he jumped higher, and he was even more handsome. I really didn't expect Yan Shaoxian to lose to you. On the martial stage, Chen Wuxing said calmly as he looked at Lin Zichen, who was even more attractive than him. After finishing his sentence, he quickly added, "You are indeed very strong, but... Teacher, we're all set in our positions, and we can start the duel." Without waiting for Chen Wuxing to finish, Lin Zichen interrupted him and said this to the referee beside him. Chen Wuxing looked like another chatterbox show-off, and Lin Zichen couldn't be bothered to waste time on him. "Junior, you seem a bit impatient." Chen Wuxing shook his head and then said with a smile, "But that's all right, once the duel starts, I'll let you settle down and listen properly." After about 10 seconds, bang! Accompanied by the sound of impact, the school's top student who had just been thinking to teach Lin Zichen a lesson was kicked off the martial stage, along with his pride, in an instant. When dealing with those who talked too much and interfered with him completing the survival of the fittest achievement, a quick defeat was the way to go. Without paying attention to the shock of those around him, Lin Zichen urged the students lined up below to get on the stage. "Classmate, don't daydream, hurry up to the stage." Oh, okay." The boy at the front of the line snapped back to reality and responded. He then went up to challenge and was speedily defeated by Lin Zichen. From getting on stage to being knocked down, the whole process took less than 10 seconds, finished in a quick and clean manner. Next. Come on, next. Keep it going. And so, after match, by the time it was almost 4 in the afternoon, the survival of the fittest achievement was finally completed. In a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive means of biology, you have cumulatively eliminated 1,000 different competitors. Achievement reached. Acquired biometric attribute, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest increases the damage you inflict on other organisms. After reading the message, Lin Zichen was quite satisfied with the effect of the biometric attribute survival of the fittest. A simple and brutal increase to damage dealt. Very practical. The only slightly disappointing part was that it didn't specify how much damage would be increased, leaving it rather vague. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 78. Shen Qinghan's superpower. Seeing that the survival of the fittest achievement was completed, Lin Zichen ended the personal challenge and didn't waste any more time on the martial stage. Afterward, with everyone watching, he and the female principal walked toward the administrative building. Shen Qinghan originally intended to return to the classroom but was asked by Lin Zichen to accompany him to the administrative building, so she followed him with her head lowered. When they arrived at the office in the academic building, the female principal couldn't contain her joy any longer and burst into laughter in front of them. After laughing for a while, she finally congratulated Lin Zichen on becoming the top student in the whole school. Then, recalling the scene where Lin Zichen instantly defeated Chen Wuxing, she couldn't help but ask, "You even defeated Chen Wuxing in mere seconds, Zichen, you must still be hiding your strength, right?" "Not bad, I'm just hiding a tiny bit." "I think it's more than a tiny bit. Chen Wuxing just recently took the special admission test for Kyoto University. I've seen his score, he can lift a 690 kg barbell with one hand. Even so, he was easily taken down by you with one kick on the martial stage, so it seems your strength must be at least 800 kg. The principal really has divine intuition. I just tested it at home last week, it's 795 kg. Having said that, Lin Zichen smiled and asked, "By the way, principal, when can I get the 8,810 yuan from the prize pool?" "You can have it now." The female principal took out her phone, opened WeChat, and said, "Come, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you directly." After the transfer, the female principal continued to chat with Lin Zichen. They talked about many things about representing the school in martial arts competitions, about which universities to consider for the future, and some other trivial matters. During this time, Shen Qinghan just sat quietly on the side, listening to their conversation and not daring to play with her phone. About half an hour of chatting passed. Lin Zichen felt that it was enough and stopped discussing these matters with the female principal. Instead, he mentioned that both he and Shen Qinghan really enjoyed swimming and requested to use the competition swimming pool inside the gym. He wanted to use it at any time, and it had to be the kind that is not open to others. When using it, they would block the entrance so no one else could come in, ensuring that only he and Shen Qinghan were in the swimming pool. Without a second thought, the female principal agreed. Seeing her so readily agree, Lin Zichen pushed his luck further, requesting that the cameras be covered when he used it. The reason was that he didn't like the idea of being watched while swimming in his trunks, it would make him feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing such a request, the female principal raised her eyebrows. These two little ones, not only did they want the swimming pool to themselves, but they also wanted to block the cameras. What were they planning to do? Although she was curious, the female principal didn't probe too deeply. Instead, she opened a drawer, took out a key, handed it to Lin Zichen, and said with a smile, "Zichen, since you want it, from now on, that swimming pool in the gym will be exclusively yours and Qinghan's. I will collect all the keys from the other teachers at the evening meeting, so they won't be able to use this swimming pool." With that, she put away her smile and reminded them in the tone of an elder, "But Zichen, you two are still young, and you must be careful when there's no one watching over you in the pool. Don't let anything fatal happen." Lin Zichen found this remark somewhat strange but didn't think much of it and simply replied, we will be careful. After leaving the administrative building and returning to the classroom. The classroom was empty, everyone else was outside attending their martial arts training classes. Lin Zichen didn't plan to join the class and sent a WeChat message to Han Yuanfeng to say he was going to leave school early and head home. Immediately after, he packed his things and left the school with Shen Qinghan. On the way home, Shen Qinghan mentioned that she was already quite practiced in singing, but her duet with Li Chuxin didn't harmonize well and needed more practice. She asked if Lin Zichen could accompany her for half an hour of rehearsal in the evening. Lin Zichen happily agreed. Shen Qinghan's commitment to the singing competition was exactly what he wanted to see. He hoped Shen Qinghan could exhibit herself on a large stage and find her confidence, so she would no longer be as introverted and insecure as she was now. Shen Qinghan was inherently excellent, intelligent, and beautiful, she shouldn't live the way she was now. He was well aware that Shen Qinghan's introverted and insecure nature was closely related to his own dazzling presence. In fact, it could be said to be entirely because he shone too brightly. A firefly, if alone in the dark night sky, would be the brightest star. But in the presence of a bright moon, the light of the firefly would pale in comparison. That evening, at Shen Qinghan's home. After dinner, Shen Jianyi and Su Meng were correcting test papers in the living room. Meanwhile, from upstairs came Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's singing voices, as well as their laughter from when the singing went off-key. "Wife, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for them to be alone in a room playing around now that they are both grown up?" Shen Jianyi suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Su Meng was almost furious, she glared at him and snapped. "What's wrong with that? They've grown up together since they were little, what's wrong with them playing in a room together? Who are you, an old man, to object to this? Shen, I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business. Or else I won't let it go." Su Meng was truly angry, unable to comprehend what was going through her husband's mind, criticizing their daughter and Lin Zichen for being together by themselves as being inappropriate. Was he out of his mind? He was just asking for a scolding. 78. Shen Qinghan's superpower _2. Upstairs. Lin Zichen was practicing singing with Shen Qinghan. With his keen sense of perception, he heard the couple's conversation downstairs and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He knew exactly what Shen Jianyi and Su Meng were thinking. All he could say was, this was the difference between a father and a mother. The former felt like his precious child was about to be taken away, while the latter felt the child had found a good place to settle down. "All right, Qinghan, we've been practicing for half an hour now, that should be enough. Go study," Lin Zichen said as he turned off the song accompaniment playing on his phone, addressing Shen Qinghan who was seated beside him. Shen Qinghan glanced at the time, saw that indeed half an hour had passed, and obediently went over to the desk to sit down and study. She wasn't as clever as Lin Zichen and could only maintain good grades with diligent studying. Lin Zichen didn't rush home. Instead, he leaned against the wall on Shen Qinghan's bed and began to browse through the phone's news aimlessly, planning to read for a while before returning home. He stumbled upon news related to the remnants of the rat god cult. None of the 9 remnants of the rat god cult had been caught up till now, they were all still at large. According to the city's public security headquarters, rat god cult followers had the ability to communicate with ordinary rats and could use them as their eyes and ears, thus managing to evade capture continuously. Continuing to scroll down, he found more news related to the remnants of the rat god cult. There were 2 such pieces of news. The first, last night in the city, there were 2 cases of young men being tortured to death, and the public security headquarters suspected it was the work of a female remnant of the rat god cult. The second, this morning in an alleyway, the naked body of a woman was found, and the public security headquarters suspected a male remnant of the rat god cult was responsible. At first glance at these 2 news items, Lin Zichen felt puzzled. They were on the run, yet they still committed crimes. Wasn't that like asking for death? But then he quickly understood. The rat god cult followers had undergone forbidden genetic fusion in unconventional ways, with severe disadvantages. The biggest drawback being the dilution of humanity and the strengthening of bestial traits. Once the bestial traits strengthened, they would lose their reason, unable to control themselves, only acting on biological instincts. And most biological instincts are driven by desire. The reason these rat god cult remnants on the run committed crimes wasn't that they wanted to die by engaging in dangerous behavior, they simply couldn't control themselves. After browsing the news for a while, Lin Zichen got up from Shen Qinghan's bed to make his way home. Before leaving, he reminded Shen Qinghan, who was sitting at the desk. "Qinghan, remember to bring your swimsuit tomorrow afternoon. We're getting out of school early to practice swimming in the pool," he said. I know, Bai Xiao Chen," Shen Qinghan waved at Lin Zichen, her smile sweet. After Lin Zichen left, she stood up and walked over to the wardrobe, stopping in front of it. Opening the door, she took out 2 swimsuits from the very bottom. One was a conservative one-piece that when worn, covered the body, connecting the top and bottom and leaving very little of the thighs exposed. The other was a more revealing swimsuit, almost like just wearing underwear. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but eventually blushing, she picked up the more revealing swimsuit and stuffed it into her backpack. Wearing this swimsuit, her body would have more contact with the water, and it would feel a bit more comfortable. After all, the swimming pool in the gymnasium was exclusively for her and Lin Zichen, with no one else there, it wouldn't matter if she wore something more revealing. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Zichen went out to meet Shen Qinghan for school. When he left the house, Shen Qinghan was either getting up late or something, still having breakfast inside, eggs, bread, and milk. Seeing that he was already waiting outside, Shen Qinghan couldn't afford to eat more, grabbed the bread and milk from the table, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and hurried out of the house. "Run slower, don't fall." "It's fine, I'm a student of the martial arts class, don't you underestimate me, okay? Being a student doesn't make you a martial artist, if a stone trips you, you'll still fall." "Ah, you're so annoying, always picking on me." Shen Qinghan pouted her rosy lips and playfully hit Lin Zichen with her hand. It was a light hit, just teasing, looking like the playful banter between a couple. They bantered for a few sentences and quickly headed for school to make it on time. On the way, Shen Qinghan, with her small appetite, couldn't finish the bread or the milk. Feeling that throwing them away would be a waste, she handed them over to Lin Zichen to deal with. Lin Zichen didn't mind her saliva, he ate what needed to be eaten and drank what needed to be drunk. After walking for a few minutes, the two of them passed through the school gate and arrived at the school path. Just like yesterday, students on the road would start whispering to each other about Lin Zichen once they saw him. But the difference was, most people yesterday were cursing him for being arrogant and ignorant of the ways of the world. Today, they were in awe of him, saying he took down Chen Wuxing with a single kick, his strength was too terrifying, he must be an exotic beast in human disguise. After entering the classroom, Lin Zichen was greeted with a different atmosphere. The gazes from classmates towards him all felt like they were looking up to a lofty leader, creating a sense of distance that had never been there before. Before, classmates only saw him as the overlord of the first year, someone who still needed more training and growth to compete with the geniuses in the senior classes. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Zichen managed to take down the number 1 student in the school with just one kick. This strength made him a super genius in a league of his own. Even stronger than the so-called strongest in the school's history, Wu Tiancheng. After all, Wu Tiancheng couldn't have managed to instantly defeat the top student in the school back in his first year. Lin Zichen was indifferent to the change in how those around him viewed him. High school was just an inconsequential interlude in his life. The interpersonal relationships during this period were fragile, mostly coming to an end after graduation. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Zichen had already agreed with Han Yuanfeng to leave class early. Once he saw the time was 4 o'clock, he packed up his bag with Shen Qinghan and left the classroom. Then, in less than 5 minutes, the two entered the gymnasium and arrived at the eagerly anticipated swimming pool. The swimming pool at this time was already filled with cool, clean water. All the cameras on the walls were covered with black tape. It was all done in advance by the female principal. She seemed to take on the role of a nanny, providing the most attentive and meticulous service to the genius. Before getting into the water, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan to close all the doors to the pool and pull down the curtains on the windows as well. He, on the other hand, took a camera detector and an electronic signal jammer out of his backpack. These two tools were bought for his nighttime tests on his physical data, and they came in handy now. After almost 10 minutes. Once the indoor space was confirmed to be absolutely private, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to opposite corners out of sight to change into their swimwear. Soon, they both came out of the corners. Lin Zichen wore just a pair of swim trunks, while Shen Qinghan wore a swimsuit that looked almost like underwear. When they first came out and saw each other, the former seemed calm on the surface, but inside there was a surge of emotion. The latter, however, had her pretty face blushing like a ripe peach, feeling very embarrassed. "Let's go, we'll get in the water for training, practicing walking underwater," Lin Zichen said, deliberately averting his gaze from Shen Qinghan, looking at the pool in front of him. Shen Qinghan nodded and followed him into the water. Soon, they were both completely submerged, practicing walking at the bottom of the deep water area. Not long into the practice, Shen Qinghan suddenly, for some reason, tapped Lin Zichen's shoulder with her hand and then quickly surfaced. Lin Zichen frowned, wondering if she had heard the weird sound from the sea before. Thinking this, he immediately surfaced. As he broke through the water, he heard Shen Qinghan say in somewhat panic, "Xiao Chen, look quickly, the water in the pool can pass through my body." Following the direction of her voice, he looked toward Shen Qinghan. He saw Shen Qinghan right before him scooping up some water in her hand, and just as she had scooped it up, the next moment the water passed right through her palm, falling back into the pool. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 79. The reason Shen Qinghan wet the bed. Shen Qinghan is leaking water? Watching the scene before him, Lin Zichen couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling utterly incredulous. Although he had always been swearing that Shen Qinghan had superpowers, that was mainly to comfort her and prevent her from giving up on herself. As to whether Shen Qinghan really possessed water-related superpowers, he actually had no certainty in his heart. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan was now truly displaying a scene where she possessed superpowers. Water could directly pass through the body, what else could this be if not a superpower? "Xiao Chen, it's so strange, why are my hands leaking water?" Shen Qinghan swam over to Lin Zichen, placing her water-leaking delicate hands in front of him, her expression somewhat at a loss. Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and asked, "Besides being permeable to water, do you feel any other changes in your body?" Shen Qinghan shook her head, "No, I've only discovered that my hands can be penetrated by water, I haven't found any other changes for now." "It's only the hands that can be penetrated?" Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickly asked again, "What does it feel like to be penetrated by water?" Shen Qinghan thought for a moment, organized her thoughts, and then replied, "How do I say this? It feels like my hands have merged into the water, becoming a part of it, and then there is no feeling of resistance from the water, making movements in the water much more nimble." Lin Zichen pondered for a moment and then looked at Shen Qinghan, saying, "Stretch out your hand for me to take a look." Shen Qinghan obediently stretched out her hand, extending her right hand. Lin Zichen took her extended hand and carefully examined it. The fingers were slender and long, the skin fair and smooth, soft to the touch, with a particularly nice hand feel, and looked very exquisite altogether. Moreover, it was natural, without any subsequent maintenance, a genetic advantage inherited through generations. With Shen Qinghan's hand, advertising as a hand model, promoting rings, bracelets, manicures, nail polish, etc., the effect would be absolutely fantastic. However, at this moment, Lin Zichen was not in the mood to appreciate how beautiful Shen Qinghan's hand was. Instead, he used her hand to conduct an experiment, asking her to scoop up some water again to observe how the water was passing through her palm. Then he noticed that the water would first stay on her palm for a moment before quickly falling back into the pool through her palm. In this process, the water loss was very fast, looking like a plug had been pulled out of the water pool, flowing away instantly. After observing like this several times, Lin Zichen did not make any useful discoveries. So, he turned his attention to studying Shen Qinghan's palm. First looking, then touching, and finally poking. During this, Shen Qinghan felt a tickling sensation in her palm, which was quite uncomfortable, but seeing Lin Zichen so focused on his research, she kept still, allowing him to continue studying. After a thorough examination, Lin Zichen found that Shen Qinghan's palm was quite normal. Apart from water being able to penetrate through it, in terms of touch, temperature, or color and other features, it all seemed no different from an ordinary person. It's only the hand that water can pass through. Yeah, it's only the hand that feels unusual. Let's go up, I'll give you a thorough physical examination to see if there are other parts of your body that can be penetrated by water. Okay. The two exchanged a few simple words and soon swam ashore together. Lin Zichen brought a few chairs together for Shen Qinghan to lie on for him to examine her body. Then, he took out a water bottle from his backpack, filled it with water, and slowly poured it onto Shen Qinghan's body to see if any other parts could also be penetrated by water. With Lin Zichen observing her body so closely, Shen Qinghan's face turned completely red. She quickly closed her eyes to divert her attention, looking all shy and bashful. Lin Zichen, however, didn't mind these things and focused all his attention on researching the superpower. About 10 minutes later, the examination had ended. It had been done 3 times in total. The final conclusion was that Shen Qinghan's hands were indeed the only parts that could be permeated by water, all other parts of her body were normal. Xiao Chen, have you figured anything out? Shen Qinghan, completely drenched, sat up from the chair and looked at Lin Zichen with some expectation. Lin Zichen shook his head, for now, aside from knowing that your hands can be penetrated by water, I know nothing else. I see. Not getting the answer she hoped for, Shen Qinghan felt a bit disappointed. Lin Zichen said in a comforting tone, don't worry, there's plenty of time in the future to research slowly, no need to rush things. That's true. Shen Qinghan's beautiful eyes curved, and she smiled sweetly, no matter what, at least now I can be sure that I do have superpowers, just that they haven't been fully unearthed yet. After saying that, she seemed to think of something, her cheeks blushed slightly, and she started playing with her fingers. After hesitating for a moment, she said in an embarrassed voice. Xiao Chen, do you think it's possible that since I was young, I have not been able to hold my bladder because some part of me is like my palms now, unable to hold water, resulting in it seeping out? If there's no surprise, that should be the reason. After saying that, Lin Zichen added, next time you feel a strong urge to pee and you think you can't hold it, you can investigate it yourself, to see if some part of your body has the same unusual sensation as your current hands do. Actually, what he had wanted to say was to ask her to notify him next time she was in a hurry to pee, so he could research it. But before he could say it out loud, he realized that it sounded very inappropriate, like something a pervert would say, so he swallowed the words and changed them to what he had just said. Still, Shen Qinghan across from him blushed, finding the topic embarrassing. By the way, Xiao Chen, what should I do with my hands now? Shen Qinghan, looking at her leaky hands, couldn't help but display a trace of worry on her face. Lin Zichen reassured, it's all right, don't worry too much, your hands in this condition should not be permanent, I estimate they will return to normal soon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived this long without encountering this situation before. After that, he added another sentence, once your superpower is further developed in the future, you should be able to control whether your body can be permeated by water or not, just like those superpowered beings in the movies who can transition between elemental and solid forms at will, turning into water when entering water, and reverting to human form when exiting. That sounds amazing. Shen Qinghan's eyes were full of anticipation, she couldn't wait to see the day come. At that moment, Lin Zichen asked, by the way, when you were walking at the bottom of the pool just now, did you do anything that you don't usually do? After asking, he explained further, I think the reason your hands are like this now might be because you did some special action at that time. Shen Qinghan thought hard. A moment later, she said with certainty, I didn't do anything special, I was just walking when suddenly I felt an abnormal sensation in my hands, and then I saw that water could pass through them. Lin Zichen nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. In the time that followed, the two trained in the pool, all the while discussing topics related to superpowers. They fantasized about all kinds of superpowers based on the movies, TV shows, and comics they had seen or read. Such as water magicians, water elementalists, water sprites, aquatic gods, even cultivators with a water spiritual root, and so on. Throughout these discussions, Shen Qinghan was extremely excited, her pretty face looking flushed. Having lived for so many years, she had finally confirmed that she was not a talentless girl but a superpowered being related to water. She thought that once she had fully developed her superpowers, nobody would call her Lin Zichen's maidservant anymore. Instead, they would say that the two of them were a match made in heaven, a peerless and powerful duo. P.S. I'm putting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 80. Eye of the Sky. Over the next few days, Lin Zichen left class on time every day, ahead of schedule. At 4 in the afternoon, he would take Shen Qinghan out of the classroom and head to the swimming pool in the gymnasium to do research. Unfortunately, after several days of continuous research, there was no progress to be reported. They still hadn't figured out why Shen Qinghan's hands were leaking water, nor understood how to achieve voluntary control over whether to leak water or not. However, neither of them was in a hurry, both believing that with enough time, they would eventually find a solution. And so, several more days passed. Shen Qinghan's hands healed and no longer leaked water. But when it came to holding in urine, there was still no change, just like before. She had to wear diapers at night, otherwise, there was a high chance she'd wake up to wet sheets. As for whether she felt the same abnormal sensation when she had the urge to urinate as when her hands leaked water, the answer Lin Zichen received from Shen Qinghan was that, for the moment, she could not tell. One Saturday morning, in the living room, after eating breakfast, Lin Zichen sat leisurely on the sofa with his parents, watching the morning news on TV. At that moment, the screen was broadcasting a news story about a gene integrator mutating and causing massive casualties. The details revealed that a triple gene fusee-oner had suddenly lost control over the exotic beast gene within him, leading to his mutation right on the street. Then, losing all humanity and succumbing to bestial rage, he attacked anyone he saw, resulting in over 100 casualties, shocking the entire nation. Losing control of the exotic beast gene inside and then mutating into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Fortunately, I possess the biometric attributes of the survival of the fittest, which allows me to assimilate various biometric properties without risk by simply devouring them. Survival of the fittest can basically be considered a perfect upgraded version of genetic fusion. These thoughts crossed Lin Zichen's mind. While he was contemplating these things, the news anchor had finished explaining the incident, and the news station then played a video clip. The footage showed two groups of people engaged in a heated debate in a hall, seemingly on the verge of coming to blows. The debating parties were the conservative faction, which opposed genetic fusion, and the liberal faction, which supported it. The conservatives pointed to the mutation incident as a challenge to the liberals. They argued that genetic fusion was a wrong path to follow. They cited information from ancient relics and various mythological and monster tales that have been passed down over the ages, indicating that only monsters have always desired to transform into humans, not the other way around. They claimed that human potential was immense and that with the right methods, it would be possible to break through ordinary limits and evolve into advanced-level creatures. They proclaimed that the human powerhouses recorded on the stone tablets in ancient relics or the all-powerful immortal gods from mythological tales undoubtedly evolved by continuously tapping into human potential. They suggested reducing the resources and funding dedicated to genetic fusion research and reallocating them towards the exploration of human potential. In contrast, the liberal faction was also fiercely retorting. They argued that the human powerhouses recorded on the stone tablets in ancient relics and the immortal gods described in mythological tales remain unverified to this day, hence it was unreasonable to put all one's eggs in that basket. They reasoned that even if the immortal gods of legend truly existed, many depicted with strange and monstrous forms, some with a snake's body and a human head, others with 3 heads and 6 arms or faces jutting out in 4 directions, underscored the correctness of the genetic fusion path. They challenged conservatives by asking if, in the absence of gene integrators, they expected traditional martial artists, who couldn't even stop bullets, to face off against exotic beasts. They stated that many components in mechanical modifications were made from parts of exotic beasts and were therefore related to genetic fusion. Without it, humanity would have been doomed long ago. In the video, both factions clung to their views, arguing loudly. Even through the television screen, the noise was so loud that it buzzed in the ears. I'm fed up with these traditional martial artists. They themselves can't counter the exotic beasts to protect their nation, yet they don't allow the development of genetic fusion to combat them. What are they thinking? As he watched the video playing on TV, Lin Zichen had a poor impression of the traditional martial artists shown. Zhang Wangzhen said, "Maybe it's because the rise of genetic integrators has caused their societal status to plummet, and they harbor resentment because of that. That must be exactly it." Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, then added, "But to be fair, being a genetic integrator does have its downsides. If the exotic beast genes inside aren't handled properly, and mutation occurs, it leads to a massive catastrophe with countless casualties." Zhang Wangzhen dismissed the concern. "You're being overly worried. As long as the gene fusion is done through legitimate channels and is properly maintained afterward, mutation won't happen. After all, the state has very strict controls over this area." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, "If you ask me, instead of worrying about mutations, it's wiser to worry about passing down the lineage. Most genetic integrators lose the ability to reproduce, and if the stuff saved in the storage before fusion goes bad, that's the end of one's lineage." Lin Zichen replied, "That's true, you definitely need to save up more before gene fusion, or you might as well just find a partner and have children before undergoing genetic fusion. Hey, our son is here, let's not talk about this stuff." Realizing belatedly that Lin Zichen was sitting nearby, Zhang Wangzhen gently hit Lin Zichen and whispered to him. Hearing Zhang Wangzhen's words, Lin Zichen tactfully got up and left the sofa to go upstairs, to spare his parents any embarrassment. As for the issue of lineage and genetic integration his parents had just been discussing, he had read about it when he was very young. Due to mixed genes, 90% of genetic integrators lose the ability to reproduce. The remaining 10% who retained the ability to reproduce often had children with all sorts of problems. Either they were weak and sickly and died young, or they looked so abnormal it was shocking. However, given the randomness of genetics, theoretically, it is possible for 2 genetic integrators to conceive a child who only inherits the strong traits from both parents, a true prodigy. But that's just theory. As for reality, Lin Zichen had not seen any such examples yet. The next day, Sunday. Lin Zichen had just finished a high-intensity workout in his room on Sunday morning when his phone on the desk vibrated. Picking up his phone, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the payment for the 2nd month of his novel Being Online had been deposited, a total of just over 120,000. Adding in the payment from the first month, the total earnings for 2 months were close to 210,000. This sum of money was enough to buy 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat to devour and then unlock the violent great eagle photo album to acquire the related biometric attributes. Soon after, Lin Zichen took his bank card and headed out to the market to purchase violent great eagle meat. Upon reaching the market, he gave all the jars and containers from home to the landlord, who quickly purchased 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat and brought it back using his bank card. An employee from the market helped wheel it over. Lin Zichen took back his bank card from the landlord, picked up the 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat, and left to find a secluded spot to begin devouring it. You have devoured a large quantity of violent great eagle life essence. Violent great eagle photo album, 100%. As the textual information appeared, in the void a muscular falcon emerged, flying over the sea surface in the empty space. Suddenly, spotting its prey, the falcon dived swiftly, plunging from the sky to the sea in less than a second. When it emerged again, its talons grasped a deep blue squid. At the same time, 2 new lines of text appeared in the void. You have successfully unlocked the violent great eagle photo album, acquiring the biometric attribute Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky, your field of vision and dynamic visual capture have been greatly enhanced. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 81. Top 10 Singers Competition on Campus. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 16. Biological level, Common, Tier 5. Biometric attributes, Use it or lose it, Divine Root of Intelligence, Survival of the Fittest, Water Mastery, Natural Selection, Hawk's Eye. Unknowingly, I had already possessed 6 biological skills. My biological level had also evolved to Common Tier 5. And I am only 16 years old now. Looking at the personal attributes panel in front of me, Lin Zichen felt a surge of excitement, believing that his future was promising. With such a rate of growth, I would surely become a human paragon with a sanctified body and various powerful biological attributes. By that time, whether it be the child prodigy from the capital city or the mechanical genius girl, they were destined to pale in comparison to someone like me. I idly thought about these things for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen gathered his thoughts and headed to the rooftop of the building where the mall was located to experience the effect of the Hawk's Eye attribute. In just a moment, he arrived on the rooftop and stood at the highest point gazing around. Everywhere his gaze landed, he could see very clearly. He could see a mosquito flying in the air dozens of meters away. He could see every person walking on the street below. He could see a man and a woman fighting in a window hundreds of meters away. The man and woman who were fighting suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if some terrifying presence had set its sights on them, turning them into prey ready for slaughter. The man, thinking he was being spied on with a telescope, cursed as he got out of bed and gave the finger towards the window, then quickly drew the curtains. Whether it's the range of vision or the ability to capture motion, both have far surpassed human limits. The eyesight of birds of prey is indeed powerful, Lin Zichen couldn't help but remark after recalling the high-definition scenes he had just seen from a distance. Leaving the rooftop, he returned to the place downstairs where they sold exotic beast meat. Lin Zichen walked and browsed around, eventually stopping in front of a freezer marked with a stealth dragon label. The ferocious great eagle album was already open, and now it was time to unlock the next exotic beast album. The biological attributes of the stealth dragon piqued his interest. About the stealth dragon, despite the word dragon in its name, it was not the dragon that everyone recognizes, but a lizard known for its ability to hide. It could minimize the vitality and breath inside its body to lower its presence, making it easier to hunt or evade predators. Being good at hiding means it's difficult to capture. Therefore, stealth dragon meat was very expensive, priced at 8,888 yuan per 500 grams. 8,888 yuan times 100 equates to nearly 900,000 yuan. If the manuscript fee is calculated at 100,000 yuan per month, it would take almost a year to save enough to unlock the Stealth Dragon album. It's pricey, but there's a reason for the price. Lin Zichen was intrigued by the biological attribute of being good at hiding and decided that the next exotic beast album would be the Stealth Dragons. Once he had saved enough from his novel's manuscript fees, amounting to 900,000 yuan, he would come over to purchase and consume it. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, December was coming to an end. Today is Friday, and tonight, Shanghai High School was hosting its annual Top 10 School Singers competition. In the monotonous high school life, the appearance of such an entertaining competition immediately attracted a large number of students to come and watch. Many students chose not to go home after school. Instead, they settled for dinner in the cafeteria or just outside the school gates before coming over to the playground for the singing competition. Aside from the students and teachers, there were also quite a few parents present. Most were local residents living near the school who had come over to join in the post-dinner entertainment out of boredom. A small part of them were parents of the contestants who had specifically come to cheer on their children. As a contestant, Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, were both present, already seated and waiting for her to appear on stage to cheer her on. Lin Zichen's parents, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen, were also there. They had long treated Shen Qinghan as their own daughter, and coming to cheer for her was a given. As for Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen themselves, they were both backstage preparing. As a contestant, Shen Qinghan was sitting in front of a mirror having someone apply makeup to her. And the person doing her makeup was none other than Lin Zichen. Observing the scene before her, Li Chuxin couldn't help but express her incredulity, saying, "Zichen, it's amazing that you, a boy, actually know how to do makeup, such a versatile god. I used to be naughty when I was little and would often steal my mom's cosmetics to play with them, applying them all over Han Han's face in a mess, and after messing around for a bit, I sort of got the hang of it." Lin Zichen explained. The Shen Qinghan in front of him, whose makeup he was applying, muttered to herself, "Liar. Xiao Chen, you never really messed around. The first time you did makeup, it looked really good, and Aunt Xin and Mom laughed and praised you as a genius. Genius is indeed different, you got the hang of it just playing around when you were little. For someone like me, I've been learning makeup with my mom since 6th grade, but my technique isn't even a tenth as good as yours." Li Chuxin said, feeling a bit defeated. Lin Zichen was too much of a genius. During this short semester in high school, whether it was a field typically mastered by males or one favored by females, he could demonstrate an amazingly exaggerated talent in it. So exaggerated that it left people without the slightest motivation to follow, with nothing but a deep sense of inferiority and a profound sense of futility in questioning their own lives. "Zichen, after you finish doing Han Han's makeup, can you do mine too? The makeup you're doing for Han Han is just so beautiful, I want to have makeup that looks just as good." Li Chuxin pleaded with her eyes. Lin Zichen wanted to decline, but before he could speak up, Shen Qinghan sitting in front of him said, "Of course he can. After all, we're the closest group members in our class." Seeing Shen Qinghan say that, Lin Zichen no longer refused, smiling at Li Chuxin, "Okay, I'll do your makeup afterward, too." "Thank you, Zichen, thank you, Qinghan." Li Chuxin didn't know how much Shen Qinghan's just spoken words had influenced this, but it seemed right to thank them both anyway. After all, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a known pair tied together at school. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen had finished applying makeup to Shen Qinghan. The Shen Qinghan now had fine eyebrows and sparkling eyes, small and tender lips, and a touch of light peach blush on both cheeks, looking very charming. Even Lin Zichen, who had personally done this beautiful makeup, found himself staring a bit too long. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan's pretty face turned red and hot, she had to turn her head to the side and look away, her little hand awkwardly playing with her hair. Lin Zichen chuckled and said earnestly, "Because you're beautiful." These words pierced right through Shen Qinghan's heart, filling her with joy and a blush of shyness. P.S. Begging bowl in hand, asking for monthly and recommended tickets. 82. Twists and turns before success. Zichen, it's my turn, help me with my makeup. Seeing that Lin Zichen had just finished doing Shen Qinghan's makeup, Li Chuxin, who had been watching the other contestants sing, immediately turned around and ran over with a smile on her face. Lin Zichen said, "Come on, sit down." "Okay." Li Chuxin walked over to the mirror with a giggle and sat down. Once she sat down, Lin Zichen quickly began applying her makeup with skilled movements, while Shen Qinghan stood by to assist. It took less than 10 minutes. The makeup was done. He had used less than 50% of his effort, not as wholeheartedly as when he had applied makeup to Shen Qinghan. For Lin Zichen, he reserved the best of everything only for his parents and Shen Qinghan. As for others, he had to reduce the quality. Yet even so, the makeup he did for Li Chuxin still made her so happy that her face was full of smiles. "So beautiful, so pretty. Zichen, your makeup skills are amazing, even better than my mom." "No, it feels like you're even better than many professional makeup artists." Li Chuxin stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself, feeling incredibly beautiful, and kept exclaiming in amazement, full of praise for Lin Zichen, who had done her makeup. Lin Zichen, with high emotional intelligence, replied, "It's mainly because you're naturally pretty." Upon hearing this, Li Chuxin felt overjoyed and then, with a rare display of high EQ, she said with a laugh, "That's true, I've been the class belle since I was young, but, compared to your Qinghan, I'm still lacking a little bit." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Shen Qinghan, eyeing her delicate and pretty face, and couldn't help but start complimenting. "I just can't understand how there can be such a gorgeous fairy in this world. And the childhood sweetheart looks super handsome too. You two are a match made in heaven. I, Li Chuxin, am totally shipping you." Li Chuxin's stance had changed. She used to be crazy about Lin Zichen alone, but now she was smitten with Shen Qinghan too, and she was really into this pair of high school sweethearts. No, you're too much." Li Chuxin's words were too blunt, and Shen Qinghan, feeling very embarrassed, quickly blushed and asked Li Chuxin to stop. However, she was just shy, and inside, she was actually very happy. She did not resist Li Chuxin's words. On the contrary, she liked it when others linked her and Lin Zichen together. While they were laughing and joking, the host's loud voice came from the stage. "Thank you, contestant number 18, Huang Li, for an amazing performance. Next, let's invite contestant number 19, Gao Guang, to the stage to sing a foreign song, yesterday's song. And also, contestants number 20, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan, please get ready off stage. Clap! Clap! Clap!" The audience below the stage was applauding for the contestant making her exit, and the atmosphere was very lively. Hearing the host's recent announcement, Li Chuxin looked at Shen Qinghan excitedly and said, Han, it's coming, it's finally our turn to perform. We must dazzle everyone later and snatch the championship in one go." "Ah yes, win the championship." Shen Qinghan's voice trembled slightly in response. At this moment, she was very nervous, unable to stop her hands and feet from shaking. The slender, shapely legs hidden under the skirt were already so weak that she could barely stand, ready to collapse onto the ground at any moment. Lin Zichen noticed her tension and immediately reached out to hold her hand, signaling her to relax. However, it did not have the desired effect. The next moment, Shen Qinghan's face suddenly changed color, feeling a warmth between her legs, she uncontrollably wetted herself. In an instant, the skirt she wore was soaked in a large area. Xiao Chen! Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen beside her with a bewildered face, her eyes already red and tears swirling, on the verge of crying. Lin Zichen reacted very promptly and immediately pulled her hand to walk outside. At the same time, he picked up an opened bottle of mineral water from the table and held it upside down, allowing the water to flow out and cover the traces Shen Qinghan had left behind. Zichen, where are you taking Han Han? It's almost our turn to go on stage. Li Chuxin was utterly confused when she saw Lin Zichen suddenly taking Shen Qinghan by the hand and heading out, spilling a bottle of mineral water all over the place. The others backstage were also a bit stunned by the scene in front of them. We'll be right back. Leaving behind just that phrase, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan and left the backstage, completely disappearing from Li Chuxin's sight. Coming out of the backstage, the two found an empty corner and stopped. Seeing that no one was around, Shen Qinghan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, crying incessantly as if tears cost her nothing. What should we do, Xiao Chen, what should we do? It's almost time for Chu Xin and me to go on stage. Chu Xin and I have practiced so long, if it ends up being ruined because I wet my pants, Chu Xin will definitely hate me. Why am I so useless? By the end of her sentence, Shen Qinghan was sobbing so violently that she could hardly speak fluently. Ever since she started high school, she had become timid, introverted, and felt inferior. Aside from Lin Zichen, she hardly dared to interact with others. To change herself and become more confident, she mustered up the courage to sign up for the campus top 10 singers competition following Lin Zichen's suggestion. After practicing so earnestly for so long, she never expected to wet her pants from nervousness just before going on stage. Why am I so useless? I am really so useless. The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more painful it became, feeling a heavy and uncomfortable pressure in her chest. She had already been struggling internally, and this incident of wetting her pants seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing her complete breakdown. Lin Zichen took out tissue to wipe her tears and comforted her softly, There, don't cry anymore, or your makeup will run. It's just wet pants, it's not a big problem, don't panic. Don't rush, don't be nervous, I'll think of a way to solve this right away. As he said these words, Lin Zichen's brain was spinning rapidly, trying to figure out how to resolve the current predicament. That's when from the corner of his eye he spotted the curtain on the window up ahead. It was a brightly colored curtain, embroidered with various patterns. A solution came to mind. Lin Zichen, struck with inspiration, told Shen Qinghan to wait here for a moment and then ran back to the backstage at top speed to find a pair of scissors. Then, he ran up to the tightly closed window and smashed the glass with a punch, pulling down that curtain fabric inside. With the pair of scissors in his hand and the curtain fabric, he intended to tailor a skirt for Shen Qinghan on the spot in half a minute. P.S. Bowls out, looking for monthly ticket recommendations. 83. Attributes of social animals. After a while, Shen Qinghan gradually calmed down. She stopped crying, though there was still some sniffles. Wiping her tears dry with her hand, she took deep breaths, trying her best to calm herself down. In front of her, Lin Zichen had already cut out the basic shape of the dress, only the bottom hem and the straps were left to complete the entire dress. But at that moment, the host on stage was already calling for contestant number 20 to come up and sing. Backstage, Li Chuxin was so anxious she couldn't stand it, constantly making video calls to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen was too busy to answer, not even lifting his head as he said to Shen Qinghan, Han Han, pick up Chu Xin's video call. Shen Qinghan was a bit scared to answer, afraid of facing Li Chuxin. But quickly, she wiped her tears away, adjusted her emotions, and then picked up the phone to answer Li Chuxin's video call. Han Han, it's our turn to go on stage, where did you and Zichen run off to? Li Chuxin looked extremely anxious on the video. Shen Qinghan's eyes darted around, her voice faltering as she said, we are at. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zichen spoke up, Han Han and I will be on stage immediately. Go up first and stall for a bit, we will be there within half a minute. Then hurry up. Li Chuxin didn't dwell too much on the reason the two had not returned yet. She hung up the video call after saying those words and rushed onto the stage by herself. Thinking whether a self-introduction or telling an interesting opening joke, she had to stall for half a minute on stage, waiting for Shen Qinghan to get back. Just as Li Chuxin got on stage, Lin Zichen finally finished tailoring the dress. He stuffed the dress into Shen Qinghan's arms, telling her, "It's ready, hurry to the restroom and change into it. Just throw the dress and panties you take off by the restroom door, I'll come to pick them up." For some reason, Shen Qinghan was much calmer at this point, no longer nervous. Perhaps like how one wouldn't feel so sick after vomiting from drinking too much, she felt much better after urinating. Wanting to save more time and not to delay Li Chuxin further, she hesitated for a moment and then gathered the courage to boldly say, "No, that's not necessary, Xiao Chen, turn around, I'll just change right here." "Change right here?" Lin Zichen was a bit surprised to hear that, but said nothing, quickly turning his back to let her change dresses. Seeing him turn around, Shen Qinghan, with her face flushed, quickly stripped off her lower garments and put on the dress that had been tailored on the spot. Then she hurried towards the stage, tying the dress straps while on the run. Watching Shen Qinghan's retreating figure heading for the stage, Lin Zichen realized that she was not as weak as he thought. In some very urgent situations, with a bit of effort, she was still able to summon some courage. "I hope the performance goes smoothly," Lin Zichen murmured. Afterward, he turned around, picked up the dress and underwear Shen Qinghan had just removed, put them in a bag, and, carrying it, went back to watch Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin's performance. At first, he was quite worried that Shen Qinghan, because of her nerves, would not sing well, but after listening for a while and realizing she was doing great, he breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really feared that she would be so struck by her performance that she'd become even more introverted, depressed, self-deprecating, and reclusive. Fortunately, none of that happened. A few minutes later, accompanied by thunderous applause, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin's singing came to an end. Both were panting, a smile of satisfaction with their finished performance on their faces. Then, under the long-lasting applause, they left the stage and walked towards the backstage. On the way back, Li Chuxin asked curiously, "Han Han, how come you suddenly changed your dress? Did you go out earlier just to change dresses?" Shen Qinghan's eyes dodged a little, the previous dress got dirty by accident. "Got dirty? Shen Qinghan didn't explain much, merely responding with a gentle sound. Fortunately, Li Chuxin didn't dwell on the matter and quickly steered the conversation towards their recent singing performance, smiling brightly as she grasped Shen Qinghan's hand and said, "Han Han, we both performed incredibly well just now." The applause from the audience was louder than any other contestants, for sure. "We're definitely going to place, and we might even take the championship in one fell swoop." Really? During her time on stage, Shen Qinghan's mind had actually been a blank, and she had sung the entire song purely on instinct, not really knowing whether she had sung well or not. Lin Zichen came up, smiling as he said, "You sang beautifully. I feel like the championship is pretty much in the bag." If Xiao Chen says it's a championship, then it must be a championship." Shen Qinghan beamed sweetly, her smile blooming like a jasmine flower, delicate and full of vibrancy. The two didn't stay backstage for too long, quickly gathering their things and heading towards the audience seats. The singing was over, it was time to head back and join their parents in the audience. About 10 minutes later, the results of the competition were announced. As expected, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin clinched the championship and happily embraced each other. Among them, Li Chuxin was so excited that she burst into tears, her eyes swimming with them. He Yu, who came over to congratulate the two, immediately took out a tissue and offered it to Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin still remembered the last time He gave her a leftover bathroom tissue to wipe her tears. This time, she assumed He was up to his old tricks again, and gave him a cold look, refusing his tissue. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, didn't cry. She smiled throughout, just feeling a bit surreal, almost as if she were dreaming, never having imagined she would actually win the championship. Soon, many people came to congratulate Shen Qinghan. There were her parents, her homeroom teacher, her classmates, and even strangers she didn't know. From a young age, all of her merits had always been overshadowed by the halo that followed Lin Zichen around. Only at this moment did she truly feel what it was like to be the center of attention. And for the first time, she realized she was not worthless. Even under Lin Zichen's halo, she could still shine with a faint sparkle, not completely fading into obscurity. Who on earth did this? Who's so lacking in decency to smash a window and tear down and shred the curtains? Didn't they learn anything? From the backstage storeroom area, suddenly a chorus of loud cursing erupted. Hearing the string of curses, Lin Zichen's face couldn't help but show a bit of unease, feeling somewhat guilty. Seeing him like this, Shen Qinghan grasped the hem of her dress with her hand, looking at him with eyes full of affection as she said, "Xiao Chen, I love this dress so much. I'm going to cherish it for a lifetime." No sooner had she finished speaking than a gust of cold autumn wind blew in. Shen Qinghan's dress hem fluttered slightly, and she felt a chill on her lower body. Lin Zichen quickly took off his coat and tied it around her waist to keep her from getting cold. At the end of the event, to make amends for smashing the window and cutting up the curtains, the two of them volunteered to stay behind to clean up the stage. After spending over 10 minutes tidying up, Lin Zichen noticed several lines of text popping up in the void. Achievement unlocked, collaboration 1000. Completed tasks 1000 times in a cooperative setting. Biometric attributes acquired, social animal. Social animal, within a certain range, the more of your kind are near you, the higher your combat power will be. P.S. Please offer up your monthly and recommendation tickets. 84. Change. Han Han, your singing is so good, do you want to go sing K with us after school? We're not going to a KTV, my family has a karaoke room, it's inside my house. Yeah, Yan Ling's family is really rich. She lives in a big villa with a karaoke room, a swimming pool, and even a badminton court. The day after the campus top 10 singers competition ended. During the lunch break, a female student, along with her best friend, walked up to Shen Qinghan and stopped, inviting her to sing K at her house with a friendly face. Shen Qinghan was somewhat flattered and wanted to go, but didn't know if she should. She never expected to be so warmly invited by her classmates. After all, everyone disliked her for being a relation hire. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to go to the girl's house to sing K, following Lin Zichen's suggestion and with his company. Accompanying them were also Li Chuxin and He Yu. The girl who invited Shen Qinghan was very excited and thrilled to see Lin Zichen there. "That's Shen Qinghan from class 1 of the first grade, her singing is super nice, you really missed out by not going to the playground after school that day. She's so pretty, even with not a bit of makeup on her face, she looks so delicate. I heard not only is her singing great but her painting skills are amazing too. The reason Class 1's Blackboard newspapers always win first place in the competitions is because of her. I used to think she was just a vase beside Lin Zichen, but it turns out she's actually talented and skilled. I feel like overall, she could even be the campus belle." In the days following the campus top 10 singers competition, whether it was on the way to school or on the way home after school, Shen Qinghan could always hear students discussing her in hushed tones. The content of the discussions was universally flattering. This continued for several days in a row. Gradually, Shen Qinghan was no longer as introverted as before when she walked on the school paths. She gained a bit of self-confidence. Hearing people discuss her, she no longer bowed her head in embarrassment but responded with a shy smile. Han Han, come on. Team member, believe in yourself, you can win. With 2 consecutive wins in sparring, Han Han, you're amazing. Shen King Han has made great progress. Everyone should learn from King Han, even if we're not as physically strong as others, we can still win by using excellent martial arts skills to turn the tables on the martial stage. In the end of term exams half a month later, Shen King Han successfully turned the tables and defeated Wen Yuntung and Chu Yuxi, who were ranked ahead of her, with her excellent martial arts skills. Her grades in class improved from last to third from last in one fell swoop, wowing everyone and earning the praise of the homeroom teacher Han Yuanfeng. Seeing that her grades were no longer the last in class, Shen King Han was thrilled and a relieved smile spread across her face. She thought that from now on, no one in the class would attack her over being a relation higher. Seeing the smile on her face, Lin Zichen also smiled, thinking that she was finally getting better and not as insecure as before. Xiao Chen, how about I give you a ride on my bicycle for a fun ride out, just like when you used to give me rides to and from school in junior high. That bicycle hasn't been ridden in a long time, the tires are probably flat. It's no problem, we can just pump up the tires, right? If you really want to ride that badly, then let's ride. One day during the winter break of the first semester of senior high. Just after having lunch at home, Shen King Han ran to Lin Zichen's house, saying she wanted to ride a bicycle and take him out for a spin. Ever since junior high, she'd wanted to ride a bicycle with Lin Zichen, but back then she didn't have the strength and couldn't pedal with an extra person, so Lin Zichen didn't allow it. Now that she could manage it, she absolutely had to experience the feeling of being the driver once. Shortly, the two headed back inside and pushed out the long unused bicycle. In the yard, they cleaned it and pumped the tires full of air. Looking at the bike in front of her, as shiny as if it had just been bought, Shen King Han couldn't wait to swing her leg over and hop on, then turned her head to hurry Lin Zichen, who was behind her. Xiao Chen, come on, get on. Okay, I'm coming. Don't hold on to the seat, it's unsafe. You need to put your hands around my waist, like how I hugged you when I sat on the rear seat of your bike in junior high. That's the safe way. Shen King Han reminded him with a gentle warning. After listening, Lin Zichen didn't say anything and just did as she suggested, stretching out his hands to hug her waist. Feeling the touch on her lower abdomen, Shen King Han's heartbeat sped up a bit, her fair cheeks tinged with red. Then, with a forceful push of her lower legs, she pedaled off towards the suburban roads with Lin Zichen in tow. There were fewer cars there, and fewer traffic lights, making the ride feel freer. Xiao Chen, that forest over there looks so beautiful. Let's climb up a tree for a better view and take some nice photos, Shen King Han suggested as they stopped in front of a large tree on the roadside midway through their ride. Lin Zichen had no objections, he was all ears to her. After stopping the bike, Shen King Han stuffed her phone in her pocket and immediately began climbing the tree without a word. Since it wasn't cold during the winter break in the south, she was wearing a blue lace skirt and a pair of warm white stockings that day. As she climbed up in front of Lin Zichen, she inadvertently flashed him. Though she was wearing safety shorts, and flashing wasn't really a big deal, Lin Zichen still consciously moved to the other side of the tree, avoiding the scene laid out before him. In just a moment, both of them were standing a few meters high on a tree branch. Shen King Han boldly let go of the tree trunk, took out her phone, and started taking pictures of the distant forest. Being a student of the martial arts class, she'd practiced tree climbing often during the school's wilderness survival courses, so she was quite stable on the tree and wasn't afraid of falling. Just then, a breeze blew by, whipping Shen King Han's smooth hair into a dance. Lin Zichen found the girl before him so captivating at that moment that he too took out his phone and began taking pictures of her. I don't know how long passed. Both put away their phones. No more photographs were taken. Shen King Han, gazing at the distant scenery, suddenly spoke up, Xiao Chen, in both junior high and senior high, I got into the same school and the same class as you because of our connection. I can't keep doing this, I can't always rely on you." As she said this, she turned her head to look at Lin Zichen next to her, her eyes firm with resolve. "In 2.5 years, I will definitely get into the same university as you by my own merit. I believe in you." Lin Zichen responded trustingly, without a second thought. He noticed that Shen Qinghan seemed much more confident after winning first place in the school's top 10 singers competition as well as scoring a double win in the end-of-term martial arts sparring, a contrast to the insecure, timid, and shy Shen Qinghan he knew before the winter break. He liked this new Shen Qinghan better, the one with a bit more self-confidence, a more resolute heart, and an increasingly cheerful personality. P.S. Bowls out, seek monthly tickets, recommend tickets. 85, Jishan Group. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. Son, champion, you're the champion again. Captain is fucking awesome. Holy shit, that's just too crazy. Those top students from first high, second high, and third high have all been beaten by Zi Chen until they're doubting their life choices. Now they must be utterly heartbroken. After 5 years, our Shanghai High School has finally lifted the championship trophy once again. Several months later, during the summer vacation of his first year in high school. The city's sports stadium. The Shanghai City High School Martial Arts Exchange Competition. Representing Shanghai High School in the competition, Lin Zichen dominated the martial stage, sweeping away any opponent with an unstoppable force. Whenever it was his turn to fight, it was a quick kill every time. And then, with effortless ease, he took the championship of the current tournament. Such an exaggerated performance stunned his opponents, and exhilarated both his teammates and the fan group of friends and relatives. After the competition, many local martial art gyms sought out Lin Zichen, stating they wanted to sign him as a spokesperson, and the price was negotiable. He Yu's family's gym was among them. Lin Zichen didn't want to waste his time on these tedious matters, so he directed these people to discuss with Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng. As for the son, he just waited at home to collect the money. After gaining a detailed understanding, in the end, Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng chose the gym opened by He Yu's family. First, because He Yu was Lin Zichen's desk mate, choosing his desk mate's gym felt more reliable, and second, because the contract offered by He Yu's family's gym seemed most appropriate. A few days later, the prize money from the competition was distributed, and the upfront payment for the endorsement deal was also transferred. Including the royalties saved over the past few months, he had amassed 900,000 yuan and could now go buy stealth dragon meat to consume and unlock the album to obtain biometric attributes. Without further thought, Lin Zichen quickly headed to the shopping mall and asked Uncle Landlord to help him purchase 100 jin of stealth dragon meat to consume. You have consumed a large amount of stealth dragon's life essence. Stealth dragon album, 100%. At the moment the text message appeared, a crystal-clear lizard began to emerge in the void. This lizard was lying on the ground motionless, reducing its vitality to diminish its presence as a way to avoid the ferocious great eagle that was hunting from the sky above. Soon, the scene in the void faded away, replaced by 2 new text messages. You have successfully unlocked the Stealth Dragon album, gaining the biometric attribute Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage, you can reduce your vitality to diminish your own presence, and use it to conceal your biological level. After reading the text in the information, Lin Zichen felt a little excited. This biometric attribute actually has 2 effects. 1. It reduces presence, which can be used for evading enemies or for launching surprise attacks. 2. It conceals the biological level, allowing for deceiving stronger opponents by lowering their guard before striking. After spending a little time experiencing the natural camouflage's attribute effect, Lin Zichen quickly started wandering around in the exotic beast meat sale area, looking for the next exotic beast album to unlock. After a stroll, he finally settled on the meat of an exotic beast that was extremely expensive, costing 20,000 yuan per jin. The void eel. The void eel, an exotic beast with a very powerful danger perception ability, extremely sensitive to malice from other creatures, is rarely captured by hunters. Lin Zichen took a fancy to the void eel's ability to perceive danger and decided to unlock its album. However, the meat's price was 20,000 yuan per jin, and he needed to save up 2 million yuan to unlock the album. A long journey ahead. Shaking his head, Lin Zichen left the mall and headed for home. On his way, he passed by a bar. Lin Zichen saw a few mechanically modified humans grabbing a woman and dragging her out of the bar. The woman's body was pierced with various cylindrical hard objects, making her look very weak, hardly able to walk steadily, having to be propped up by the arms of two mechanically modified humans. Lin Zichen paid no attention to the woman, his gaze fixed directly on those cylindrical hard objects. They were the size of rebar. They appeared to be made of a special alloy material. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be some form of high-tech restraining tool. They're similar to handcuffs and leg chains, tools used to restrict a prisoner's movement. Zichen? What a coincidence! At that moment, one of the mechanically modified humans, a young man with a buzz cut, called out to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen followed the voice and his face revealed a hint of surprise. The one who called him was actually a senior from his junior high martial arts team. It was Zhang Kai, the one who, after failing to get into high school, became a ghost flame youth with dyed hair, racing cars everywhere, and then accidentally fell and had his legs amputated. Zhang Kai had since shaved off his colorful, ghost flame hairstyle and returned to the buzz cut he had in junior high. The most significant change was that the lower half of his body now sported metallic alloy limbs. It was rare to bump into each other on the street, and the two quickly struck up a conversation. Afterward, Lin Zichen learned that Zhang Kai had undergone mechanical modification experiments with the Mech God group after the despairing accident where he had his legs amputated due to a bike crash. As it turned out, it was a blessing in disguise. The experiments Mech God group conducted on him were very successful, transforming him from a disabled person into a mechanically modified human. Now, he was interning in the mechanical modification team at Mech God group. You might not believe me, but these alloy mechanical legs that might look a bit cheap allow me to run 100 meters under 5 seconds, which is more badass than many top scholars. Zhang Kai pointed at his alloy prosthetics, boasting proudly to Lin Zichen. 100 meters in 5 seconds, that's really impressive. Lin Zichen nodded in admiration, but inwardly, he was skeptical. Top scholars are high school students, unprocessed quality seedlings. It's only after going to the university and undergoing genetic fusion that one can witness their true strength. After a brief conversation about alloy prosthetics, Lin Zichen thought of the woman from earlier and curiously asked Zhang Kai, "By the way, Zhang Kai, I saw you guys taking a woman out of the bar just now. Who was she?" Zhang Kai quickly replied, "That woman is a remnant of the rat god cult, the only female among those 9 remnants. We've been pursuing her for a long time. She secretly underwent plastic surgery and hid herself well, it wasn't easy to catch her." Speaking, Zhang Kai waggled his eyebrows sleazily. "Let me tell you, before joining the rat god cult, she had quite an interesting identity, was a female college student who could fly across the entire country." Just as he finished speaking and seemed about to divulge more, a mechanically modified human urged him forward. "Zhang Kai, stop chatting, let's go." "Coming." Zhang Kai responded and then turned to Lin Zichen, saying, "We'll talk more when there's time. I'm off." "Sure, we'll catch up later." After watching Zhang Kai leave, Lin Zichen took out his phone, intending to look up some news related to the Mech God group. As soon as he opened the news app, he saw reports about a well-known building in the city that had sunk, with residents suffering greatly and protesting, angrily denouncing the developers for not laying a proper foundation, sparking widespread social concern. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in this news and only glanced at it before moving on to search for news related to Mech God group. Subsequently, he saw 2 recent news reports. One was about a mechanical genius girl who had become disabled due to premature mechanical modification, which MechGod Group successfully treated and turned into the group's brand ambassador. There were related photos to see. She was a pretty girl. The only drawback was that over 40% of the girl's body had undergone mechanical modification, and she looked almost like a half-human robot. Lin Zichen felt it was a pity. At her age, a girl's skin is at its most delicate, yet nearly half her body had turned into cold steel. Shaking his head, he clicked on another report to browse through. It was about how all 9 remnants of the Rat God cult had been captured by MechGod Group's mechanical modification team and transferred to the security forces. After reading this report, Lin Zichen had one thought: MechGod Group's power far surpassed that of the local security forces. It was a colossal entity. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 86. Coming of age at 18 ceremony. Time flew, and over a year passed. Xiao Chen and Shen Qinghan's school life had reached its 15th year. That is, they were in their senior year of high school. In the past year or so, Xiao Chen's biological level successfully evolved to ordinary 6th order, with all his physical data greatly enhanced. A 100-meter sprint took only 2.87 seconds. A vertical jump from a standstill could reach 8.32 meters. He could lift a weight of 2,450 kilograms with one hand. During this time, in the summer vacation of his junior year, he once again brought a championship trophy to Shanghai High School, achieving an unprecedented back-to-back victory, breaking school history and becoming the first person at Shanghai High School with such a record. Shen Qinghan wasn't as outstanding, but in the past year or so, she also made great strides, constantly progressing in her studies. Through day after day of effort, she had broken into the top 10 from the bottom in martial arts grades Indiana her class, reaching the 12th from the bottom. If counting from the first, she was the 34th in the class, ranking at the forefront among the more than 10 girls in the class. With such a relatively good result, even though she was admitted through backdoor connections, no one would use it against her anymore. Thanks to this, her personality became more cheerful and outgoing with each passing day, seeming to return to her lively childhood years before school, smiling every day. As for the research into superpowers, there had been no progress in the past year or so. On this day, October 14th, Shen Qinghan was celebrating her 18th birthday. Xiao Chen was just a day older than her, having celebrated his birthday just yesterday. So, both families got together in the evening and organized a simple celebration at home to hold an 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony for the childhood friends who had grown up together. Okay, the candles are blown out, now it's time for the gift-giving segment. You two young handsome boy and beautiful girl, quickly bring out the gifts you've carefully prepared for each other, and I'll take photos for keepsake. I'll handle the video recording. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen, a husband and wife duo, with the former handling video recording with a mobile phone and the latter taking photos with a camera. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, another couple, were quieter by nature, and simply sat smiling on the side, witnessing the moment the two kids exchanged adult birthday gifts. Xiao Chen, this is the gift I'm giving you. Shen Qinghan brought out a wrapped picture frame from behind, carefully placed it upright on the table, and said to Xiao Chen with a sweet smile. The picture frame was large, approximately 1 meter in both length and width. It was unclear what picture required such a large frame to bear. Go ahead and lift the cloth, you'll definitely be surprised by the painting inside. Shen Qinghan said confidently with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Wangzhen, who was in charge of taking photos, couldn't help but tease. Han Han's words sound like a bride urging the groom to lift her red veil. Lin Yanzheng joined in laughing, haha, true, I wonder when my son will lift the red veil. Shen Qinghan blushed at the teasing, becoming shy and casting her gaze away from Xiao Chen, too embarrassed to make eye contact with him. Xiao Chen, however, remained calm, his lips naturally curving into a slight smile, and quickly went forward to grab a corner of the cloth, lifting it with a bit of anticipation. In the next moment, a colorful portrait painting came into his view. It was a watercolor painting, featuring 3 people standing together. One was him, another was also him, and the remaining one was still him. However, these 3 versions of him were distinct in form. The one to the left and slightly behind was a winged genetic integrator, his eyes wild with abandon. The one in the middle, closer to the front, donned the school uniform of a normal human, looking utterly harmless. The one on the right and to the rear was a mechanically modified human, his body mostly covered in alloy, exuding an air of cold and ruthless indifference. The 3 forms standing together gave off the feeling that angels and demons were always accompanying an ordinary person, filled with contrasts and rich in artistic flair. Upon this painting's unveiling, before Lin Zichen could voice his thoughts, Zhang Wangzhen at the front couldn't help exclaiming, "Han Han, you're amazing, this painting is so beautiful, and Xin is truly overwhelmed by it. This watercolor painting is a masterpiece completed just 2 days ago, after a whole year of creation by Han Han. The draft papers that were discarded before its completion could fill a backpack," Su Meng said with a smile. Shen Qinghan had watched the devotion that went into this painting over the past year. As a mother, she had to convey her daughter's heartfelt intentions to Lin Zichen, to further deepen the connection between the two. Observing the 3 versions of himself in the painting and listening to the mother's conversation, Lin Zichen looked up at Shen Qinghan before him, locking eyes with her, and said sincerely, "This is the best gift I've ever received, and I will treasure it for a lifetime." "Of course." Shen Qinghan's eyes curved into crescents, her face brimming with a joyful smile. After hearing Lin Zichen's response, she felt all the effort she had poured into the watercolor over the past year was fully rewarded. Lin Zichen carefully stored the watercolor painting on the table and gently placed it on the couch nearby. He then picked up a bag from the couch and handed it to Shen Qinghan, saying softly, "This is my gift to you, I made all of it by hand. I hope you'll like it after seeing it." "I'm sure I'll love it." Shen Qinghan accepted the bag with an expectant smile, her voice tender. She immediately opened the bag to find that the gift inside was also a picture frame. Only this frame was a bit smaller, its length and width reminiscent of a student's certificate. But it was quite thick as a dictionary. Inside weren't paintings, but specimens of up to 20 types of miniature flowers. There were star flowers, morning glories, plum blossoms, orchids, and more. At the very center of the frame, the miniature flower was her favorite, the dandelion. At that moment, these miniature flower specimens were fixed in the frame's compartment with a special soft gel filler, seeming vivid and incredibly beautiful. "Xiao Chen, I really love this gift." Looking at the flowers in the specimen frame, Shen Qinghan's eyes shone with joy, holding on to the birthday gift from Lin Zichen as if it were a treasure. Seeing that both their gifts were picture frames, Zhang Wangzhen couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Both of your gifts are frames, did you two agree beforehand to give each other this?" Shen Qinghan answered, "We didn't plan it, it's just a happy coincidence." Zhang Wangzhen laughed, "Just like childhood sweethearts who have grown up together, you've both thought of the same gift. Perhaps you have developed a telepathic bond." After speaking, she added, "Come, sit together with your gifts, I'll take a photo for you to commemorate this moment." Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan each took their respective gifts and sat down on the adjacent couch. They sat very close to each other, legs touching and shoulders side by side, looking exceptionally intimate. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 87, 20,000 meters under the ground. After celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony for the 2 children, the parents of both families, as if by prior agreement, gathered in the living room and began playing mahjong amidst laughter and chatter. Xiao Chen and Shen Qinghan found it a bit noisy, so they went outside for a walk. They came to a tree-lined path not far from home, walking slowly with the evening breeze, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Shen Qinghan, in her light pink dress, showed off her slim and fair legs as she walked along the path, quite eye-catching. Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance over several times with his peripheral vision, but each time quickly looked away. Xiao Chen, how long did it take to make that specimen frame? Walking along, Shen Qinghan suddenly asked. It took almost half a year. Xiao Chen lied without blinking an eye. With his exceptional natural talent, it had taken him less than a week to finish the specimen frame. Furthermore, during that week, he spent only an hour each day working on it. However, it was best to keep such things to oneself. There was no need to tell her. Saying that it only took a week would seem careless. Shen Qinghan might feel let down hearing that. The evening breeze was gentle. Feeling it on one's face was very comforting. After walking a while, they saw two low parallel bars ahead and went over to sit and chat. Swinging her legs leisurely, Shen Qinghan said sweetly. When I get back, I'll hang that specimen frame in my room. That way, I can see the flowers you gave me every day. When I get back, I'll also hang the watercolor painting you gave me in my room. As he said this, Lin Zichen's gaze inadvertently fell on Shen Qinghan beside him, and he started to appraise her intently. At 1.68 meters tall, with lean and straight legs that had grown quite a bit longer, and the once unremarkable front and back now full and rounded, she looked alluring and graceful. Her facial features were still petite and delicate but had become more defined and three-dimensional than before. Especially those bright, peach blossom eyes that used to appear naive and cute now held a mix of innocence and maturity, captivating the soul. Shen Qinghan at 18 was becoming ever more enchanting. Prettier than those celebrities on TV with their thick makeup and beauty filters. Xiao Chen, you've been staring at my face more and more frequently lately. Noticing Lin Zichen's lingering gaze, Shen Qinghan turned her head towards him, her charming peach blossom eyes glimmering with a smile. Now, when facing Lin Zichen's stares, she no longer felt as embarrassed and shy as before. Sometimes, she would act more playful and adorable, filled with a young girl's quirks and zest. No, I just feel time has flown by so quickly. Just like that, we've turned 18 and grown up. We've matured a lot in appearance, losing the childishness of our younger years. Sometimes, thinking about these changes makes me want to look at your face now and compare it with the you from my memories, Lin Zichen said reflectively. Suddenly, a question popped into Shen Qinghan's head, and she asked curiously, so, which do you like more, the younger me or the current me? I like both. Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. He wasn't lying, he truly liked both. He liked Shen Qinghan who used to be giggly and neat, the self-doubting, introverted Shen Qinghan of a few years ago who was timid and too compliant, and the now more lively and cheerful Shen Qinghan. Each phase of Shen Qinghan had left deep and wonderful memories in his heart. Perhaps this was the affection that came from being childhood friends who grew up together. Hearing Lin Zichen's response, Shen Qinghan's smile grew sweeter, her legs swinging under her dress became more buoyant, and she even started humming a song happily. What about you? Do you prefer the younger me or me now? Lin Zichen asked the same question. Shen Qinghan replied without thinking, I really liked you at every stage. After finishing, she added another sentence, if I really had to say which version of you I like more, it would definitely be you right now. Why's that? Lin Zichen was very curious. Shen Qinghan looked into his eyes, her beautiful eyes curving slightly, as she said with a smile, because I like you more with each passing day. Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned. After snapping back to his senses, he replied with a smile, then I'd have to revise my earlier answer, I'm the same as you, liking you more with each day, and hope that our friendship lasts forever. May our friendship last forever. After saying this, Shen Qinghan reached out her slender and pale little finger to Lin Zichen, her voice filled with nostalgia, when we were little kids, we used to make pinky promises not to change for 100 years, every day. Do you want to relive that now? Sure, let's relive that. Lin Zichen also extended his own little finger and hooked it with Shen Qinghan's. Just as they were about to recite pinky promise, Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The two sitting on the parallel bars could both clearly feel the significant tremor. Is it an earthquake? Shen Qinghan's face was filled with shock and uncertainty. Lin Zichen replied, "It seems like there's been an earthquake." As soon as he spoke, he noticed that several lines of text information had appeared in the air. You have survived an earthquake. Achievement: survive 100 times in different extreme harsh environments or disasters. Reward: gain biometric attributes survival of the fittest. Number of survivals, 1/100. An achievement task had been triggered? Lin Zichen's eyes widened slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He truly had not expected that something like an earthquake could trigger an achievement task. It was quite unexpected. Xiao Chen, it really was an earthquake just now. Lots of people are talking about it on social media, and our classmates in the group chat are discussing it too, Shen Qinghan said, looking at her phone. Lin Zichen was about to respond when his phone inconveniently rang. It was a video call from Zhang Wangzhen. As soon as he answered, Zhang Wangzhen's worried voice came through the phone. She mentioned the recent earthquake and asked if the two of them were okay. Lin Zichen directed the phone's camera at himself and Shen Qinghan and told Zhang Wangzhen they were fine. Once she confirmed that both were safe, Zhang Wangzhen let out a sigh of relief and told them to get home early and not to stay out late. After ending the video call, to avoid worrying their parents, Lin Zichen didn't linger outside and quickly brought Shen Qinghan home. When they arrived home, the TV was broadcasting news related to the earthquake. The speed of the report was so fast that it was startling. Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa and watched the news with his parents. The relevant departments explained that it was just a minor earthquake and not a big deal, stating that Shanghai City's geological location was not at the junction of tectonic plates, and significant earthquakes were unlikely to happen, advising the public not to panic. Deep beneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters down, the temperature here had soared into triple digits, and in some areas with particular geological features, the temperature even broke into quadruple digits, capable of cooking any ordinary creature from the surface. Yet, in this extreme and hostile environment, at this very moment, there were hundreds of high-temperature, high-pressure resistant gigantic mutant rats engaged in intense burrowing. The once solid ground had been turned into something resembling an anthill by them, without anyone noticing when it happened. A glance would reveal a maze of intersecting tunnels. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 88, Dragon Girl. Second semester of senior year, June 6th. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, the day before the college entrance exams had arrived. On that day, the school decided not to hold any more classes, opting instead to let students rest and relax to be in the best condition for the exams. In the school grounds, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were strolling around aimlessly, chatting and laughing as they went. Shen Qinghan held a cup of milk tea, took a small sip, and said, "Xiao Chen, the college entrance exams are tomorrow, I'm a bit nervous." "You're a student from the top class, ranked among the best in school, what's there to be nervous about?" Lin Zichen said with a smile. Compared to when she first started high school, Shen Qinghan's grades had improved tremendously. She had climbed from dead last to 28th in her class. Her scores were second among all the girls in her class and even higher than several boys. Looking at the entire senior year, she could firmly place within the top 40, a true academic overachiever. "I'm afraid I might wet myself during the exam." Shen Qinghan pursed her thin lips, flavored with the taste of milk tea, her face full of worry. Lin Zichen dismissed the concern, "You're somewhat worrying over nothing. In the past 6 months, the frequency of your urgent needs has significantly decreased, and your body has nearly returned to normal. You won't wet yourself that easily. Besides, even if you do get so nervous that you wet yourself, aren't there diapers for that purpose? Just relax, don't be nervous." Since reaching adulthood in October last year, Shen Qinghan's body had begun to show improvements, no longer suffering from frequent urges like before. As for the specific reason, it was still unknown. However, Lin Zichen guessed that it might be because Shen Qinghan's body had become more stable after maturation, and the related parts weren't as easily permeable by water. Xiao Chen, my body getting randomly permeated by water, what could be the reason for that? Shen Qinghan really wanted to know the answer. After nearly 3 years of research and her body being checked by Lin Zichen hundreds of times, they still couldn't find the reason. This was quite frustrating for her. Seeing her distressed look, Lin Zichen comforted her in a gentle voice, "This is a good sign. The harder it is for us to find the reason, the more ancient, mysterious, and powerful this superpower likely is. The older it is, the more powerful it is." This notion tended to favor antiquity over the present. In his previous life, such an idea would definitely be ridiculed. But in this altered Earth, populated by exotic beasts, extraordinary powers, and ancient ruins, this statement held a certain degree of truth. Many scholars speculated that the exotic beasts that suddenly appeared on Earth hundreds of years ago might not be alien species but rather ancient creatures that had always existed on Earth. This hypothesis had many flaws and seemed absurd, but it still gained the acceptance of many. That's because all other theories were even more absurd. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of exotic beasts itself was so absurd that even the most ludicrous theories seemed reasonable in comparison. The older and more mysterious, the more powerful. Shen Qinghan showed a bitter smile, pessimistically saying, "I wish that were true. I just fear that it's not some superpower at all, but a mere physical defect." Lin Zichen laughed, "Even if it's a physical defect, it doesn't matter. I won't hold it against you anyway." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan felt warm inside and somewhat sweet. Then she stopped walking, grabbed the sleeve of Lin Zichen's shirt, and with a hint of humble pleading in her eyes, she said, "Xiao Chen, you have to promise never to despise me, okay? I won't despise you." Lin Zichen looked into Shen Qinghan's teary, peach blossom eyes and said humorously yet very sincerely, "If I dare to despise you, my mom will definitely be the first to not let me off the hook." In the evening, after having dinner, Lin Zichen checked the royalty earnings in his bank account. He had accumulated 2 million and could now unlock the Void Eel album. Without wasting any time, he left the house and headed to the market to buy meat to devour. He went straight to the top floor of the market to buy the meat in person. Now that he was 18 years old, he no longer needed someone else to purchase it for him. Soon, he had 100 pounds of void eel meat in hand. Finding a secluded spot, he started to devour the meat with just a thought. You have devoured a large amount of void eel life essence. Void eel album, 100%. The moment the text information appeared, a pitch-black eel emerged from the void. This eel had an extremely sharp sense of danger. As soon as a predator appeared within a certain range, it would flee swiftly. As the scene in the void faded, 2 new pieces of text information appeared. You have successfully unlocked the Void Eel Compendium, acquiring the biometric attribute Danger Perception. Danger Perception, within a certain range, you can clearly sense hostility emanating from other creatures and are more sensitive to the suppressive aura they emit, thus allowing you to more easily determine the biological level of your targets. After reading the text information, Lin Zichen quickly began to experience the effects of this biometric attribute. Glancing around, he sensed no hostility, but he did perceive surges of biological pressure. Based on the intensity of the pressure, he roughly estimated the biological levels of everyone around him. Most were ordinary first level, a few physically strong individuals reached ordinary second level, and he couldn't see anything beyond that. It could only be said that most people in this world were ordinary. Beings like genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans were extremely rare existences. Otherwise, their social status would not be so high. Before leaving, Lin Zichen took a quick stroll around the mall, looking for the next type of exotic beast meat to consume. In the end, he chose undead slug meat. The price was 100,000 per 500 grams. The most expensive in the entire place, bar none. Yet, he was resolute in his decision to purchase the undead slug meat. The reason being that the undead slug was a creature with exceptionally strong regenerative abilities, potentially 100 times greater than that of an ordinary slug. As long as it didn't die on the spot, and as long as there was sufficient energy supply, it could heal from even the most severe injuries. If he could acquire its regenerative ability, even just a tenth of its effectiveness, his life would become tougher than diamond. 100,000 per 500 grams, 100 times that is 10 million. Just relying on a monthly income of 100,000 from my manuscript fees, it would take me over 8 years to save up enough. That's too long. It seems after the college entrance exams, I need to increase my income, Lin Zichen thought to himself as he looked at the chunks of pink, fresh undead slug meat in the freezer. Nanjiang Province, Provincial Education Headquarters. Minister's Office. A nearly 2-meter-tall man was using a projector to report this year's educational situation in Nanjiang Province to a woman sitting in an office chair. This year's educational achievements in the cities of Nanjiang Province are generally the same as last year. Tianjin City is still in the lead, closely followed by Changzhou City, then Nangwin City, followed by Shanghai City, Daoshan City, and Haiwan City is at the bottom. It's worth mentioning that Shanghai City's educational achievements have greatly improved compared to last year, due to both the enhancement of its own educational level and the fact that it has poached a large number of high-quality students from other cities. And also, lastly, about an hour later, the man finally finished reporting the data, and said respectfully to the woman, "Principal Yuan, these are this year's educational outcomes from across the province." Thank you for your efforts." The woman sitting in the office chair, dressed in a light green cheongsam, hair cascading like a waterfall, and adorned with a pair of dragon horns on her head, nodded after taking a sip of tea. The woman named Yuan Dongji appeared to be just over 40 years old, but was actually nearly 100. Her identity included being one of the vice-chancellors of Shanghai University, the minister of the Nanjiang Provincial Education Headquarters, and a powerful genetic integrator. Everyone usually called her Principal Yuan, never Minister Yuan. This was because in a world where a university offers evolution college and mechanical academy, it's the most powerful force in the area, the pinnacle of power. And naturally, the chancellor of such universities is the supreme ruler of the area. Therefore, in terms of status and power, even the vice-chancellor of a provincial university far exceeds the minister of the provincial education headquarters. Usually, the minister of the local education headquarters would be served by one of the vice-chancellors from the strongest university in the area. "Principal Yuan, what's the situation like in source land number 36 now?" The man hesitated before asking the question he couldn't help but ask. Yuan Dongji put down her teacup and said indifferently, "It's basically stabilized, otherwise I wouldn't have the time to preside over this year's college entrance exams in the province." Hearing this, the man's hanging heart was finally put at ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If source land number 36 were still in turmoil, then the entirety of Shanghai City, and possibly all of Nanjiang Province, would be in danger. Everyone living above it would suffer. It wasn't long before the man left. Yuan Dongji rose from her office chair and walked leisurely to the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, stopping to look out at the sea nearby, murmuring to herself, without realizing it, "It's been many years since I last accepted a disciple. I wonder if this year's college entrance will yield a promising youngster that catches my eye." P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 89. College entrance examination officially begins. The martial arts college entrance examination in this world lasts for a total of 9 days. On the first day, the morning session is a written exam assessing theoretical knowledge, and the afternoon is a physical fitness test. From the second to the 8th day, there is a week-long practical exam where martial arts candidates from the province will be sent into a forest to survive in the wilderness. The 9th day involves a test for compatibility with genetic fusion and mechanical modifications. Today, June 7th, is the first day of the college entrance exam. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, had breakfast together, and went to school to take the exam. Xiao Chen, I'm so nervous. I'm afraid I'll actually pee during the exam. I'm afraid I won't do well. Along the way, Shen Qinghan kept talking non-stop, expressing her nervousness to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, seeing her like this again, couldn't be bothered to comfort her. He had already comforted her so many times. She was already wearing a diaper. Her scores in theoretical knowledge were stable in the top 5 of their class. But she just had to be nervous. Her mental stability really was terrible. What needed to be done has been done, and now it's up to her to overcome it herself. More words were needless. After arriving at the school, the two of them, not in the same venue, quickly went their separate ways. Lin Zichen hadn't gone far when he thought better of it, still somewhat worried about Shen Qinghan, so he turned around, came back and called out to her, "Han Han, wait a moment. What's the matter?" Shen Qinghan stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Zichen with a puzzled expression. Lin Zichen saw she was nervous enough to shake a little, hesitated, then pulled her into his arms for a gentle hug, and encouraged her in a soft voice next to her ear, "You have studied the theory very well, and you're wearing your diaper, just do your best and don't be nervous." Feeling Lin Zichen's body heat and listening to his heartbeat, Shen Qinghan found herself, perhaps due to psychological effects, seemingly less nervous. After a while, she said softly, "I will try my best, and you should too." Lin Zichen replied softly, "Yeah, let's both do our best." Right after he spoke, he noticed many passing students stopping to look at him hugging Shen Qinghan, with some even taking out their phones to take photos. Realizing it wasn't appropriate to do this so publicly, he immediately let go of Shen Qinghan. Afterward, the two separated and headed toward their respective examination rooms. Arriving at his examination room, Lin Zichen, with nothing better to do, sat and passed the time by pondering novel plot lines. Soon, more than half an hour had passed. The exam officially began. Lin Zichen received the test paper, glanced over all the questions once, and finished everything in less than half an hour. 4 words, all it takes is hands. After finishing, he placed his exam paper on the desk and weighted it down with his pen. Then, he continued to idly think about the novel's story. In the meantime, the boy at the next table tried so hard to peek at Lin Zichen's paper that he almost went cross-eyed. Lin Zichen noticed the boy's gaze and turned his head slightly to look at him. At the moment of eye contact, the boy smiled awkwardly but politely and continued to slant his eyes, trying hard to sneak a glance at Lin Zichen's test paper. Lin Zichen didn't move the paper, leaving it as it was. The seats in the exam room were quite far apart, so if that boy could see the answers on a neighboring table's paper like that, it was his own skill, and he deserved to copy. Time flew by fast. Before long, only half an hour remained until the end of the exam. Seeing the time when it was permissible to submit papers early, Lin Zichen stood up, paper in hand, left his seat, walked to the podium and turned in his exam paper. Other students felt immense pressure at the sight. Many of them had still a bunch of unanswered questions on their test papers and knew they couldn't finish. Seeing Lin Zichen handing in his paper early, they felt a sudden urgency. Even though they knew they couldn't compare to Lin Zichen, it didn't stop them from feeling stimulated by his early submission. After leaving his own examination room, Lin Zichen went straight to where Shen Qinghan was taking her test. Looking through the window, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting in the back row, head down, intently working on the test. At the same time, he noticed her legs tightly crossed under the desk, probably because she needed to pee and was holding it in hard. 20-some minutes later, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Before long, Shen Qinghan came out after submitting her test paper. Seeing her pale face, Lin Zichen thought she had performed poorly and immediately comforted her. "We are students of the martial arts class, the written exam is relatively less important, just passing is fine, there's no need to chase high scores. I did well, you don't have to comfort me. Then why do you look so pale? I peed. Shen Qinghan stood on tiptoe slightly, her fair face blushing as she whispered into Lin Zichen's ear. Lin Zichen was speechless for a moment. Wait for me here, I'll go to the restroom and take off the diaper, I'll be back soon. After whispering this, Shen Qinghan quickly walked towards the restroom with her legs pinched together, leaving Lin Zichen with only a view of her knock-kneed silhouette. A few minutes later, Shen Qinghan came out of the restroom. The two went back to senior class 1, heated up the food they brought from home in the office. After the meal was ready, they took it to the quiet and deserted rooftop to eat together. While taking a break and enjoying the breeze on the rooftop railing after lunch, Lin Zichen suggested to Shen Qinghan, during the physical test this afternoon, just don't wear a diaper, it'll affect your performance, and if you do pee, well, once high school is over, no one will know anyone. You're so annoying, you underestimate me again, I wasn't planning on wearing it for the physical test this afternoon, Shen Qinghan pouted unhappily and said, the physical test is only a short while, even if I really need to pee then, I can hold it until the end, I'm not going to pee. Now she can discuss the topic of diapers in front of Lin Zichen without any embarrassment. As long as she doesn't have an accident right in front of him, she doesn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, in the past 2.5 years, the two of them had researched this matter extensively in the swimming pool. Any embarrassment had long been overcome, now only a familiar numbness remained. More than an hour later, the physical assessment began. Males and females were tested separately. Only 3 basic events were measured, which were the 100-meter dash representing speed, the standing vertical jump representing bounce, and the one-arm weightlifting representing strength. During the test, Lin Zichen didn't use his full strength but just enough to ensure that he could confidently clinch the city's top scholar spot. Ultimately, the 3 measured results were: the 100-meter dash in 5.12 seconds. Standing vertical jump of 4.91 meters. One-arm lifting of a 950 kilograms barbell. Each time he produced these results, the place erupted in amazement. Most of the gasps of shock came from students of regular high schools. In Shanghai City's martial arts college entrance exam, test centers were only located in a few key high schools, so students from regular high schools' martial arts classes had to come here to take the exam. Soon, Shen Qinghan's results were also out. The 100-meter dash in 9.32 seconds. Standing vertical jump of 1.62 meters. One-arm lifting of a 125 kilograms barbell. These results placed her among the very top of the school's female students, an unquestionable academic achiever. But compared to Lin Zichen's performance, it was like an ant to an elephant, not even remotely on the same level, with no comparison whatsoever. Not to mention compared to Lin Zichen, even against most of the boys in the class, it was worlds apart. In this mutated earth, the gap between geniuses and ordinary people had been further widened. The same was true for the gap between men and women, also further widened. It felt like the winner takes all. Around 5 in the afternoon, the physical assessment drew to a close. Lin Zichen's 3 recorded data undoubtedly placed him as the number 1 of the entire field, far ahead of the second place, in a league of his own. Almost simultaneously, the results of the written test taken in the morning were out. Everyone could check their scores on their phones. Lin Zichen immediately checked his end, as expected, he scored a perfect 100. Shen Qinghan did well too, scoring 82 points. Others like Wang Shijia, Liu Gang, He Yu, their scores were similar, all in the 80s. In particular, He Yu scored only 80 points, not even as high as Shen Qinghan. It wasn't that He Yu performed poorly, but rather that Shen Qinghan performed too well. It could be said that being under the influence of Lin Zichen for a long time was indeed very beneficial. As the saying goes, you are influenced by the company you keep. Xiao Chen, the week-long field combat assessment starts tomorrow, and I wonder what that forest which serves as the test site will be like. Just the thought of it makes me feel a bit nervous, said Shen Qinghan after checking the physical assessment results, her nerves tangling at the prospect of being sent to survive in a deserted forest for a week starting tomorrow. Seeing her getting nervous again, Lin Zichen was somewhat speechless. His childhood friend never had a moment when she wasn't nervous. Xiao Chen, we can't bring anything during the combat assessment, no diapers, what should I do if I have an accident? Shen Qinghan wondered aloud, furrowing her delicate and lovely brows over this critical issue. Lin Zichen replied, if you're in the forest surviving in the wild and you need to go, just find a tree to hide behind and squat to take care of business, you don't need to worry about this at all. I'm not worried about the daytime, I'm mainly concerned about wetting my pants while sleeping at night. It's uncomfortable to wet your pants in the forest with no change of clothes, she continued, her unease growing as she spoke. Lin Zichen felt this was not a big deal and bluntly suggested, that's easy to solve, just sleep without pants. All right, that does seem like a solution, she conceded. By the time this conversation reached this point, Shen Qinghan realized she was being a bit too anxious and stopped discussing her worries with Lin Zichen from there on out. In a room in Shanghai City, a college-aged young man was chatting over drinks with a middle-aged man in a mask. From their posture and demeanor, the conversation seemed very casual. But the content of their conversation was unnervingly chilling. The field combat assessment starts tomorrow. Here are 10 special seeds for you to take. Make sure to use your status as a safety officer to help the organization control 10 talented individuals, said the man in the mask, casually extracting a small, elegant wooden box from his chest and tossing it on the table. The youth picked up the wooden box, opened the lid, and saw 10 sinister red plant seeds inside. The size of peanuts, each seed's surface was covered with pulsating veins, looking like tiny animal hearts. Do this well and I will introduce you to the higher UPS in the organization, making you an official member, said the masked man to the youth. I'm not in a rush to become an official member. What I want now is to get an exotic fruit, the young man replied lightly after closing the lid of the box. The masked man shook his head, young man, your vision seems a bit short-sighted. An exotic fruit can at best help you evolve to a regular 7th rank, but joining the organization promises countless benefits in the future. Just to talk about evolution, if you can become an official member of the organization, evolving into an advanced level creature will no longer be a dream. Plus, if you do well, you might even get to experience the company of the organization's flower fairy, he continued, his voice laced with lingering pleasure. Last year, I had a taste of the flower fairy's touch, very smooth. Flower fairy. Very smooth. The youth was swayed and quickly changed his tune, you're right, becoming an official member of the organization has a better cost-benefit ratio compared to getting just one exotic fruit. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 90, I will share half of my headphones with you. The second day of the college entrance examination, June 8. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, finished breakfast, and headed to the school together. Together, they would take a bus to the test site for the practical assessment, a forest brimming with primal nature. This forest was located on the outskirts of Nanjiang province. It was desolate and uninhabited, with numerous wild animals and few human visitors. It was very suitable for use as a practical assessment test site. Outside the two families' homes, Lin's father and mother, Shen's father and mother, all 4 parents got up early to see their children off. Take this bag of bread. And don't forget the biscuits. Remember this bottle of sports drink. And this pack of jerky. Bring more food, eat well before entering the forest. That way, once you're inside, you won't have to rush to find food and can first observe the terrain. Zhang Wangzhen opened the zipper of Lin Zichen's backpack and, while speaking, kept stuffing food into it. Feeling his backpack getting heavier and heavier, Lin Zichen hurriedly said. Mom, that's enough, I can't finish all that. Isn't Han Han there to eat it too? Han Han's backpack is full as well. That's not a problem, if you can't finish it, you can eat it after the exams when you'll probably be hungry. Zhang Wangzhen was very thorough, fearing the children would get terribly hungry. On the other side, Su Meng was also incessantly nagging Shen King Han, reminding her. King Han, the forest is full of dangers. Don't risk it just to get a high score. Your safety comes first, understand? I understand, Mom. Shen King Han obediently nodded her head. Hearing this, Zhang Wangzhen, who was beside her, said to Su Meng with a smile. Don't worry, they've been assigned the same test entrance. With Xiao Chen around, he'll surely protect King Han well. Of course, of course. Su Meng replied with a smile. After saying that, she looked at Lin Zichen with a gentle smile and said. Xiao Chen, I'm entrusting King Han to you. After the college entrance exams, Aunt Meng will buy you and King Han the latest model of the fruit phone, as a gift for your high school graduation. Then I'll thank Aunt Meng in advance. Lin Zichen smiled and didn't bother being formal with Su Meng. The two families had been close for many years and had long considered each other family. Being too polite would actually seem distant. Dad, Mom, Aunt Meng, Uncle Yat, we're leaving. Dad, Mom, Aunt Xin, Uncle Sheng, goodbye. The two waved to the four parents to say farewell and quickly left with their backpacks, walking briskly towards the school. By the time they arrived at the school, all 10 martial arts classes in their senior year had already lined up on the playground. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Shen King Han jogged to the end of the line for Class 1 of the senior year. About half an hour later, the buses responsible for transporting the examinees to the practical assessment site arrived. There were 10 in total, with one bus for each class. Soon, all examinees were on the buses. Nearly 500 martial arts seniors from Shanghai High School set off for the practical assessment site. At the same time, high schools in various cities across Nanjiang province were also organizing their students to head to the test sites. The numbers were not large. A larger, more prominent high school had only a few hundred martial arts students per grade. A smaller, average high school might just have one martial arts class per grade, meaning only a few dozen martial arts students. As such, even in Nanjiang province, which is known for a large number of college entrance examinees, the number of martial arts students participating in the exams this year did not exceed 100,000. The rest of the several 100,000 examinees were all humanities, arts, technical students, etc. After all, those who practiced martial arts were still a minority. After all, on the path of martial arts cultivation, if one couldn't become a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human in the end, their potential would indeed be lower than that of humanities students. The ones who achieve the best success often open martial arts schools and widely recruit disciples. For those slightly less successful, they become martial arts teachers in high schools after passing exams, or take up positions in related security departments. Those with even less success work at martial arts schools. For academic students, the range of job prospects after graduation is much wider. Education, medical services, finance, design, networking, etc., all offer job positions. It's such a pity, Han Han, if only I had the same examination hall entrance as you, then I could have company and also cling to Zi Chen's coattails at the same time. Just thinking about it feels awesome. In the car, Li Chuxin leaned over the back of the seat, looking at Shen King Han in the rear seat as she spoke. He Yu, sitting next to Li Chuxin, was immediately displeased upon hearing this, grumbling. What do you mean by that? Are my coattails not thick enough? Isn't it good enough to be in the same examination hall entrance with me? Being on a team with me would also be cool, get it? Teaming up with a straight guy like you is boring. Li Chuxin expressed her disdain with her face. He Yu was unconvinced and retorted, what straight guy? I call this genuine and unaffected. Seeing the two bicker at the drop of a hat, Shen Qinghan found it quite amusing and silently watched the show with a smile. Next to her, Lin Zichen was wearing headphones and watching news videos on his phone. He stayed informed on social issues and current affairs from all aspects. Capital University prodigy, successfully integrates the Shadow Night Cat gene, breaking the school's record for youngest triple gene fusee winner. Mechanical genius girl, right eye successfully implanted with the latest generation supercomputing chip, needs only a glance to calculate a target's various data, comparable to fiery golden eyes. At 4 a.m. today, a minor earthquake occurred in Shanghai City. A pair of lovers with keen senses felt the significant tremors, got so scared that they didn't even bother to get dressed, and ran out of their home naked, shouting for residents to flee. In the video, a censor-barred couple caught in adultery was covering their privates and shouting by the roadside about an earthquake, telling everyone to run. Then, an old lady quickly rushed out of the house, the woman's mother-in-law, wielding a broom and beating the two while cursing, "My son works hard on the construction site every day and sends money home. How dare you sneak in a man for an affair in the middle of the night, acting as if I, your mother-in-law, don't exist. I'll beat you to death, you adulterer and hussy." While the news anchor reported the news with a serious demeanor, the top of the video was continuously flashing with barrage comments. "The civil engineer brother must be crying. No problem, as long as the kid is his own. Haha, though they were having an affair, they still showed responsibility. Human nature is complex. In some ways, they are the bad guys, but in others, they can be the good ones. Who said heroes can only stand in the light? A hero can also stand there naked." Lin Zichen glanced over these comments and found them funny, but he didn't laugh. Instead, he slightly furrowed his brows. This seems to be the second noticeable earthquake in Shanghai City this year. Isn't this a bit too frequent? Theoretically, given Shanghai City's geographical location, having one noticeable earthquake over several years would be considered a lot. I hope I'm just overthinking it, please, let there not be a massive earthquake. Lin Zichen thought to himself. On the other side, Shen Qinghan's gaze shifted from He Yu and Li Chuxin in front to Lin Zichen beside her. Seeing him quietly watching the news, she couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Chen is so quiet, not like other boys his age who are noisy and boisterous. Having such an almost perfect childhood friend must mean I saved the earth in my past life. I'm so lucky. With these thoughts, a satisfied smile spread across Shen Qinghan's lips. Lin Zichen noticed her gaze and thought she wanted to see the news on his phone, so he took off one earphone and offered it to her. Want to watch together? Sure. Shen Qinghan laughed as she accepted the earphone, brushing the hair by her ear aside and tucking the earphone in. Then, she skillfully leaned a little, intimately resting her shoulder against Lin Zichen's, tilting her head to watch the news video on the phone with him. P.S. Bowing for votes, seek monthly tickets and recommendations. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 91. Practical Assessment of the Chicken Eating Mode. About 2 hours later, the bus that Lin Zichen was on finally arrived at the forest that served as the exam venue. Shen Qinghan, who had been watching news videos with earphones, was now sweetly asleep on Lin Zichen's shoulder. She was sleeping so deeply that drool was leaking out. Be it wetting the bed or drooling, it seems she has always been overabundant with liquids. Lin Zichen shook his head helplessly, took a tissue out of his backpack, and wiped off the drool at the corner of Shen Qinghan's mouth. Then he gently poked her cheek with his finger and softly called, "Han Han, we've arrived at the exam site, wake up. We're here." Shen Qinghan woke up groggily, her eyes still sleepy. Soon, everyone got off the bus, and as soon as they disembarked, they heard someone shouting through a megaphone. "Those for entrance 29, come this way. Entrance 3, over here. Candidates for entrance 18, gather over here. Entrance 78 is right here." The candidates coming for the practical assessment were numerous, nearly 100,000. Having just one entrance clearly wouldn't do. To scatter the candidates into the forest and achieve a better assessment outcome, the educational department had specially set up 100 entrances to the forest. It didn't take long for the candidates to locate their respective entrance groups according to the announcements. Then, they left the transfer station in groups, heading to their designated entrance points. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were assigned to the same entrance point. Both were for entrance 9. Finding their group, they left the transfer station by bus. In less than 10 minutes, the bus arrived at the destination and stopped. Once Lin Zichen got off the bus, he saw that entrance 9 was already teeming with people. At a glance, there were at least several hundred candidates. Apart from the candidates, there were also about a dozen vendors setting up stalls selling food. In the middle of this wilderness, there are actually people setting up stalls to sell food. Shen Qinghan was surprised. Lin Zichen explained, "It's normal, with nearly 1,000 candidates at each entrance point. Setting up for a few hours here could likely earn them thousands." A puzzled look appeared on Shen Qinghan's face, but logically speaking, the educational department shouldn't allow these vendors to come in, right? Lin Zichen smiled, "Who knows?" Shen Qinghan quickly had another question, "So many people are buying food at these stalls. It's the college entrance exam, aren't they afraid of getting a bad stomach? The food these vendors are selling is definitely hygienic, otherwise, the relevant personnel would not dare let them in to sell food." Lin Zichen added. After finishing, he quickly said, "Let's go find a less crowded spot to sit down and eat something to fill our stomachs." "Okay." Shen Qinghan agreed. Before long, they found a large tree, randomly chose a couple of rocks to sit on as chairs, and started eating the food they had brought from home while chatting casually. In their idle moments, Lin Zichen, using his extraordinary sensory perception, kept listening to the conversations of other candidates nearby. Some candidates felt nervous. Some were excited. Some were happy, glad to have acquaintances at this entrance point, so they wouldn't feel lonely entering the forest later. Others noticed Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, attracted by their good looks, whispering how handsome and pretty they were. About 10 minutes passed like this. The person in charge of the entrance point stepped onto the platform and emphasized the rules of the practical assessment to the candidates present. He talked for a good half an hour or more. Lin Zichen summed up his points, which were roughly as follows. Many scorecards are placed throughout the forest, with each card displaying a number indicating the number of points it is worth. These scorecards are placed in tricky positions, like treetops, cliff edges, or on fierce animals such as bears, tigers, rhinos, crocodiles, pythons, and on a few exotic beasts deeper in the forest. Near each fierce animal and exotic beast, there are safety officers on guard, ready to rescue candidates who challenge these beings and then run into danger. The exotic beasts in the deepest parts of the forest are intended for the geniuses to earn points. Ordinary candidates are advised not to join in, to avoid accidents. Ordinary candidates are too weak to contend with exotic beasts and might die at their jaws before safety officers could rescue them. The results of the practical assessment are based on the points individuals earn. Additionally, candidates' other abilities demonstrated during the 7-day period will be observed through cameras, for example, leadership skills. Nearly 100,000 candidates are taking part in the practical assessment, but the total value of the scorecards is only 50,000, meaning more than half of the candidates will not score any points. The practical assessment encourages both cooperation and competition. Candidates can work together to earn points and then distribute the scorecards among teammates according to contribution, but on the other hand, they can also directly steal scorecards from others. There are cameras and safety officers all around the forest. If you encounter danger, you can seek help, but the price is immediate elimination. Candidates, the rules for this practical assessment are as stated. In 1 hour, we will enter the forest and begin the assessment. Prepare well, said the entrance points official, before promptly leaving the stage. No sooner had the official left than a fat candidate began to shout. My dad is a senior executive at the Nangwon City branch of the Mech God Group. Is there any brainiac who can guide me after the assessment starts? There will be a handsome reward. I'll take you. I'm a top student from Changzhou No. 1 Middle School's genius class. I guarantee to carry you to the top. There was a top student responding to the fat examinee. Unfortunately, before the two could exchange contacts, they were warned by the teaching staff on site. They were told that they couldn't be so blatant. If they wanted to form teams, they should do it quietly and privately. On the other side, Lin Zichen was chatting and eating with Shen Qinghan when a few students from their school approached him. They asked if he could take them along when they entered the forest later on. Lin Zichen didn't even have to think before he rejected their request. The reason for refusal was simple: he wasn't going to share any of the scoring cards he collected along the way with anyone else. Upon hearing this, they gave up on the idea of clinging to his coattails. Lin Zichen didn't pay attention to these few and continued to chat and eat with Shen Qinghan. About 20 minutes passed. A muscular student walked up to them and stopped, asking politely, "Classmate, I'm feeling a bit hungry now, but I didn't bring any food with me. I see you guys seem to have a lot of food in your bags, could you sell me some?" "No need for money, just take it," Lin Zichen said and took out a loaf of bread and a pack of biscuits from his bag, tossing them casually to the student. After all, there was so much food in the bag that he couldn't finish it himself, giving some away wouldn't hurt. "It's embarrassing to freeload off you guys like this. How about this? In return, once we enter the forest, I'll team up with you two and help you score," the student offered confidently, introducing himself. "By the way, my name is Hong Junping, a student from Jianzhen No. 1 Middle School's rocket class. I can run 100 meters in 6 seconds and lift a 750 kilograms barbell with one hand. Once we're in the forest, I can at least get you 5 points." Lin Zichen declined politely, "Thank you for the offer, but it's not necessary." The boy was stunned, not expecting to be rejected. Moments later, he recovered and smiled awkwardly. "I see, well then, bro, thanks for the bread and biscuits," and turned to leave. Once the boy had walked some distance away, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but comment, "He's weird. There are so many food stalls around, but instead of buying from them, he came specifically to us. The old man's love for wine is not just about wine, it's because we have a stunningly beautiful girl here," Lin Zichen said with a smile. He knew very well that the boy had approached them to hit on Shen Qinghan. Seeing how beautiful Shen Qinghan was, he wanted to get to know her and then came up with a poor excuse to team up. "Ah? So he was hitting on me? That's so sly," Shen Qinghan said, realizing only after Lin Zichen explained. At this moment, a girl nearby chimed in with a smile, "That's not necessarily the case, maybe the boy came over because he saw a handsome guy here." "Lin Zichen." The girl walked over and struck up a conversation with Lin Zichen. "My name is Zhou Wenjuan, a student from Changzhou No. 1 Middle School's genius class. I think you're really handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?" "I don't use WeChat." "Then, QQ." "I don't use QQ either." Lin Zichen declined gently again, not interested in adding this strange girl to his contacts. Getting the hint, the girl didn't linger any longer and walked away. In the following time, all the candidates at the entry point were eating. If they didn't eat now, they would have nothing to eat once they entered the forest. Eat as much as possible while it's possible, so that even if there's nothing to eat for the whole day later, they could still get through it effortlessly. While eating, most of the candidates were constantly observing the others around them. They were trying to distinguish which were the top students and which were the underachievers, so they could form appropriate strategies for the upcoming practical assessment. If they encountered top students, they would avoid them for fear of having their scoring cards snatched away. Conversely, if they ran into underachievers, they would go for their scoring cards. The game was all about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the meantime, the Tianjin City student who had been previously rejected by Lin Zichen for teaming up came over again to ask. This time, he didn't ask Lin Zichen but instead went to ask Shen Qinghan. However, Shen Qinghan bluntly refused, stating, "I only team up with him. I won't team up with other guys. You should go talk to other girls. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hitting on you. I just don't like owing people," the boy tried to clarify. "I took your bread and biscuits for free earlier and thought about helping you out in the forest as a way to repay for that. Since you don't need it, let's leave it at that," he said, and then left awkwardly. He hadn't expected to be rejected again, and so bluntly at that. He muttered to himself that these two didn't know the chance they were missing and how foolish they were. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 92, the road narrows, classmate. Half an hour later, the real combat assessment began. The perpetually closed number 9 entrance finally, at this moment, slowly opened up. The entrance was large, estimated to be nearly 50 meters wide. At the supervisor's command, hundreds of candidates instantly filed in, scrambling to rush into the forest to seize the initiative. Lin Zichen wasn't in a hurry at all. He waited until everyone had rushed in and the entrance was no longer crowded, then leisurely entered with Shen Qinghan. "Xiao Chen, there's actually a map inside the forest, and even signposts." Shen Qinghan looked around the environment and discovered that there was a map sign erected ahead, and each path had signposts indicating the distance to the deepest part of the forest. There was also a sentence highlighted in red as a warning, saying that the deeper into the forest, the more dangerous it gets, and to proceed according to one's capability. The purpose of the college entrance exam is to select, not to eliminate through life and death situations. Having maps and signposts is normal, otherwise, there would likely be numerous casualties. After saying this, Lin Zichen stepped forward to glance at the map and signposts, then casually chose a path and went deeper into the forest with Shen Qinghan. All along the way, he was carefully observing the surrounding environment. Nearly every 100 meters, one could see a surveillance camera. As for the safety officers, one could see one every 500 meters. One could say that unless someone acted recklessly, this real combat assessment had no dangers whatsoever. After walking about 2 kilometers, Lin Zichen, with the effect of his biometric attributes Eyes of the Sky, noticed a scorecard on a large tree ahead. It was a 1-point card, tied up with rope, hanging in a position more than 10 meters high. Without paying careful attention, it would be very difficult to spot. Han, there's a scorecard on that tree up ahead. Can you see it in that position? I see it. There really is one. You climb up and get the card down. For Lin Zichen, this real combat assessment was meaningless, he could pass it with his eyes closed. Therefore, he planned to let Shen Qinghan take action during the following 7 days, to train her wilderness survival skills. He, on the other hand, was responsible for being Shen Qinghan's Mr. Yao, stepping in to help her solve problems she couldn't handle on her own. About this matter, the two had already agreed on before entering the forest. Soon, Shen Qinghan arrived at the base of that tree. She used her hands and feet to quickly climb up and in just a short time, successfully fetched the scorecard that was hung more than 10 meters high. Xiao Chen, am I awesome or what? After coming down from the tree, Shen Qinghan immediately returned to Lin Zichen's side and proudly said. From climbing up to coming down, she took less than a minute, with exceptionally good climbing skills. Awesome! Lin Zichen gave her a thumbs up. After chatting for a few moments on the spot, the two continued their journey deeper into the forest. Lin Zichen acted as the radar, telling Shen Qinghan where the scorecards were so she could fetch them. Working together in this manner for half a day, they easily scored 12 points. Several safety officers along the way were astonished by their performance. No matter how well hidden the scorecards were, the pair could retrieve them as easily as if reaching into a bag, almost as if they had X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye. It was already afternoon. Just as the two were about to look for something to eat, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, they saw rain was coming. Not far away, there was a cluster of banana trees, so they ran over there, tearing off banana leaves to make a rain shelter while also picking some bananas to eat. Just as the rain shelter was finished, the downpour started, and the large raindrops beat against the banana leaves with a pattering sound. We're really lucky to have set up the rain shelter just before it started to rain. Shen Qinghan stood under the shelter, eating a banana and speaking. The heavy rain didn't last long, stopping in less than half an hour. Seeing that it was getting close to evening, Lin Zichen urged Shen Qinghan to go out and look for food and water, saying they needed to find it before dark, otherwise, they would go hungry tonight. Shen Qinghan patted her chest and said, "Leave it to me. You have always taken care of me before, but this week it's my turn to take good care of you." After the rain, puddles were everywhere on the ground. And before long, Shen Qinghan's shoes and the bottom of her trousers were wet. But strangely, she didn't feel uncomfortable, rather, she found the wetness somewhat pleasant. She knew that this was the effect of her uncultivated superpower. "I'm very compatible with water, feeling comfortable whenever I come into contact with it. Can these fruits be eaten?" Shen Qinghan found many wild fruits in a bush, the size of grapes, emerald in color and hard to the touch. Uncertain if they were edible, she turned and asked Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen refused to answer the question, smiling and saying, "We agreed you'd take care of me, so I can't help you with this." "All right then, I'll try it myself." After Shen Qinghan spoke, she picked a relatively ripe fruit and hesitantly bit into it. The next second, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, and she spat out the fruit with a grimace, complaining about its sourness. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened, and night had fallen. Shen Qinghan made a bed from banana leaves, secured it to a tree with vines, and spent the night there with Lin Zichen. She wanted to take off her pants to sleep, but since Lin Zichen was right beside her, it was inconvenient, so she chose to trust that she wouldn't wet the bed during the night. The next day dawned dimly. Lin Zichen woke up to find Shen Qinghan lying on top of him, sleeping sweetly with drool at the corner of her mouth, some on his neck. "At least I didn't wet myself." Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan's lower body, saw her pants were dry, and heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, Shen Qinghan woke up as well. The two of them climbed down from the tree and continued deeper into the forest. Like the day before, Lin Zichen acted as a radar, pointing out the locations of scorecards for Shen Qinghan to collect. Around noon, they ran into someone familiar on the path. It was the top student from Jianzhen City who had tried to hit on Shen Qinghan yesterday under the pretense of teaming up. Seeing the two, the male student expressed surprise. "What a coincidence! Quite a coincidence!" Lin Zichen politely responded to him. The boy quickly turned his attention to Shen Qinghan beside him, and after just one more look, his heart thumped wildly, as if it would explode. "She's too pretty. She's too cute." If he didn't get to know her today, he would surely regret it in the future. Thinking this, the male student took out more than 20 scorecards from his pocket, laid them out in front of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and earnestly said, "I am someone who repays even the smallest debt of gratitude with a wellspring of kindness. The bread and cookies you gave me yesterday, I've kept them in mind. You might think it's nothing, but personally, if I can't repay kindness, it bothers me. Really, just let me take you two, and we'll divide the scorecards we collect evenly among the three of us. The practical exam isn't too important in the martial arts college entrance exam, it's enough to just pass. The written exam is the same, passing is enough. What's really important are the physical tests that were already completed, and the final adaptability test. That's why this top student from Jianzhen City was willing to share the scorecards evenly." Lin Zichen glanced at the scorecards in the other's hand, there were 28 in total. That was far more than the ones he and Shen Qinghan had together, almost 3 times as many. In the outer area they were now, with not many scorecards placed around, it was impossible for one person to collect so many in a day's time. This top student from Jianzhen City, having so many scorecards now, had most likely taken them from other examinees. With that in mind, Lin Zichen said, "We don't need to team up, but if you really can't get over it and want to repay the kindness, you can just give us the scorecards you have." Upon hearing this, the male student's face turned unpleasant in an instant. Having issued 3 invites to team up and being rejected all 3 times had made him somewhat infuriated. "Classmate, it seems we're on a narrow road." The male student dropped his facade, narrowed his eyes threateningly, and said. At this moment, Lin Zichen's danger perception biometric attribute was throbbing, sensing the intense malice emanating from the male student. In response, he smiled calmly and said, "Yes, the road is narrow. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." 93. Fitness Test. In the quiet forest, Lin Zichen looked at the boy lying motionless on the ground, completely passed out, with a face full of astonishment. Wasn't it 6 seconds for 100 meters? And being able to lift a 750 kilograms barbell with one hand? I didn't even use force, so how did he fall with just one punch? He suspected that the boy now sprawled unconscious on the ground was bragging yesterday, and his actual strength wasn't as formidable. Otherwise, how could he pass out from a single punch? You should know, that punch just now wasn't strong, it was only meant to cause pain. Not wasting time on such trivial matters, Lin Zichen soon squatted down and took all 28 scorecards from the boy for himself. "Xiao Chen, he won't have any issues, right? No worries, he's just fainted, I hardly used any force with that punch." Having said that, Lin Zichen quickly stood up and left with Shen Qinghan. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen continued to focus on training Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills, without rushing deeper into the forest. And then, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The two went from the initial outer periphery, gradually entering the depths of the forest. During that time, Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills became increasingly strong. Whether it was finding water sources, making fire by friction, or fighting wild beasts, she looked more and more professional. Especially when hunting a wild boar, she managed to kill it without injury, using just a sharpened bamboo stick combined with exceptional wisdom and skill, and enjoyed a delicious roasted pork meal. That afternoon, after Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had searched all the scorecards nearby, they continued on toward the deeper parts of the forest. As they were about to enter the deepest area, they encountered He Yu, who had just come out from there. At this time, He Yu had a black eye and his upper clothing was ragged, as if he had been in a scuffle. After asking, Lin Zichen learned that He Yu had been gang-beaten by several top students from Changzhou City, and all of his scorecards had been taken. "He Yu, do you want to join us?" Shen Qinghan extended an invitation to He Yu, thinking that since they were in the same group in class, it was fated they met and should definitely team up. However, He Yu decisively refused. "Forget it, there's no challenge in being on a team with Zichen, I'd rather continue as a lone wolf. In the remaining 3 days, I'll go back to the outer areas to snatch other people's scorecards." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "There's no challenge teaming up with me, but there's a challenge in robbing weaker examinees? What's this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" After parting ways with He Yu, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan continued heading deeper into the forest. The closer they got to the heart of the forest, the more formidable the examinees they encountered. Along the way, they were ambushed by other examinees over 10 times. They had been accosted by lone examinees. They had encountered acts of righteous gang beatings. But without exception, all these examinees who came to rob them ended up being thoroughly plundered by Lin Zichen instead. Time quickly passed and another 3 days went by. It was the 7th day of the practical assessment, also the final day. That morning, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the deepest part of the forest, only to find that the exotic beasts had already been killed off by others. Lin Zichen wasn't surprised by this. He knew that on the first day of the practical assessment, many geniuses headed straight for these low-level exotic beasts in the forest's depths, paying no attention to the scorecards along the way. He guessed that by the second day of the assessment, all the beasts here had been killed off. Xiao Chen, what a pity, if we could have come earlier, you definitely would have won the title of Genius Beast Slayer. As Shen Qinghan uttered these words, she thought to herself that if it weren't for Lin Zichen being busy training her wilderness survival skills these past few days, the exotic beasts here wouldn't stand a chance against the other exam candidates. Contrary to her, Lin Zichen didn't feel any regret. With security personnel and cameras everywhere, killing the exotic beasts wouldn't allow consumption, so it was meaningless. It was better to take this opportunity to properly train Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills. As for the title of Genius Beast Slayer, he didn't care at all. As long as he had enough scorecards in hand to help himself and Shen Qinghan achieve good results, that was enough. Soon, the last day of the practical assessment passed by. Under the guidance of the security officers, all the students left the forest, returned to the entrance point, and boarded their respective school buses to return home. The practical assessment was so torturous, it's finally over. Yeah, these 7 days were extremely tough. Once I get home I'm going to have a big meal and sleep well. Tomorrow is the compatibility test, the decisive moment for one's life. On the bus of Class 1, Grade 3, the students were chatting energetically, making a ruckus. Lin Zichen, with earphones in and oblivious to the noise inside the bus, quietly watched news videos on his phone. Sitting beside him, Shen Qinghan was also wearing her earphones and listening to music, resting on his shoulder and asleep. During the 7 days of the practical assessment, Shen Qinghan hardly got any good sleep, and now she was extremely sleepy. Engrossed in the news, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. He took off his earphones and looked back to find that it was He Yu who had tapped him. Upon seeing Lin Zichen turning around, He Yu immediately pointed towards Wang Shijia and Liu Gang sitting behind them and said with confusion, "Something is off about these two. I personally saw them team up to kill a demonic beast deep in the forest. With their personalities, they should be showing off right now. Why are they so quiet?" Hearing this from He Yu, Lin Zichen also glanced at Wang Shijia and Liu Gang. He indeed noticed that the two of them looked a bit off, as if they were preoccupied with heavy thoughts. However, he didn't pay it much attention, thinking that the two might have been outshone by the geniuses from other schools and were now brooding over it. 2 hours later, the bus returned to Shanghai High School. The moment the bus stopped, Wang Shijia and Liu Gang, who were sitting near the back, hurriedly got off and left, walking faster than anyone else, which looked very unusual. Lin Zichen saw this scene and found it strange, but he didn't dwell on it and soon got off the bus with Shen Qinghan to head home. In the past 7 days, they had only taken 2 baths, and now their bodies felt so uncomfortable that they just wanted to go home and thoroughly clean themselves inside and out. "Xiao Chen, tomorrow we have the compatibility test for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. Just thinking about it makes me so nervous. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight because of the anxiety," Shen Qinghan said worriedly on the way home. Hearing her talk about her nervousness this time, Lin Zichen didn't think like before that she had a bad mindset. Because the compatibility test was the most important part of the university entrance exam, determining the upper limit of each candidate's future, it was only natural to be nervous. Unlike the previous written tests on theoretical knowledge, the physical fitness test, and the practical assessment of wilderness survival skills, the importance of all 3 combined wasn't even a tenth of the compatibility test happening tomorrow. Passing the written test, physical fitness test, and practical assessment meant that one could go to university. But what kind of university they could enter, and whether they could become a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human, all depended on tomorrow's compatibility test. Naturally, people with better physical fitness generally had higher compatibility for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. Therefore, students with high compatibility scores were mostly excellent students. In other words, it wasn't too realistic for underperforming students to hope for a turnaround with this test. With my current physical strength being so exaggerated, I wonder what kind of result I'll get in tomorrow's compatibility test, Lin Zichen thought, full of curiosity. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 94. If there are exotic beasts, there should be exotic people. At night, after having dinner and a shower, Lin Zichen went back to his room and sprawled on his bed, scrolling through news on his smartphone. Close to 9 o'clock, his next-door neighbor Shen Qinghan came to find him, dressed in pajamas and carrying a Fruit brand tablet computer into his room. "This tablet is for you, my mom bought it especially for you," she said. Shen Qinghan handed the tablet that she was holding over to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled. "Why did Auntie Meng suddenly give me this?" Shen Qinghan explained, "Before the practical assessment, didn't my mom say she would buy the latest Fruit brand smartphones for us? She thought it over and felt that tablets would be more convenient for our studies, so she decided to buy tablets instead." Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Zichen remembered. He picked up his smartphone and sent a message to Su Meng on WeChat, saying he really liked the Fruit brand tablet computer and thanked Auntie Meng. While he was chatting with Su Meng, Shen Qinghan at the bedside took off her slippers, revealing a pair of petite, delicate, fair feet, and skillfully climbed onto his bed. She then sat cross-legged on the bed, her pretty face showing a faint blush, and said softly, "Xiao Chen, I want to sleep over at your place tonight, is that okay?" "What?" Lin Zichen thought he had heard wrong and looked up at her in surprise. Shen Qinghan clarified, "The compatibility test is tomorrow, and if I sleep alone, I will definitely keep thinking about it and then not be able to sleep. But if I sleep with you, I can talk to someone and divert my attention, so I won't keep thinking about the compatibility test and end up unable to sleep." After saying this, she looked into Lin Zichen's eyes and asked again, "Is it okay?" "If you want to, then of course it's okay," Lin Zichen replied. It's not like they hadn't slept together before. When they were children, they often slept together. More recently, they had slept together during the 7 days of the past practical assessment. "Then I'll tell my mom now that I won't be going home tonight." Shen Qinghan took out her phone and informed Su Meng on WeChat that she would be sleeping over at Lin Zichen's place tonight. For something like this, she knew Su Meng would definitely not mind. As expected, Su Meng had no objections, and even proactively said she would bring over a toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, diapers, and the clothes to wear for the next day for her. But she didn't need them, because she had already brought these daily necessities with her when she came to find Lin Zichen. In the time that followed, the two sat close together, watching the news on the newly purchased Fruit brand tablet. They watched and chatted, discussing the contents of the news. During this time, they came across many news stories about the conservative faction in evolution. It was the faction that does not support genetic fusion, but firmly believes that humans can break their limitations through their own potential and evolve into advanced level creatures, rare level creatures, or even epic level creatures. During the time of the college entrance exams, these conservatives were very active, frequently appearing in news reports from major media outlets, extending olive branches to many genius examinees. They claimed to have unique body refining methods that could very likely help humans break free from the limitations of frail flesh and refine the body to a strength not inferior to genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans. However, these body refining practices could only be cultivated by pure-blood humans with intact bodies. Therefore, they now need enough geniuses to practice these body refining methods to prove to the world that humans can evolve into higher forms of life solely through their own potential. As soon as these conservative views were aired, they immediately drew countless curses. People criticized them for enticing geniuses to give up genetic fusion and mechanical modifications to practice their so-called body-refining methods, claiming it was harmful. Xiao Chen, do you think humans can really evolve into higher-level beings purely through their own potential? After reading these conservative statements, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but raise such a question. Her personal opinion was that they could not. If humans truly had this potential, with so many people around the globe, some would have evolved into higher-level creatures based solely on their own inherent abilities by now. However, to date, not a single example exists. Beyond genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans, the strongest known pure-blood humans are at the ordinary 9th rank in terms of biological level. They are very strong, and their statistics are infinitely close to those of advanced-level creatures, but they have always been unable to break through the last barrier to evolve into advanced-level creatures. I believe that humans can evolve into higher-level creatures based solely on their inherent potential," replied Lin Zichen without hesitation. Seeing his decisive answer, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask with curiosity emanating from her clear eyes, "Why do you think so?" "I feel that if this world has exotic beasts, then correspondingly, there should be exotic humans. That would make things seem more reasonable," explained Lin Zichen, and then he added, "The exotic humans I'm referring to are the kind of humans who can evolve continuously through their own potential." "That does make sense." Shen Qinghan mused with a contemplative expression. "Logically, if there are exotic beasts, there should definitely be exotic humans too. It's unreasonable for there to be only exotic beasts and no exotic humans. But where are the exotic humans? Exotic beasts have been around for so long, so why haven't exotic humans appeared?" Shen Qinghan was genuinely puzzled, feeling that it didn't make sense. Suddenly, she had a thought and immediately turned to Lin Zichen. "Xiao Chen, you're not an exotic human, are you?" Lin Zichen denied, "You're overthinking it. I'm definitely not one. I'm just a wimp. How can I compare to an exotic human?" The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Lin Zichen awoke from his bed and the first thing he did was to lift the blanket to check if the bed was wet. Thankfully, it was dry. Shen Qinghan hadn't urinated last night, or perhaps she wore a diaper. Lin Zichen wasn't unduly worried for no reason. As a child, Shen Qinghan's bedwetting had truly scared him. Every time she didn't wear a diaper and they slept in the same bed, he would invariably be urinated on, which had left him with a psychological shadow. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan also woke up. After the two of them freshened up and had breakfast, they headed out to school together. The compatibility test for the candidates of Shanghai City was arranged in a research facility on an island. To get there, students had to take a school bus. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan reached the school. By that time, the schoolyard was already teeming with people. The candidates were waiting for the buses to come and pick them up. Before long, the buses arrived. All of the candidates boarded and set off for the research facility. On the bus, Lin Zichen thought back to Wang Shijia and Lu Gang's odd behavior from the day before and glanced over at them out of the corner of his eye. He then noticed that they didn't seem to be in good spirits. They appeared somewhat listless, lacking their usual energy. So what exactly was wrong with these two? Lin Zichen was quite puzzled. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 95. Fitness test results. On an island within Shanghai City. In front of the scientific research base. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the teacher leading the team from Shanghai High School immediately took the students into the base. Today, nearly 5,000 martial arts students from all over Shanghai City had come here for testing. Being able to enter early to queue would save a lot of time. Once inside the base, Lin Zichen looked around curiously. What caught his eye were various sophisticated instruments, filled with a sense of technology. Don't just look around. While there are still not many students from other schools, and it's not too crowded, everyone hurry up and line up at a testing window, urged the teacher leading the Shanghai High School team. Upon hearing this, the students hurriedly chose the less crowded testing windows to queue for their compatibility tests. Lin Zichen, with Shen Qinghan in tow, casually picked a window where fewer people were lined up. He Yu and Li Chuxin followed, lining up behind them. Xiao Chen, are those reagents inside used for testing the genetic fusion compatibility with the drifting jellyfish genes? Shen Qinghan asked somewhat uncertainly as she looked at the test tubes filled with blue liquid inside the testing window. Lin Zichen replied, yes, those are the drifting jellyfish gene reagents. The genes of the drifting jellyfish, an exotic beast, have a high affinity for the human body and can easily undergo a particular chemical reaction with human blood. Therefore, they are used as reagents for testing genetic fusion compatibility. The testing method is also quite straightforward. It involves drawing fresh blood from the examinees on site and injecting it into the drifting jellyfish reagents to induce a chemical reaction. Then, based on the reaction's intensity, judges would determine whether the examinee is suitable for genetic fusion. The compatibility tests started soon after. First, they tested the genetic fusion compatibility. Testing for mechanical modification compatibility would only occur later. This arrangement could reduce a lot of unnecessary testing. Normally, after examinees checked their genetic fusion compatibility and found satisfactory data, they wouldn't bother with the mechanical modification compatibility test. After all, mechanical modification is too inhuman for many. They can't accept their body turning into steel. For the vast majority of examinees, if they are compatible with genetic fusion, they definitely will not choose mechanical modification. Even though genetic fusion changes your genes, you still have a body of flesh and blood far better than cold steel. As for whether there are people just curious and eager to know their mechanical modification compatibility, thus specifically going for the test. There are indeed such people, but very few, almost negligible. Because the compatibility test for mechanical modification is not as mild as the one for genetic fusion. The mechanical modification compatibility test involves implanting a special alloy material into the human body. During the process, the body will exhibit rejection reactions, causing extremely intense pain. The level of pain is on par with that of childbirth. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had both had their blood drawn. Next, they just needed to find a place to sit and wait for the results. The results would be out in no longer than an hour. As the two chatted and waited, many of the examinees who had their blood drawn earlier started to get their results one after another. The results could be checked on their mobile phones. Thus, the base soon filled with various shouts. 8%. My genetic fusion compatibility is as high as 8%. Haha. Fortune favors me. I can become a genetic integrator. Only 4%? Sigh, I knew I could never become a genetic integrator. 6%. Hiss. Thrilling. Just made it past the mark. Hearing these shouts, Lin Zichen too became curious, wanting to know what his own genetic fusion compatibility would be. The standards for genetic fusion compatibility. 6% is passing. 8% is excellent. 10% is the level for the two prestigious schools. These two prestigious schools refer to Kyoto University and Shanghai University. Yes, the Shanghai University located right in Shanghai City. Although the educational standards of Shanghai City are not high and don't compare to many inland cities, it still boasts such a top-tier institution. The reason lies in Shanghai City's particularly strong economy. Setting political status aside, Shanghai City has the country's top economic level. Genetic fusion and mechanical modification are both costly fields. Take genetic fusion, for example. Cultivating a genetic integrator with a high biological level would cost a sum counted in billions. Not 1 or 2 billion, but tens of billions. Therefore, the economically developed Shanghai University was able to become one of the top 2 universities in the country. To be admitted to the Evolution College of these two prestigious institutions, genetic fusion adaptability had to be at least 10%. Otherwise, Don't even think about it. Take that genius from Kyoto University, also known as that frequently marketed prodigy from capital city, his genetic fusion adaptability reached a staggering 16%. He belonged to the top echelon of the country. Lin Zichen thought, without undergoing genetic fusion, his own physical strength was much higher than that Kyoto genius. So, barring any surprises, his genetic fusion adaptability should be higher than 16%. He estimated it could be close to 20%. However, no matter how high that number was, it would be meaningless. For someone with survival of the fittest as a biometric attribute, he was destined not to choose the path of genetic fusion. Why fuse when you could directly devour? There was absolutely no need for it. Xiao Chen, I can't take it, I'm so nervous. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen helplessly, her hands shaking violently, and her legs going weak. At this moment, there was not a hint of curiosity in her heart, only fear. Fear that her genetic fusion adaptability was not high. It's okay, being nervous is normal. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan's hands to calm her down. In fact, he was also a bit afraid that Shen Qinghan's genetic fusion adaptability would not be high enough to get accepted into any of the two top schools and continue being his classmate. From kindergarten to now, he had grown accustomed to school life with Shen Qinghan by his side. The thought of not being at the same university was unbearable. As for helping Shen Qinghan get in through the back door during college, like he did in middle and high school, that would be too harmful. It could very well make Shen Qinghan, who had just started to become confident, become self-doubting and introverted again. 10%. My God! I can't believe I got into one of the two top schools. Li Chuxin, who was sitting not far away, suddenly leapt up in excitement. Her grades were among the worst in class, and she never dreamed of getting into one of these top schools. She just hoped to get into a top 10 university, but she unexpectedly exceeded her own expectations. Damn it! How come it's only 11%? Contrary to Li Chuxin, Yu, looking at the score displayed on his phone, had a face full of disappointment, feeling as if his life had dimmed. He believed he was at a 12% level, even capable of reaching 13%. But the result was only 11%, only 1% more than Li Chuxin, the bottom of the class. Now he was truly at a loss. Hearing the two of them talk, Lin Zichen knew that his and Shen Qinghan's results were out. He said to Shen Qinghan, the scores for Yu and Chu Xin, who ranked after us, are out, so ours must be too. Check quickly and see. Shen Qinghan shook her head, nervously saying, I don't dare to look, you check yours first. After you're done, you help me check. Alright, I'll help you check afterwards. After speaking, Lin Zichen logged into the Nanjiang Province College entrance examination website to check his results. At that moment, Yu and Li Chuxin, who weren't far away, gathered around, curious about how high his score would be. Soon, the score was retrieved. Genetic fusion adaptability, 15%. 15%, that's so high, if nothing unusual happens this should be the highest in Nanjiang Province, said Li Chuxin with a face full of envy. Yu commented, 15%? It's about what I expected. Shen Qinghan said with a joyful face, Xiao Chen, with that score, you should be the provincial top scholar for sure. She felt happy for Lin Zichen. Unlike the other three, Lin Zichen was not very satisfied with this score. Only 15%, too low, not even surpassing that Kyoto genius. It seemed that physical strength was not the only determining factor for a high adaptability. There were other various factors influencing it. After steadying his emotions a bit, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Han Han, it's your turn to check. Alright, check it for me, said Shen Qinghan, her voice revealing a trace of nervousness. Li Chuxin, noticing Shen Qinghan's state, comforted her, don't worry, Han Han, even I, the one at the bottom, got 10%, you definitely can too. He also offered comforting words, "Yet, team member, you're one of the top students in our class, getting into the top schools is a sure thing, there won't be any surprises." "Yet, I'm confident," Shen Qinghan smiled at them, but was still very nervous. Without saying anything, Lin Zichen silently logged into Shen Qinghan's examinee portal and clicked to view her score. Then the next second, a number appeared that was beyond anyone's expectations. Genetic fusion adaptability, 21%. PS, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 96, walking on the waves. Nanjiang Province, Provincial Education Headquarters. Conference Hall. Yuan Dongji, the director of the Provincial Education Headquarters, was currently watching the live data of the college entrance examination with educational leaders from various cities in the province. In front of them was a huge projector. The projection displayed the genetic fusion adaptability test results of the candidates from each city. Yuan Dongji stared at it for a while, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowing slightly. This year's scores seemed to be even worse than last year's. Particularly in Haiwan City, which lagged behind in teaching standards, the candidates' scores were outrageously poor. So far, fewer than 1/10 of the candidates had a genetic fusion adaptability of over 5%, far below the average. Principal Han, the college entrance examination scores from the Haiwan City you oversee are excessively poor this year, said Yuan Dongji, looking at a man in front of him with a faint expression. If it's the same next year, you should no longer occupy the position of the educational leader of Haiwan City. Go find your value in source land number 36 instead. Hearing that he would be sent to the source land, the man who was named immediately showed terror on his face. Principal Yuan, next year's genetic fusion college admission rate for Haiwan City will be at least 10%. If I cannot achieve it, I, Han Qian, will go to the source land to contribute myself, the man declared with a cold sweat on his forehead under Yuan Dongji's gaze. Yuan Dongji, with an expressionless face, said, "Principal Han, 10% is too low. Let's set it at 20%. If you don't reach this number next year, I will personally send you into the source land." Hearing it was 20%, the man's face turned ashen. He slumped into his chair, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. With such a poor level of education in Haiwan City, how could he possibly achieve this number? To poach top students from other cities? But with Haiwan City's economy in tatters, where would he find the money to do this? Yuan Dongji's words were tantamount to sentencing the man to death, forcing him into the source land. And inside the source land, where exotic beasts roamed everywhere, even advanced level creatures struggled to survive, easily meeting with disaster if not careful. For a man like him, who had long lived in comfort within human society as an older genetic integrator, once he entered the source land, and if he encountered an exotic beast's rampage, it was almost certain death. The other city's educational leaders were all very clear on this and looked at the man with sympathy in their eyes. However, none of them dared to speak up for him. They all knew too well how domineering Yuan Dongji could be. As subordinates, they dared not provoke her, to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves. Principal Luo, the results of Jianzhen City you manage this year are very good. Several candidates have reached a genetic fusion adaptability of 13%, and there's even one at 14%. That's commendable. Next year's educational budget will be inclined more towards your side, Yuan Dongji said after she finished with Haiwan City's educational leader, clearly showing her principle of rewarding and punishing. Hearing this, Jianzhen City's educational leader beamed, saying, "Thank you for the recognition, Principal Yuan. Next year I will certainly not let you down and will push Jianzhen City's college entrance examination scores even higher." The other cities' educational leaders were all incredibly envious. Then, one by one, they smiled and offered their congratulations to the educational leader of Jianzhen City. With a genetic fusion adaptability as high as 14%, and barring any surprises, that's probably this year's top scorer of Nanjiang Province. Tianjin City is on the rise this year. Principal Luo, congratulations, congratulations. Tianjin City's educational leader said with a smile, "Ah, it's all luck." Just then, the score region for the Shanghai City candidates on the projection showed Lin Zichen's genetic fusion adaptability. Candidate, Lin Zichen. Examination number, 120-732-2328. School, Shanghai High School. Genetic fusion adaptability, 15%. When they saw the 15% at the bottom, everyone was startled for a moment. Then, as they came to grips with it, their faces filled with incredulity. How much? A 15% genetic fusion adaptability? Is that for real? That's almost touching the 16% of the geniuses from the capital city. Lin Zichen? A candidate from Shanghai City? Principal Zhu, you've been quietly making a fortune. Unbelievable, the provincial top scorer is actually from Shanghai City. All the city educational leaders present were shocked by Lin Zichen's score. Even the educational leader of Shanghai City was very surprised, feeling a bit dazed. He knew of the student Lin Zichen, knew that he had been breaking records at Shanghai High School throughout his 3 years of high school. But he never imagined that Lin Zichen's genetic fusion adaptability could be so high. 15%, that was outrageous. With such a score, without even thinking about it, he was definitely the provincial top scorer. Principal Zhu, well done. Next year's educational funding will be focused towards Shanghai City, Yuan Dongji said, looking at the educational leader of Shanghai City, revealing a rare smile. She was born in Shanghai City and also worked at Shanghai University, feeling a deep connection to the city and wanting to favor it all along. But regretfully, the academic performance of Shanghai City had never been particularly outstanding, and even if she wanted to be biased, she didn't know how to show it. Now, with the provincial top scorer from Shanghai City, she could justifiably allocate more funds to her hometown. Thank you for the recognition, Principal Yuan. Shanghai City will strive to maintain this performance next year, the educational leader of Shanghai City said, visibly delighted. In contrast, the educational leader from Tianjin City was glum, filled with helplessness and embarrassment from the dramatic rise and fall of his expectations. The top scorer he thought he had secured was gone. And so was the inclined funding. People were stunned. Just when everyone thought that Lin Zichen would be the top student of Nanjiang province. The projection of the Shanghai City candidates' scores displayed the genetic fusion compatibility of Shen Qinghan. Candidate, Shen Qinghan. Examination number, 120-732-2467. School, Shanghai High School. Genetic fusion compatibility, 21%. The moment the figure 21% appeared, the entire conference hall fell into dead silence. About 1 or 2 seconds later, the leaders' voices of doubt rose one after another. 21%? What is this situation? Since the existence of the high school exams, the highest genetic fusion compatibility score was 18%. How did a 21% just pop up? Was there an error in measurement? Machinery malfunction. That Lin Zichen from before, was that also a measurement error or machinery malfunction? Possible. The leaders were much calmer than imagined. If the score had come out as 16%, the leaders would have been shocked. But the score that came out was 21%, which was truly beyond reason, so their first reaction was that there had been an error during the test. Yuan Dongji didn't speak, but silently pulled up Shen Qinghan's student file and began to slowly review the information projected onto the large screen. After a careful look, Shen Qinghan seemed like an ordinary student, with nothing special about her. After reviewing the files, the other leaders were even more convinced that it was a measurement error. They criticized the staff of the Shanghai City Research Base for their carelessness. It was utterly unacceptable, and they must be held accountable. On the other side, Yuan Dongji frowned slightly, also feeling that the staff there had been too careless. But considering the what-ifs, she stood up and left the conference room to go to the base and see what was really going on. After all, the base wasn't far from here, she could get there quickly. In the research base, the four people stared at the genetic compatibility displayed on their phones, all looking bewildered. What the hell? 21%? Is this a mistake? He rubbed his eyes and looked at the phone screen again, still seeing the 21% displayed and filled with confusion. Li Zichen was speechless. Are the staff at this base so careless? They didn't even verify the results before uploading the scores. Is this some kind of joke? He said, the test scores are automatically recognized and uploaded by machines. It's not their fault, the machine may have malfunctioned. Li Zichen disagreed, even if it's a machine fault, they're to blame. This is the high school exam. Don't they know to check the state of the machines beforehand? Machine errors are common. Just because a machine is checked and no problems are found doesn't mean it won't malfunction. He still defended his point of view, feeling it wasn't the staff's fault. The two carried on with this back and forth. Eventually, their conversation turned into a debate, looking like they were bickering. Xiao Chen, how come it's 21%? There must have been a mistake, right? Shen Qinghan, looking at the score on the phone screen, also thought it was preposterous and that there must have been an error in the measurement. Lin Zichen had a guess but, seeing there were many people around, didn't rush to tell Shen Qinghan. Instead, he stood up and led her out of the base to a secluded corner with no people and no surveillance. Then, he said to her, I think there was no mistake. Your superpower is related to water, you have a natural affinity with water and are extremely comfortable with it. Conveniently, the reagent used to test the genetic fusion compatibility is the stream cloud jellyfish, a water-associated exotic beast with a strong water attribute. At this point, Lin Zichen offered his conclusion, I suspect that your physique is highly compatible with the gene of a water attribute exotic beast. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also came to realize this point belatedly. Following that, she felt a surge of excitement. Genetic fusion compatibility of 21% signified a genius among geniuses. She finally felt worthy of Xiao Chen. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was preoccupied with this thought. Since she was young, her status compared to Lin Zichen seemed extremely unequal in the eyes of others. Because of this, she had suffered quite a bit of verbal abuse at school, which had hurt her deeply. If this 21% genetic fusion compatibility data was indeed true, then she would no longer have to endure people gossiping about her being with Lin Zichen. At that moment, Shen Qinghan's phone rang. It was a video call from Li Zichen. As soon as she answered, Li Zichen's voice came through immediately, Han Han, where did you run off to? The base staff finally realized there was something off with your data, and now they want you to come back for an individual retest. Okay, I'm heading back right now. After saying this, Shen Qinghan hung up the video call, eager to return to the base with Lin Zichen. She wanted to be retested as soon as possible to confirm whether her genetic fusion compatibility was indeed as high as 21%. Just as she returned to the base and prepared for the staff to conduct the test, the sea outside the base suddenly erupted in towering waves. Everyone was startled by the commotion of the waves, they all looked up through the glass towards the outside. Immediately, what entered everyone's view was a woman with dragon horns on her head, riding on waves dozens of meters high, rapidly approaching the base. PS, I'm putting out the begging bowl, asking for your monthly and recommendation tickets. 97, Dragon Slaying Family. The terrifying towering wave was rushing towards the research base at high speed. The tremendous noise it made penetrated the ears of every person inside the base. There's a woman on the wave. With a pair of dragon horns, she's a dragon woman. She's so beautiful. Suddenly, an examinee shouted out loud, his face filled with shock. This examinee had switched his smartphone's camera to the telephoto mode and could clearly see the woman on the wave from a distance of several kilometers. On hearing this, everyone turned their attention towards the examinee. Seeing him using his smartphone as a telescope, many others remembered their phones had this feature. They took out their own devices, switched the camera to telephoto mode, and carefully observed the dragon woman who was walking on the waves. Lin Zichen followed suit upon seeing this. Soon, he saw the woman who was walking on the waves. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with a noble and aloof face reminiscent of a wealthy lady, dressed in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, revealing a pair of plump and fair long legs, her whole demeanor exuding an air of charm and poise. At first glance, she gave off the vibe of a sexy stepmother from a metropolitan novel, or a stunning sect mistress from a wuxia tale, or a cold and distant fairy master from a cultivation story, igniting one's imagination. By the way, that wave, tens of meters high, could it collapse the base? Suddenly, an examinee said this. The next moment, the other examinees in the base instantly panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. They snapped out of their shock, with expressions of terror on their faces. It's over, the woman walking on the wave is speeding up. She's probably a member of the heretical sect coming to attack the college entrance examination site, planning to kill all of us examinees. No way, don't scare me. I don't want to die, I studied so hard for so many years, barely finished the exams, I still want to enjoy university life. More and more examinees began to panic, their emotions turning more and more anxious. It was only when the head of the base came out and said that the woman on the wave was a leader from the Nanjiang province educational headquarters that the examinees' emotions finally stabilized. At the same time, Yu, who had been carefully observing the woman through his smartphone camera, finally recognized her identity. He said to Lin Zichen and the others nearby. Team members, I know who that beautiful woman on the wave is now. She's a vice principal from Shanghai University Yuan Dongji. Having said this, he immediately showed off his extensive knowledge to his teammates and began to introduce Yuan Dongji. Let me tell you, this woman's background is incredible, she comes from a millennium-old martial arts family in Nanjiang province, the Yuan family. The Yuan family was originally just a martial arts family in Shanghai City, and they could only dominate Shanghai City. But since entering the era of genetic fusion, the Yuan family produced many powerful genetic integrators. Their family strength saw a great increase, and within decades, they became the foremost family in Nanjiang province, and a lord that dominated their territory. Did you see the dragon horns on that woman's head? Back in Nangwin City where I lived, I heard my grandfather say that the Yuan family had slain dragons and fused their genes into the younger generation of their family, creating many water attribute genetic integrators capable of controlling water. And this woman is one of them. After saying all of this, Yu looked eagerly at the three teammates beside him, hoping to see a hint of admiration in their eyes. Li Chuxin gave him an unimpressed look and said, "All right already, we get it, you're well informed." Shen Qinghan sincerely admired him and said, "Yu, you know so much." Yu was ecstatic as he listened, thinking to himself how awesomely satisfying it is to put on airs. He continued to boast. "Definitely, I am the young master of the He family from Nangwin City, I have some serious insights. I have an intimate understanding of many important figures, even those who have never appeared on television screens, I know them well. If you have any questions in relation to these matters, feel free to consult me at any time." As he said this last sentence, Yu specifically looked towards Lin Zichen, hoping to gain the approval of this king of pretense. However, Lin Zichen was deep in thought at that moment and subconsciously ignored Yu, who was beside him. A genetic integrator with the water attribute? Could it be the woman outside, who was controlling the huge waves and quickly approaching the base, was coming for Shen Qinghan? After all, right after Shen Qinghan had tested for a 21% genetic fusion compatibility, this woman had arrived. She was not only the vice principal of Shanghai University but also a leader in the provincial education department. With the additional insight from her family being genetic integrators of the water attribute, this combination of identities probably allowed her to discern the reason behind Shen Qinghan's high compatibility score for genetic fusion. And her arrival on top of the huge waves must be concerning this matter. With these thoughts, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling a bit worried, uncertain whether Yuan Dongji's arrival was a good or bad thing. While he was pondering these matters, a wave of panic erupted among the candidates in the base. It was Yuan Dongji who had brought the towering waves crashing to the edge of the base. The dozens of meters high waves, which loomed and obscured the sky like a dark cloud, hovered in front of the base entrance, casting the entire base into shadow. Lin Zichen was astounded by the scene in front of him. Dozens of meters high, the towering waves were under the control of a human as if at will. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? An advanced fighter? A rare level fighter? Or an epic level powerhouse? In that instant, Lin Zichen suddenly felt very insignificant, keenly aware that he could only dominate within the school at his current stage. Outside of the campus, there are others beyond one's own level, and skies beyond our skies. Outside the base. With just a thought, Yuan Dongji sent the dozens of meters high towering waves back into the sea. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she walked elegantly towards the base. In the meantime, her long, pale, beautiful legs flashed provocatively under the slit of her cheongsam dress, catching the eyes of many teenagers at the peak of their adolescence. Upon entering, she looked at the person in charge of the base and said, "Director Gao, please bring a candidate named Shen Qinghan to me." It took only a moment. The balding director with glasses brought Shen Qinghan before Yuan Dongji, his face full of smiles, ingratiatingly saying, "Principal Yuan, this girl is Shen Qinghan, the one you're looking for." Shen Qinghan was confused about the current situation and felt somewhat at a loss, only able to look helplessly towards Lin Zichen standing beside her. Lin Zichen held her hand reassuringly and said, "It should be related to your genetic fusion compatibility degree. It's very likely not a bad thing, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also relaxed a bit in her heart. At that moment, Yuan Dongji said to her, "Student, there may be some issues with your genetic fusion compatibility score. You need to come with me for a retest. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." 98, white-haired girl. Shen Qinghan followed Yuan Dongji into a testing room up ahead. Not long after, she returned. That was quick. Lin Zichen was a bit puzzled. Shen Qinghan, pressing on her arm with a cotton swab, sat down next to him and said, "As soon as I went in, they just drew 3 tubes of blood from me, and then they let me out to wait for the results." Gosh, drawing 3 tubes of blood, that's a lot. Who can stand that? Li Chuxin, who was close by, felt scared just hearing it and couldn't help but complain. Shen Qinghan gave a wry smile, "Indeed, it's unbearable, my hand is even feeling a bit numb now." You also found it strange, logically speaking, for a retest, 1 tube of blood should be enough. I don't understand why they needed to draw 3 tubes. While they were talking, the team leader teacher came over to inquire about what was going on, curious why a leader from the Provincial Department of Education had suddenly come to find Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen answered for Shen Qinghan, saying that the results of the test were a bit abnormal and needed to be retested. As for the specifics, he didn't elaborate to the team leader teacher. As time ticked by, soon, the genetic fusion adaptability tests at the whole base were completed. Almost at the same time, Yuan Dongji came out of the test room. Now, the expression on her face was clearly different from before. It was no longer the aloofness she had when she first arrived at the base, but instead a look of excitement and agitation, with a faint smile on her lips. "Principal Yuan." Seeing Yuan Dongji approaching, the team leader teacher from Shanghai High School immediately stood up straight and called out somewhat nervously. Lin Zichen and the others followed suit and greeted her as well. Yuan Dongji toned down the smile on her face and said to the team leader teacher from Shanghai High School, "I have some matters to attend to with student Shen Qinghan next. You go ahead and take the other examinees back to school. Once I'm done here, I'll arrange for someone to take her home. I understand, Principal Yuan. The team leader teacher from Shanghai High School replied and then turned around to leave, organizing the students who had completed the genetic fusion adaptability test and were not participating in the afternoon's mechanical transformation adaptability test to board the bus and head back to school. Seeing this, He Yu and Li Chuxin followed the team leader teacher and left. Lin Zichen did not leave, he wanted to stay at the base to accompany Shen Qinghan. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Shen Qinghan, come with me, let's talk inside. Shen Qinghan murmured her acknowledgement and followed her into the director's office. Lin Zichen waited quietly outside, using his phone to explain the situation to Zhang Wangzhen and Su Meng, telling the two mothers that he and Shen Qinghan would be home late. Inside the director's office, Yuan Dongji, shedding her usual aloof demeanor and wearing a smile, said, Student Shen Qinghan, the results are out, all 3 tubes show 21%. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan finally felt the heavy weight in her heart drop. During the time she had waited outside, she had been very worried, very frightened. Frightened that the results would come out to be not 21%, implying the previous 21% was a mistake and the actual score was not even 10%. Yuan Dongji continued, the results of the genetic fusion adaptability tests for the entire Nanjiang province are out, and your 21% stands out, a full 6% higher than the second place. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes that it was retested 3 times, I wouldn't believe that this 21% is real. After all, the highest record since the existence of the college entrance exam was only 18%, and many experts have guessed that humans' adaptability to the exotic beast gene might not surpass 20%. However, the score you received today has completely overturned this notion, and it is astonishing. Once it's made public, it will definitely cause a sensation across the country. But, your score is a bit too exaggerated to be released. So, I've just revised it to 16%, just enough to surpass the second place's 15%, allowing you to retain the title of provincial top scorer. Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea and continued, you must have heard about that genius from the capital city who has been hyped up for many years, right? Yes, I have heard of him, Shen Qinghan nodded and replied. Putting down her teacup, Yuan Dongji said, that capital city genius is known almost nationwide, but what many don't know is that because of his high profile, he has been constantly attacked by heretical sect members since he was young, once even nearly losing his life. It is only because of his family's strong background providing enough protection that he could withstand such attacks. If it were the child of an ordinary family, they might have been attacked by heretical sect members so many times that by now the grass on their graves would be 2 meters high. The mechanical genius girl marketed along with him is a prime example. News reports say that this mechanical genius girl's body failed due to premature mechanical transformation. But the truth of the matter is, she was attacked by heretical sect members and was cut in 2. If not for the Machine God Corporation's intervention, she would have been long gone. Yuan Dongji cautioned, I told you all this to make a point, being the provincial top scorer is indeed a proud achievement, but it's best if only you and your family know. Don't over-publicize it to avoid attracting the attention of the heretical sect members, understand? Shen Qinghan nodded, I understand. This was the first time she had heard about these hidden truths. These things had never been mentioned in the news. Before today, she had always thought the news was transparent, with many reports about the exotic beasts being quite thorough. Unexpectedly, she was still too naive, many things were not disclosed to the public. The world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. But she couldn't understand, what was there to hide about a heretical sect attack? Was there some secret that couldn't be exposed? She couldn't figure it out at all. Forget it, when she got home, she would tell Xiao Chen and let Xiao Chen think about it. Shen Qinghan silently thought to herself. Lin Zichen was her childhood friend and her encyclopedia, as long as she didn't understand something, she could just ask Lin Zichen. Since childhood, she had always relied on Lin Zichen more than her own parents. All right, we've talked enough, it's time for the main issue. Yuan Dongji's expression turned serious. The main issue? What main issue? Shen Qinghan was first puzzled, then anxious, as she sat up straight. Yuan Dongji didn't beat around the bush and cut to the chase. Your genetic fusion talent is very high, and I want to take you as my disciple. Ah! Shen Qinghan was stunned. Yuan Dongji didn't explain too much, merely saying indifferently, as my disciple, the feat I performed outside the base, walking on the waves, you will be able to do it easily in the future. This is too sudden, I'm not psychologically prepared at all, can I think about it? Shen Qinghan said weakly. She couldn't make up her mind and wanted to ask Lin Zichen for his opinion before making a decision. However, Yuan Dongji's personality was very dominant, as she unilaterally decided. There's nothing to consider. Being my disciple will only bring benefits, no drawbacks. From this moment on, you and I are master and apprentice. I hold positions both as Minister of the Nanjiang Provincial Education Headquarters and as Vice-Chancellor of Shanghai University. You will attend Shanghai University. Having said all this independently, Yuan Dongji then asked Shen Qinghan, do you have anything to say? Shen Qinghan opened her mouth to say something but realized she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only purse her lips and give a feeble shake of her head, no. Her personality had always been on the meeker side, and under Yuan Dongji's imposing dominance, she confusedly acknowledged this master. I don't like complications, and I prefer to keep things simple, therefore, a verbal agreement on our master-disciple relationship will suffice. There's no need for a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Yuan Dongji finished and took out her mobile phone to open WeChat, then said, come, let's add each other on WeChat. Shen Qinghan obediently took out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code for her to scan. After adding each other as friends, Shen Qinghan felt dazed, unsure of what she had just done. Despite knowing very little about Yuan Dongji, she had inexplicably accepted the other as her master. It was all so hasty. Shen Qinghan felt extremely frustrated inside, thinking she was too soft-hearted, being led by the nose from start to finish, never knowing how to refuse. Oh, besides you, I have another disciple. She entered the fold 10 years before you, but she is about your age, also a girl, you two should get along well. However, she is not currently here, and where she is, electronic devices can't be used. It's estimated that she won't be able to return for a while. I'll arrange for you two to meet when there's an opportunity. I have her picture on my phone, I'll send it to you so you can see what she looks like. As she spoke, Yuan Dongji sent a photo to Shen Qinghan over WeChat. Curious, Shen Qinghan clicked on the photo, and saw a tall girl of her age. The girl had snow-white hair, a stern look with an oppressive gaze in her eyes, and was holding a bloodied spear in her hand. At her feet lay an exotic beast, its body larger than an elephant, giving the image a striking impact. Shen Qinghan did not recognize the exotic beast in the photo, but she felt a strong sense of familiarity with the white-haired girl. The moment she saw her, memories from second grade of elementary school suddenly surged from the depths of her mind. Is this Bai Shuet? Staring blankly at the girl in the photo, Shen Qinghan's face was filled with disbelief. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 99, Luo Kyungsu? Bai Shuet? What's wrong? Noticing the odd expression on Shen Qinghan's face, Yuan Dongji asked her with confusion. Master. Since it was a master she had acknowledged rather inexplicably, the way Shen Qinghan called out master sounded very unnatural and awkward. She took a moment before asking, what's my senior sister's name? Luo Kyungsu. Yuan Dongji answered indifferently. Fearing Shen Qinghan might not know which three characters, Yuan Dongji also thoughtfully typed out Luo Kyungsu and sent it to her on WeChat to see. It wasn't Bai Shuet. But the name contained the character for snow. Shen Qinghan felt that her senior sister might very likely be Bai Shuet. Yuan Dongji asked, looking at the photo of your senior sister like that, did you know her before? When I was in the second grade of elementary school, there was a good friend named Bai Shuet in my class, who looks a lot like my senior sister. After speaking, Shen Qinghan added, this good friend of mine had just transferred to our school not half a semester before she suddenly transferred away again, and since then, I've never seen her again. Yuan Dongji raised an eyebrow, is that so? Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before voicing her guess, Master, it's been exactly 10 years since I was in the second grade. Do you think, could my senior sister be that good friend of mine? Impossible. Yuan Dongji directly denied it without even thinking. As for the reason, she did not explain. Shen Qinghan had a timid disposition and did not dare to ask further, she just silently looked at the photo again. It was only at that moment that she noticed something very off about the background of the photo. The plants growing on the ground were all strangely shaped. There was grass with black leaves and branches. There were trees with trunks covered in blood vessels. And there were eerie, enchanting flowers with mouths. The plants were very different from those known to her, seeming very fake, as if they had been altered in post-production. At this point, Yuan Dongji said, Qinghan, your genetic fusion compatibility is so high that it somewhat exceeds my understanding. How about this? I'll give you a full physical examination now to see if your body has any special characteristics that would give you such high compatibility. After speaking, Yuan Dongji stood up, walked in front of Shen Qinghan, sat down, and slid her hand inside her clothes to press on her lower abdomen. She then channeled a strand of her spiritual power into Shen Qinghan's body and began to carefully examine her. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji frowned and withdrew her hand. Shen Qinghan's body was very normal, with no difference from an ordinary person. But that was strange. How could such an ordinary body have a genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%? Yuan Dongji was baffled. Seeing her frown, Shen Qinghan thought there might be something wrong with her own body and immediately asked with some panic, Master, is there something wrong with my body? There's nothing wrong with your body, it's no different from an ordinary person's, and every part is quite normal, Yuan Dongji said, then continued with bewilderment, but it's precisely because it's too normal that it seems abnormal. Logically, a body with a genetic fusion compatibility of 21% shouldn't be this ordinary. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, when Yuan Dongji suddenly frowned, the first thought that popped into her head was that she might have contracted some incurable disease. It was all because she had watched too many melodramatic idol dramas in the past, always thinking in terms of cliched plotlines. It's past 12 o'clock. Let's go, I'll take you to the canteen for lunch. My childhood friend is still waiting for me outside, can I bring him along? Of course. Soon, the two of them stood up and left the office. As they went out the door, with just a thought from Yuan Dongji, all the electronic equipment in the office, which had malfunctioned, returned to normal. When she had brought Shen Qinghan in earlier, she had used her spiritual power to shield all the electronic equipment in the office to prevent their conversation from being leaked. Once outside, Shen Qinghan waved at Lin Zichen and called out, Xiao Chen, come on, let's go eat in the canteen. Coming. Lin Zichen responded and stood up to walk over. On their way to the canteen, Yuan Dongji walked ahead. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan followed behind. Yuan Dongji was wearing high heels that made a series of crisp, melodious sounds when they hit the ground, which far from being noisy, sounded somewhat wonderful. Even more beautiful were her voluptuous, snow-white legs and the full, perky rear that swayed seductively under the silk fabric as she moved, extremely enticing. Walking behind her, Lin Zichen was already trying hard to control himself, but he still couldn't help glancing over several times. It just goes to show that humans, though far more rational than other creatures, often have their rationality consumed by desire. Before long, the three of them reached the cafeteria. After finding a spot to sit down, Yuan Dongji called over the head chef and turned to ask Shen Qinghan, "King Han, what would you like to eat? Just tell this chef. Anything is fine for me." Shen Qinghan was still a bit reserved at the moment, not daring to make demands on anyone. Seeing Shen Qinghan's somewhat introverted demeanor, Yuan Dongji turned to Lin Zichen, seated next to her, and said, "You are King Han's childhood friend and sweetheart who's grown up with her. You must know her well, so order some dishes she loves to eat." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded to Yuan Dongji and then told the chef in front of him, "Let's have tomato and egg stir-fry, soy braised chicken, soy braised shrimp, hand-torn cabbage, and carrot and corn stew. 4 dishes and 1 soup should be enough for 3 people to eat." In the time that followed, the three of them sat together, eating and chatting. During the conversation, when Lin Zichen found out that Shen Qinghan had taken Yuan Dongji as her mentor, he was flabbergasted. How did she suddenly get a mentor out of the blue? But he soon figured it out. He guessed it must be because Shen Qinghan's genetic fusion adaptability was so outstanding that she was destined for great things in the future, and Yuan Dongji was securing her support in advance. And Yuan Dongji, upon learning that Lin Zichen was the candidate with a whopping 15% adaptability in genetic fusion, was also stunned. This pair of childhood friends had actually clinched the top 2 spots in the Nanjiang Province martial arts exam? Wasn't that a bit too coincidental? Yuan Dongji keenly sensed that something was amiss. About an hour later, the three had their fill. Yuan Dongji arranged for someone to send Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan home. As soon as the two left, she notified her confidant to investigate their family backgrounds. She instructed a particular focus on Shen Qinghan's background to find out who could give birth to such a daughter with impressive physical quality. Her confidant was extremely efficient, and in less than an hour, had gathered all the family information about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, sending it over to Yuan Dongji for review. After going through the information, Yuan Dongji grew even more puzzled. Their parents were all very ordinary, neither genetic integrators nor mechanically modified humans. So the question was, how did such ordinary parents give birth to children with such high talent? Could it be a genetic mutation? Yuan Dongji was completely at a loss. Next, she took out her phone and called her father at home. Her father, with his broad experience, might provide her with the answer she sought by telling him about this issue. Soon, the call connected, and a somewhat deep, middle-aged male voice came through. "What's the matter, Dongji?" "Dad, I've taken on a new apprentice today who has an extremely high talent, with a genetic fusion adaptability of 21%. "What did you say? A 21% genetic fusion adaptability? How is that possible? Quickly, tell me the details." An extremely shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Yuan Dongji organized her thoughts and told her father about the situation, emphasizing that Shen Qinghan's parents were ordinary people. However, her well-experienced father was also encountering such an unreasonable situation for the first time and could not provide a definitive answer. He only suggested it might be a genetic mutation. After that, he instructed her in a very serious tone. "Dongji, you must train this new genius apprentice well. With a genetic fusion adaptability as high as 21%, your genius apprentice will surely achieve greatness in the future, and the rewards we could gain from this are unimaginable. Also, don't let anyone know about your apprentice's terrifying talent." "I understand, father. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. After graduation, we'll get married at once." A luxury business vehicle stopped in an urban village that seemed entirely out of place, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Soon, the car door opened, and Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got out. After the car had driven away, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan the first chance he got and couldn't help but complain, "I mean, this is just weird. You went to take an adaptation test, how did you end up with a master out of the blue? I find it strange too, it was so sudden. Shen Qinghan still thought the whole situation was ridiculous, blaming her own too gentle nature and inability to argue, leading to haphazardly becoming someone's disciple. Lin Zichen felt a bit of a headache. Forget it, let's wait and see. If the person has no ill will and seems to be of good character, then there's no harm in acknowledging this cheap master. If their character is not good, once you're strong and independent, you can just end this so-called master-disciple relationship. MHM. Shen Qinghan gave a barely audible response, like a child who had done something wrong. At that moment, the family door opened. Zhang Wangzhen stood at the doorway, calling out to the two by the roadside, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming in?" Hearing her, the two stopped chatting and quickly went inside the house. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng had been very busy lately, and Shen Qinghan was mostly eating at Lin Zichen's home, rarely going back to her own. In the evening, at Mingxiang restaurant, the two families put aside all other matters, finding time to gather together to celebrate the children's great results in the adaptation test they took that day. Lin Zichen scored second in the entire province, which surprised no one as it seemed very reasonable. But Shen Qinghan became the provincial top scorer. Both sets of parents were stunned, thinking the kids were playing a joke on them. It wasn't until they witnessed Shen Qinghan checking the adaptation test scores on the official college entrance examination website and saw the figure of 16% displayed that the parents believed it was real. "My daughter really is the top scorer, Jianyi, am I dreaming?" Su Meng's face was full of disbelief, feeling it was too surreal. Her daughter had always been just a pretty face without anything extraordinary about her from childhood till now. Yet, today, she had suddenly emerged from obscurity, surpassing Lin Zichen to become the provincial top scorer. She wouldn't even dare to dream of this. On the other hand, Shen Jianyi also found it hard to believe, but with the evidence right before his eyes, he had to forcefully explain. There have always been dark horse candidates like Qinghan in previous years, many of whom seemed ordinary during their 3 years of high school and not particularly athletic, but they just surprised everyone in the adaptation test. That's true, but going from a dark horse to the top scorer is a bit much. Su Meng still felt it was so unreal. Zhang Wangzhen laughed, "Well, there's no need to fuss over these details. What's important is that the two of them can go to the same university now, it's predestined fate." "That's right." Su Meng sincerely smiled. She had always worried her daughter couldn't keep up with Lin Zichen and that the two would drift apart as they grew up. Now that problem was solved, no need to worry anymore. The childhood sweethearts, one a top scorer and the other a runner-up, were a perfect match, destined to become an enviable couple that no one could split apart. Around 9 in the evening, the family dinner ended. Each family took their leave to their respective homes. Around 10:30 at night, Shen Qinghan, having taken a bath, dressed in pajamas and went to find Lin Zichen. Seeing her come looking for Lin Zichen in pajamas late at night, Zhang Wangzhen teased, "Han Han, are you here to sleep with Xiao Chen again?" "No, it's not that, I just have some important things to talk about with Xiao Chen in person." Shen Qinghan, her face flushed, denied it. The words "sleep together" sounded too misleading, as if implying something more intimate, making her quite embarrassed. "Aunt Xin, I'm going upstairs to find Xiao Chen." After dropping that line, Shen Qinghan walked towards the staircase. Once she had vanished at the stairwell, Zhang Wangzhen immediately said to Lin Yanzheng, "They've just finished their exams and she has something so important that she must discuss face to face. Do you think Han Han is going to confess to Xiao Chen?" "Probably." Lin Yanzheng, engrossed in the Kung Fu soccer match on TV, replied absently. Zhang Wangzhen went on to herself, "The two of them are both 18 and have graduated from high school, they are proper adults now, it's indeed time for them to be together. Yeah, date for 4 years in college, and get married right after graduation." After graduation, get pregnant, with twins, a boy, and a girl. Tisk, perfect. As she spoke, Zhang Wangzhen's charming face, still full of allure, was covered with a smile, blissfully imagining the wonderful life of 3 generations living together in the future. Upstairs, in the corridor, Shen Qinghan knocked on Lin Zichen's room door, and as soon as she entered, she said to him, Zichen, I have something very important to tell you. What is it? It's about what happened at the base during the day. Something at the base? Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled and closed the door, inviting her to sit on the bed and talk slowly. Shen Qinghan kicked off her slippers, sat cross-legged on the bed hugging a pillow, and then said, Today at the base, that inexplicable master who acknowledged me used spiritual power to give me a full-body checkup to see why my genetic fusion compatibility was so high. The final result was that there is nothing special about my body, no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't find out anything about my body leaking water. After listening to Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen felt quite surprised. Could Yuan Dongji, who could manipulate dozens of meters high surging waves at sea, not discern the secrets of Shen Qinghan's body? It seems that Shen Qinghan's body is even more mysterious than imagined. Thinking this, Lin Zichen seriously said to Shen Qinghan, about your body leaking water and having an extremely high water affinity, let's not let a third person know for now, let's wait and see how things develop. Our current understanding of this world is still very naive. What we know is only limited to what we can see in front of us, we could say we know nothing. Some things, once exposed, we cannot judge what kind of consequences will follow, whether good or bad. Therefore, for now, let's be conservative and prioritize stability. Lin Zichen continued, whether it's your body leaking water, having an extremely high water affinity, or the strange sounds heard twice in the sea, we'll gradually research them as we grow stronger and more knowledgeable. There's no need to rush. Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you, Shen Qinghan obediently nodded. After speaking, she then added, oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Back at the base, my master told me I have a senior sister, and when I saw her photo, I found she looks a lot like Bai Xuet. You should remember Bai Xuet, right? The white-haired girl we got along well with in the 2nd grade, then suddenly transferred schools and left. I have her photo. I'll send it to you to see. Shen Qinghan took out her phone and sent the photo to Lin Zichen through WeChat. Bai Xuet? At the mention of this name, Lin Zichen's eyebrows twitched, and dormant memories began to assail him. Quickly, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the photo Shen Qinghan sent. What he saw was a pretty-faced, white-haired girl with a good figure. Indeed, she looked somewhat like Bai Xuet. But the eyes were too sharp, the aura too imposing, not at all like the Bai Xuet from his memories, making it difficult to confirm if it was the same person. However, Lin Zichen didn't care much about whether this white-haired girl was Bai Xuet or not. Unlike Shen Qinghan, in his heart, Bai Xuet was just a passerby from his elementary school days, not someone with whom he had any special connection. At this moment, what captivated him the most was the background in the photo, with the plants looking very peculiar, almost like alien species. Do you know where this photo's background is? I don't know, I didn't ask. Why don't you ask your cheap master about it on WeChat? Sure, I'll ask right now. Although Shen Qinghan was somewhat embarrassed to contact Yuan Dongji, seeing Lin Zichen's desire to know about the photo's background, she braced herself to inquire for him. After sending the message, Yuan Dongji did not reply immediately. She must be away from her phone at the moment. Lin Zichen wasn't in a hurry and asked Shen Qinghan to open Yuan Dongji's WeChat moments to see what kind of person this so-called master was. Unfortunately, the moments were set to be visible for only 3 days, and there was nothing to see. The only thing they could see was the WeChat profile picture, which was a solitary lotus flower growing atop the water. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji replied. Just 2 brief words, Origin Land. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.